Hi guys, it's me, Chancellor HD, and welcome to race day here at the British Grand Prix for the 2022 edition here at Silverstone. And it is going to be, I think, a great day of racing at Silverstone. We've got a very exciting grid. Obviously, it was a very exciting and topsy-turvy qualifying session that we had yesterday. And yeah, I think we're in for a great day of racing here at Silverstone. Probably just as good, really, as what we got 2 weeks ago in Canada. Obviously, in Canada, we had a wet qualifying session and then a pretty good dry race. And it does appear that it's going to be a dry race today. Don't think there's any rain about in the area of Silverstone in Northamptonshire, in the southeast of England. So, yeah, it should be a dry race, and even if it's, you know, a dry race, I think we are in, like I said, because of the grid we've got, I think we are in for a pretty good British Grand Prix. Even at the very top of the field, the order is not quite how it probably would be normally in dry conditions. But definitely in the midfield, there are definitely some cars out of position. Certain cars are way higher up the order than they would normally be, such as Nicholas Latifi, and also, you know, Zhou Guan Yu. Maybe you could say Lando Norris and Fernando Alonso as well. So, yeah, I think we're in for definitely a very good Grand Prix. Will it be a classic? Will it be a great Grand Prix? Who knows? Hopefully it will, but I think definitely we'll get an exciting Grand Prix today. And as you can see on your screen, we have 2 hours and 57 minutes to go until the race begins. So what we're going to do is for the next, say, 2 to 2.5 hours is we're going to get into the race preview first. And we're going to go through all the teams and look at how they've done this weekend, how they also looked in the dry, because obviously that's important to look at. From, you know, practice 2, practice 3, how they looked at in the dry, and how I think they are going to do in this Grand Prix today. And yeah, we'll get into that soon enough, and that's what we're going to be getting into firstly until probably about 45 minutes before the race starts, maybe half an hour before the race starts. We'll get into all of that. And then Nib, I don't know if Nib is... I think he might be joining me for the Watchalong today, but I don't know exactly when. I mean, if he is, then he will join before the race, obviously. So, yeah, I'm sure he will join at some point if he is actually intending on being on the stream today. But, yeah, he should be on, if he does come on, about 30 to 45 minutes before the race actually begins at Silverstone. But yeah, it's going to be a great day because obviously, yeah, next 2.5 hours we'll be doing the race preview, and then the final half an hour we'll do the very close build up to the Grand Prix itself, and obviously to this race preview will turn into the race watch along, and then obviously from 3 till 5 p.m. UK time will be the race itself. Hopefully no red flags or delays. And then from 5 till 6:30 p.m. UK time, so the 90 minutes after the Grand Prix finishes, I will be reacting to, maybe with Nib, who knows, but I'll be reacting to the Grand Prix itself and what happened in the British Grand Prix. So there is plenty heading your way today, and I'm going to be live for the next, 6 to 6.5 hours. So, going to be a very long day here on the channel and here at Silverstone. I'm looking forward to it, to be honest, because I think we've got a very good race on our hands, so I'm not dreading the next 6.5 hours, because how long it'll be. I'm looking forward to it, and to be honest, it'll probably fly by, but hopefully, by the way, you guys are doing well, no matter what time it is in your part of the world, no matter what you're going through in your part of the world. I hope you're all doing as best, you know, as you can be at the moment. And hopefully you'll join me, obviously, firstly for the race preview, but then you'll stick around for the race watch along itself later on. And also, make sure to stick around for the reaction later after the Grand Prix does finish. That would be fantastic. But yeah, it's going to be a long day here on the channel, and we've got a long preview to get into first. So, let me first get into the results of qualifying and the starting grid for this British Grand Prix. Here are the results from qualifying. Carlos Sainz took his first ever pole position in Formula 1, a fantastic lap by him, and will obviously be looking to convert that into his first ever F1 victory. He was so close in 2020 at the Italian Grand Prix. What was it, like 6-7 tenths of a second, I think he was away from winning that race. So, yeah, very close he has been before, but who knows, maybe he can do it today. Max Verstappen will be alongside him on the front row, with Charles Leclerc in third place. Sergio Perez lines up in P4, and then it's going to be Lewis Hamilton 5th, Lando Norris in 6th, Alonso 7th, Russell 8th, Zhou Guanyu 9th, and Nicholas Latifi in 10th, who did a 2-minute 3 in Q3. Don't quite know why that is, but yeah, at least he got into Q3. And then Pierre Gasly will start in P11. Then it's Bottas in P12, Tsunoda 13th, Ricciardo 14th, Ocon 15th, Albon 16th, Magnussen in 17th, Sebastian Vettel 18th, Mick Schumacher 19th, and 20th, Lance Stroll. So that is your starting grid for today's British Grand Prix. And yeah, looking at the field, like I said, Carlos Sainz, I don't think in the dry you'd normally have him being, you know, on pole position. So that's why I think it's kind of a mixed up order at the front of the field there. And then in the midfield, at the upper midfield, yeah, Mercedes kind of out of position. They were definitely a lot quicker this weekend than they actually turned out to be in qualifying, but that was because of, I just think the car it doesn't work as well in the wet conditions, to be honest, compared to, say, the top teams. So, yeah, that's why I think the Mercedes Mercedes car wasn't great yesterday. And obviously, Zhou Guanyu, Nicholas Latifi, definitely out of position and doing a lot better than they probably would have done in dry conditions. And then, yeah, really from P10 down, we've got plenty of very good drivers who I'm sure will make progress up the order. You know, Gasly. Well, actually, maybe not Gasly, because AlphaTauri have been pretty bad this weekend, but maybe Bottas, Ricciardo, Ocon, Vettel, Stroll at the very back as well. Maybe Alex Albon as well. Obviously, Williams have a massively new updated car that is a second a lap quicker than the one that Nicholas Latifi is running, which makes Latifi's performance even better than, you know, than it would be just normally if they both had the same car. So, yeah, fantastic there from the Canadian. But, yeah, it's with that grid, it's going to be an exciting Grand Prix. I don't think we can have really any doubts about that. And I think first, we will get into the Red Bull team and start with them. And, yeah, Red Bull, 2nd and 4th on the grid. To be honest, that is not actually that bad of a result. I mean, going into qualifying after Friday, I thought Ferrari were the favourites for pole position. Max Verstappen, though, did show some amazing speed on, what was it? On Saturday lunchtime, UK time, obviously. In practice 3, and was half a second quicker almost than the rest of the field. He was quite clearly the class of the field in practice 3, and in the dry, I think Max Verstappen would have got pole position. I just don't see how he would have been stopped in qualifying. The thing is, though, in the wet, I mean, Ferrari definitely had a better car than I think that Red Bull did, really, in the wet conditions. But Max Verstappen, the reason he did not get pole position was not because the Ferrari car was quicker, I don't think. I think, really, it was because he made too many mistakes. And obviously that 360 he did on the exit of Stowe. And also he went very deep at the final chicane when he was like 1.5 seconds up, I think he was, on Charles Leclerc. And yeah, just wasn't getting the most time out of his laps that he was doing in Q3 and made 2 or 3 mistakes on his final laps in qualifying. And really, that is what cost him pole position. I think definitely if he had not made really any mistakes in Q3, I think he probably would have ended up on pole position, Max Verstappen. But in the dry, I do think Red Bull will have the better race car than Ferrari. I mean, Ferrari did look good on Friday with their race pace. I'm not going to lie about that. But I just think with the straight line speed that Max Verstappen has, as long as Verstappen can keep ahead of Charles Leclerc on the first lap, then attacking and passing Carlos Sainz, no disrespect to Carlos Sainz, but it shouldn't exactly be a monumental job, to do for Max Verstappen, because the Red Bull, even though Ferrari, I think, are running less wing than maybe they would normally, and they have done other Grand Prix, Red Bull are still at least a few kilometers an hour quicker down the straights here at Silverstone than they, just down the straights here at Silverstone, even though Ferrari are running less wing. And obviously with DRS open for Verstappen and Sainz, let's say if he's ahead and he doesn't have DRS, then that's going to be a 15 to 20 kilometer an hour difference. And I just don't think that Sainz for that long will be able to defend against Max Verstappen in that type of condition. So yeah, for Max Verstappen, if he's going to win the race today, I think it is a lot simpler than maybe some people do think. I think, again, keep ahead of Charles Leclerc and then pass Carlos Sainz as soon as possible. And I reckon he could do it within the first 10 laps. I think it's definitely possible because there's plenty of flat-out sections here at Silverstone, and obviously these cars can follow better. So if he stays in the slipstream for long enough, he is eventually going to be in a very good position, and I think definitely has a go at Carlos Sainz at least by lap 10 to overtake and get into the lead of the British Grand Prix. But if Leclerc does get ahead of Verstappen on the start, I mean, I know some people would say, well, Max is on the dirty side of the grid. Well, there's not really that much grip at all down on the track. I mean, there has been some support races this morning, so there will be some rubber down on the circuit, but there isn't really going to be a dirty side of the track necessarily that much, or as much as it would be if it was a fully dry weekend. So I don't think Verstappen has necessarily got a big disadvantage on his side of the grid, but if Leclerc does get ahead of him on the first lap and makes it Ferrari 1-2, then I think at that point, what Red Bull need to do, I mean, obviously try and overtake if they can on track, but then they'll have to probably move to the pit stop phase and look at that in terms of how to get past the Ferraris, because I do expect today we will have probably 2 pit stops. Even though the compounds of tyre they brought for this weekend are the 2 hardest, the tyres get an absolute pounding here at Silverstone. Obviously long, fast corners, and that really does take a lot of life out of the tyres. And especially if you're having to push a lot harder than you would do if you were just on your own, because you've got cars around you trying to overtake, trying to defend, you're going to use your tyres up a lot more. Plus, the grip of the track is not as good as it would be normally because we had the rain yesterday. So it'll be a lower grip surface, meaning the tyres will wear out quicker, like we saw in Canada 2 weeks ago. That, after it rained on the Saturday, there was no grip on the track, so it weared the tyres out a lot more than even I expected it to. So yeah, I think it'll be a 2-stop race, and I think definitely it'll be interesting to see, if Red Bull are, say, 3rd and 4th at the end of the first lap. It'll be interesting to see how they find their way past the 2 Ferraris. But I do think Max Verstappen will win the race today. Unless he collides with Leclerc or Sainz, then I think Verstappen will win. I don't see him making a mistake. I think, he's got definitely the car for the race that I would most want. It's definitely a car that will be able to attack rather than, Ferrari, which I don't think Ferrari quite have a car like that for the Grand Prix. So, yeah, I think Max Verstappen has got the car, and I do think that Max Verstappen will win this Grand Prix at Silverstone. It'll be a close fight, no doubt about it, but I think Verstappen and Red Bull will just have, when it comes to pit stops and, the pit strategy and the pace of the Red Bull, I just think they'll have too much Verstappen and Red Bull for Ferrari today. For Sergio Perez, obviously in 4th place, I think his aim has got to be just stay ahead of everyone behind him and let the front 3 battle, and then Perez can try and hopefully just hang on to the back of the pack, just be, say, a couple seconds behind, and then possibly, go on to an alternate strategy, maybe pit a bit earlier than expected to do an undercut to get past one of the Ferrari cars, or maybe go a bit longer into the Grand Prix whilst, those front 3 are battling. Say if it's, after their pit stop, and then maybe Perez can get into the race that way. I definitely think Perez can get a podium today. I don't think he will, but I think definitely that, it's possible, and there are possibilities there for Sergio to do so. So, yeah, I think they're going to have to do something probably different with him on strategy. Probably, I think the best thing to do with Perez, I mean, yeah, you could do an undercut if he's not too far behind. But what I would do is I would run him longer into the Grand Prix. Yes, he would lose a lot of time on the, older tyres, and when, Verstappen and the 2 Red Bulls, or 2 Ferraris, sorry, are on the fresher tyres. But when Perez pits for fresher tyres, he will be enormously quick. And by the way, with the tyres in this Grand Prix, we are not going to see, even though it's the 3 hardest compounds for this weekend, I don't think we're going to see the soft compound tyre in this race at all, unless we get like a safety car with like 5 laps to go. I don't see us getting any people on soft tyres, because the soft tyre is a terrible tyre for this track. I mean, for a single lap in qualifying, it's good, but for the race, I mean, after 3 or 4 laps, it's going to be dead. I mean, I think we saw with Hülkenberg, I remember, in 2020, I think the 70th anniversary Grand Prix, that he put the soft tyres on towards the end and only did like 2 decent laps, and then his tyres completely fell off a cliff. So, yeah, I don't see the soft tyre lasting at all to really make a decent stint here at Silverstone. So it'll be medium and hard compound tyres, I think you'll see. Definitely the hard compound tyre, I think we'll see the most out of any tyre through, the compounds, through the range. And, yeah, for Sergio Perez, like I said, if they can, even maybe, who knows, maybe they could start him on the hard compound tyre instead of the medium. I mean, I do expect the top 10 to start on the medium to have that, initial grip on the first few laps, rather than, really slowly getting up to speed. But I wouldn't, if I was Red Bull, I would be tempted to start Perez on an alternate tyre as well, just to try and do something different, because I think Perez can definitely get a podium, but I think he can only do it really by doing something different with tyres or strategy, really. So, yeah, we'll see what happens there with Perez. But yeah, Red Bull, I think, are the favourites to win the Grand Prix today. And as I'll get onto in a moment with Ferrari, Ferrari, definitely. I don't think, even though they've got pole position, I don't think in terms of who or what drivers are in what position, I don't think they have it quite the best for today's grid. But Red Bull, they've got the speed. We know they're a better team on race day than Ferrari. That's clear to see, and it's been clear to see in 2022. And I don't see it being really any different today unless something quite surprising happens with Verstappen or Red Bull. Now we'll move on to Ferrari. And yeah, great day for them yesterday, getting a much needed pole position. And to be honest, they had to get pole position yesterday to give themselves a good chance, or more than a 50% chance really, for victory. Because if Max Verstappen got pole, I think even if Leclerc was on the front row alongside him, I think Verstappen would quite comfortably win the Grand Prix. But, you know, with Verstappen now in a Ferrari sandwich, it definitely makes things tougher for Verstappen and Red Bull. The problem for Ferrari is that they've got their drivers the wrong way round. If it was Leclerc on pole, then I think their chances would be better. No disrespect to Carlos Sainz, and yeah, great pole position yesterday, and also great to see him get his first pole position. Hopefully this season, hopefully today, he will get his first race win. But, yeah, if you're looking at it from a Ferrari perspective, and, you know, who's most likely in the dry to have the better pace, you'd have to say Leclerc is going to be probably clear of Sainz today in terms of speed. And yeah, I think Leclerc, if he was on pole position, would give Ferrari a better chance at winning the Grand Prix. So what Ferrari need to do in this Grand Prix is obviously at the start at least maintain the lead from, you know, Max Verstappen. And for Charles Leclerc, if he can get past Max on the first lap, that would really help Ferrari's Grand Prix, because if they then get a 1-2 for the first stint, first, you know, 10 to 15 laps, that should be how long the first stint is here at Silverstone, then they could, you know, kind of control the race in a way. I mean, maybe they don't want to let Red Bull be too close to them and Verstappen be too close to them, but they could try then and yeah, control the race a bit up front and keep things nice and comfortable for themselves. But if it does get away on the first lap, being Sainz, Verstappen, Leclerc, your top three, then really what Carlos Sainz and he has to do for Ferrari, if Ferrari are going to somehow win, is somehow, some way, just keep ahead of Max until the first pit stop. That's got to be the aim. And then what I would do with Charles Leclerc is probably either, say if Verstappen is right behind Sainz and Leclerc is, you know, only a second behind or less than that behind those two drivers, what I would do with Leclerc is either an undercut or pit Leclerc on the same lap as Max, so that if Max does undercut his way past Sainz, that Leclerc does too, so that Leclerc can kind of keep up the fight for the next stint and not let Red Bull run away into the distance. Because if, you know, if Max pits first and then Sainz pits the lap after and then Leclerc pits the lap after that, what will happen is Max will be in the lead, Sainz will be second, Leclerc will be third, and Leclerc, the man who is most likely, I think, to win the race today for Ferrari, will be too far behind Max and will have a car in between him to get to Max. And then it will leave Red Bull in a great position to be able to just pull away and build a gap whilst Ferrari sort out what's happening with their drivers. So yeah, that's what Ferrari need to do. They need to get Leclerc somehow, some way ahead of Sainz in this Grand Prix. I mean, maybe if Leclerc gets up to second on the first lap, maybe Charles Leclerc passes Carlos Sainz in that first stint of the Grand Prix. That would be very good for Ferrari, because then Leclerc, who I think has the better race pace in the dry, probably then can pull away from the Spaniard and let Sainz kind of back up Max Verstappen a bit. But yeah, they've got to somehow, Ferrari, get Leclerc in play and keep Leclerc, even if it means kind of screwing over Carlos Sainz's strategy, they've got to keep Leclerc as close to Max as they can throughout the race, because they cannot afford to be too kind to, say, Carlos Sainz. Yes, Carlos is on pole. He's done a great job this weekend, and obviously did a great job in the race last Grand Prix. Even though the chance was there to win, he still did, I think, a very good job for the Ferrari team. What do you call it? They need to think realistically, how are we going to win this Grand Prix, and who is it most likely going to be with? And I think most likely you'd have to say Charles Leclerc is going to be the man to win the race for Ferrari, if Ferrari do win here at Silverstone. So that's what they've got to do. Will Ferrari win the race? No, I don't think they will. And I think because Sainz is on pole and not Leclerc, I give Red Bull probably a 60 to 70% chance of victory here at Silverstone. God forbid they lose the lead on the first lap, because if they do, then pretty much I think Red Bull will comfortably win the Grand Prix. I don't think they'll pull away, at an absolutely enormous rate per lap, but because Sainz then will probably be ahead of Charles Leclerc, it'll make things, tough for Ferrari to move things around and to get really after Max if they can in any way. But yeah, Ferrari, they're in a good position, but it's going to be a tough Grand Prix if they are going to win. Let me know, guys, in the chat, who do you think is going to win the Grand Prix today out of Verstappen, Sainz and Leclerc? Let me know in the live chat, and in probably 10-20 minutes time I will come to you guys to read out what you guys have to say. But now let's get into the Mercedes team. And yeah, did not have a good day yesterday. 5th and 8th in qualifying. Lewis Hamilton, though, did have a brake issue in Q3, so that's why in Q3 that he was not that quick. Definitely nowhere near as quick as he was in Q2. I think Q2, was he in second in Q2? And who knows what he could have done if his brake problem had not affected him. But basically what had happened with the brakes is they were causing... So something on the brakes went wrong or failed in some way, and the car then started pulling in a certain direction through some of the corners, kind of driving itself at that point. So that's why Lewis Hamilton ended up 5th and not, say, maybe 3rd, 4th, where he probably could have ended up. And obviously Russell in 8th, I think that was a pretty poor effort from Russell there, because what do you call it? Because I don't think with Russell there was any particular issue. I don't think he had the same issue as Lewis Hamilton. So yeah, I think that's a pretty poor effort from Russell, but, considering how great of a season he has and how great he has been, I think he's allowed a couple not so great performances, to be honest. Obviously, he isn't perfect, but yeah, for this Grand Prix today, what can Mercedes do? Well, in practice 3, they were... what was it, 3rd and 5th or 3rd and 4th, I think they were, in practice 3. And they were only, in practice 3, they were what? A 10th, even less than that? Slower than the Ferrari cars? Not slow. So, yeah, they could have Mercedes with Lewis Hamilton, the race pace, possibly, to get in that fight for victory, especially if Lewis gets past Checo on the first lap. If he can, and can stick with that front 3 for the first stint, then yeah, you never know what could happen in this Grand Prix today. I'd be very curious in that first few laps to see what the race pace is of the Mercedes car, and hopefully it is about the same, at least, as the Ferraris and Red Bulls, because it would really spice the race up if Mercedes had the pace to win the British Grand Prix today. But yeah, hopefully Mercedes are in that position and have that type of car for today. I do know that they were lapping at similar speeds at times to Ferrari in practice 2 when they were all doing their long fueled runs. So Mercedes do have decent race pace, and we have seen that this year. Their race pace is always much better than their speed in qualifying. We saw that especially in Canada, that their race pace was very, very good and was only 4 or 5 tenths of a second per lap slower than Verstappen and Sainz, who were fighting for the lead. And even Charles Leclerc, who came from the back when he made it past the 2 Alpines, couldn't really catch the 2 Mercedes cars. So yeah, I would be or I am very interested to see what Mercedes are like today. And I think they could be the wild card or the joker in the pack, I think, today. And they could really throw up something special today. And maybe, if this race is a classic, maybe it will be a classic because of them and because of Lewis Hamilton from P5 on the grid somehow, some way coming through to to somehow winning the Grand Prix. I've got to say, if Lewis Hamilton does win the race today, that is going to be Lewis Hamilton's best victory, at least since Turkey in 2020, but definitely one of the best in his entire career, because even though the Mercedes car is better, and it's working better at this track anyway, it's definitely not as good still as the Red Bull and the Ferrari, and not as, let's say, consistent as the Red Bull and Ferrari. So, yeah, it would be one of his best victories. Hopefully George Russell can quickly get his way past Lando Norris and Fernando Alonso ahead, and maybe himself get into the fight for possible podium or even more than that. Obviously, if we get a safety car at the right time, that could really bring Mercedes into the action. But yeah, I think a podium is possible if they do have the race pace that is, say, expected from what we saw earlier this weekend. And if they are kind of matching Ferrari on pace, at least, then I think definitely it is possible in the Grand Prix today. So hopefully we will see Mercedes in the fight, because I think that's really been the one thing we have missed this year is it's Mercedes being up there with Ferrari and Red Bull. I mean, we saw at the Barcelona Grand Prix how exciting it was with Russell up there fighting away with Verstappen and Perez. And, it would be just as exciting, maybe if not more, if Lewis Hamilton or maybe Russell could get up there today. So, yeah, hopefully that does happen. Let me know, guys, in the chat. What chances do you give Mercedes today? Can they get a podium? Can they win the race? Like I said, let me know in the live chat, and I'll make sure to read out your comments soon enough. Just having a look on Twitter to see if there's any news. I can tell you that it is dry, and it looks to be actually sunny at Silverstone. Not totally sunny, but it does look to be, yeah, pretty nice weather at Silverstone. And I can say, from my experience of being there in the past, when the sun comes out, it does get very, very hot. It's very hot in that part of the UK, especially this time of year. Clearly, the southeast is the hottest part of the UK. So, yeah, it'll be pretty tough on the tyres, for sure, if the sun does come out, as we have seen here in the past. Now, we'll go on quickly to McLaren before I come to you guys in chat. And yeah, McLaren, a good and a bad day, I guess you could say. Lando Norris qualifying 6th, great job by him. Maybe with Lewis Hamilton's brake issues, he could have qualified 5th, but to be honest, even if he did, he's not going to finish ahead of Lewis Hamilton because the Mercedes car is comfortably quicker than the McLaren by, in dry conditions, at least half a second, if not probably 3/4 of a second per lap. So, yeah, Norris, I don't think will be holding on really to Lewis Hamilton. Obviously, George Russell behind. He will eventually get past Alonso and Lando Norris in the McLaren. And really what Lando has to do is keep ahead of Fernando Alonso in this race. And if he does, he will finish probably at least in 7th place. Hopefully for him, something happens ahead. Maybe some unreliability, some accidents, or, some retirement of some sort. Then he could then get some extra points. But as long as he keeps ahead of Fernando Alonso, I think he'll be fine. Because I don't think there'll be anyone else really outside of the top 10 that will be able to come into the top 10 and really affect Norris and even really Alonso. And the reason I say that, especially, is because of Zhou Guanyu in 9th and Nicholas Latifi in 10th, who I think will definitely back the pack up behind them a bit, and that will allow Norris and Alonso to get down the road. But yeah, for Lando Norris, I think he'll be fine. At least if he does keep ahead of Alonso, like I said, a 7th place finish. But if he can't keep ahead, then it'll probably be an 8th, which is still, a decent result for Lando. For Daniel Ricciardo is in 14th place, obviously. Was a bit unlucky with the conditions, how he was, doing laps, but it started raining again and he couldn't go any quicker. Such a shame for Daniel, but to be honest, I don't think his pace this weekend was that great. I think really if he was able to do, say, better laps in the McLaren, if the conditions allowed it, I think probably would have ended up, 10th or 11th, something like that, which is still not that great. So, yeah, 14th, not a good position, but I think he can come through from there. The two AlphaTauris that are starting ahead of him, Tsunoda and Gasly, will be very slow today. The AlphaTauris have been very slow this weekend in dry conditions, and the only reason they were quick in the wet is because they're so bad in the high-speed corners. Obviously, in the wet, those high-speed corners become a lot slower. So, yeah, that's why AlphaTauri were a bit better yesterday than they were in Practice 1 and Practice 2, where they were pretty much hopeless in those sessions. So, yeah, I think he won't really have a problem with the AlphaTauri cars. The problem he'll have is Ocon behind him. Obviously, the Alpine, I think, does still have a lot more straight line speed than the McLaren has, but also the Alfa Romeos that are starting ahead of him, Zhou Guanyu in 9th and Valtteri Bottas in in 12th place. The reason those will be kind of getting in his way and really hampering him is because Alfa Romeo, we have seen, do have pretty good race pace, and they have pretty much consistently this season had very good race pace, and they've been able to score points at every Grand Prix and had the pace to do so, but haven't always got points because of, reliability issue here or there. So, yeah, I think Daniel's going to have a tough race, and I'm not sure if he will score points. If he does, it'll be a P10. I don't think it'll be any higher than that. Because like I said, the Alfa Romeos ahead of him, they're going to be pretty quick, and Ocon behind him, I think, will be definitely coming through the field in the Alpine. So Daniel Ricciardo is going to have a tough race. Hopefully can get a point, but yeah, it'll be a tough one for him. But for McLaren, as long as they outscore Alpine, then that's all that matters in this Grand Prix today. But guys, let me know right now in the live chat, what do you guys think is going to happen for the top 4 teams and drivers of all those top 4 teams today? Like I said, let me know in the live chat, and I'll make sure to start reading your comments in just a moment. Just want to say that in case you guys are unsure as to what my schedule is today, so I'm going to be live continuously today until, well, for another probably 6 hours at most. So for the next hour and a half, we'll continue with the race preview, and then probably convert this into the race watch-along part of the day. And obviously I'll change the title, change the thumbnail, all of that. And yeah, we'll do that in about an hour and a half, maybe an hour and 45 minutes from now. obviously, the race begins in 2 hours and 20, as you can see on your screen. My co-commentator, Niblo, might be joining me today, and if he does, he'll probably be joining me in about an hour and 45 from now, I'd imagine, will Nib. So, yeah, that's the plan in terms of the next couple hours, and obviously, when the race begins, we'll be covering the Grand Prix, between 3 and 5 p.m. UK time, by the way, is when the race will be taking place, and then, for the following 90 minutes after the race finishes, whenever the race does finish, I will be doing a race reaction, so make sure to stick around for that as well. We'll come along to that if you do leave the stream at any point before then. So, yeah, that is the plan for today. I'm going to be live until 6:30 p.m. UK time, most likely. So, yeah, hopefully you guys do stick around. Maybe not for the entire stream, but, you know, for the most important parts of the day. And if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because we are going to be doing this continuous streaming for, you know, Saturdays and Sundays really from now on. And I do qualifying and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix in 2022, so don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss out on anything. Bottom right of the screen, you can do it right there. And for everyone watching, don't forget to smash the like button, share this video and channel everywhere you can, and don't forget as well to follow me on Twitter at ChazHD5 to keep up with what I'm doing. Just having a look at Twitter to see if there is any real news. I did see there was a massive crash in F2 between Roy Nissany and Jake Hager, or Hauger, however you say it. Yeah, thankfully it was okay. You know, the two drivers were okay. What happened was, I think Nissany got kind of pushed off the track going into that final chicane where Verstappen and Vettel crashed years ago. I say years ago, it's only 3 years ago. And Nissany went over the sausage curb and then crashed into the halo, I think, of Hager. Or Hauger, however you say it. Thankfully, both drivers are okay. I'll just adjust these pictures quickly. There you go. And yeah, I'll come to you guys in the chat now. See what you're all having to say. I can't even pronounce that name. But asks, how is the weather? It's dry. Dry and kind of or mostly sunny. It is at Silverstone. Aline says, stay hydrated. I do have, thankfully, a bottle of water next to me, so yeah, I should be okay for today. 1 a.m. in Paris. I'm sure it's not 1 a.m. in Paris. 9 p.m. in Australia. There's Miss Marquise. Or Marquise. Yeah, I think by the time Nib, if he does join me, I think by the time the race starts, it'll be, what, 11 o'clock, midnight? I think. Well, but yeah, it'll be about midnight in Australia, so it's just about okay for him to join, if he does. Ken Wallace says, of course, Max will win, he has the best car. Erwin says, Sainz might win this one. Robert Hamilton says, maybe not Alonso's fight with Mercedes, but Alonso likes to defend, but if it is raining, probably won't risk contact. So Erwin says, Sainz might win this one if Ferrari can ace their strategy. Well, we know that's not going to happen, so there's no point speculating on that. Silverback Orangutan, good morning. Hope you're having a great day. I'm having a good day so far. I had a much better sleep last night than I did on Friday night, so yeah, I'm feeling a lot better going into the stream. I've got to say, though, that I did, 4.5 hours yesterday. Didn't feel that bad, to be honest, after yesterday. Felt fine. So I don't think I'll be, if anyone out there is worrying about my mental or physical condition, I don't think I'll be that bad. I mean, I think we've got plenty of you know, we've got plenty of stuff coming up today, obviously. We've got more of this preview to do. When Nib comes on, obviously, we'll start talking to him, have a chat with him. And that'll, you know, take up some time about the race and that. And then, obviously, the race itself and then the race reaction. So, you know, we've got plenty to get through. So, I think, yeah, keep me nice and occupied. Josiah says you can't compare 2020 tyres to these ones. True, but I think we've seen here at Silverstone since like 2013 whether it doesn't really matter the configuration of cars or tyres. The tyres do really get torn apart here at Silverstone. So, yeah, I don't think it necessarily matters on what era of Formula 1 it is. I think with 2020, when you say 2020 tyres, they weren't actually 2020 tyres. The problem that year is the 2020 cars were, you know, the quickest cars in F1 history, but the tyres were from 2019 because the 2020 tyres they had to get rid of because they were tearing the floors apart. They were like cutting the floors up on the cars, so they had to keep the 2019 tyres. So obviously, much faster cars on old tyres. The tyres, you know, they wear much quicker than before. So that's why at Silverstone that year, the tyres felt like absolute death. Stefan says he thinks it'll be Max, Sainz, and Lewis for the top three. Aline says, I don't think that Sainz will be on the podium. I think it's actually good. I might as well just say this now to get your guys' opinion. Let me know in the chat your top 5 race prediction or top 10. Just let me know at least the top 5, though, in the live chat, and I'll read out a few in a few minutes or so. I'll probably ask that again when we get closer to the Grand Prix, but yeah, I'll ask that now because I'm interested to see what you guys think. Given the starting grid we do have, Ken Wallace says we need Max to retire for the championship, even though it's already over because Max has the best car. The thing is, yeah, I mean, if Max does retire from the race, then yeah, it will make things closer if Leclerc wins, and the gap will go down to, what, 24, 23 points, but Leclerc would still need another retirement from Max and another win for Leclerc in that same race to get, you know, equal or ahead, actually, in the championship. So that's why, for me, the championship is over. It's because Leclerc at this point needs an enormous, and Ferrari need an enormous amount of luck if they're going to win the championship. Which, I mean, certain drivers and teams have been lucky in the past, but you don't really get that much luck in a championship fight where you get, you know, the other one retiring enough for you to get straight back into the title fight. So, yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. And for me, it is over. And I think Max Verstappen, like I said, will take victory today. Rooksfoot says summer is a loose term in the UK. It is a loose term. Brian Morrison says, mate, we 4 races till break. Let Sainz fight for the win. Team orders. 3 quarters of the season left. Yeah, I totally get what you mean. Yeah, I mean, Leclerc, realistically, yes, he's not in the championship fight. But Leclerc, in dry conditions, has been, in the last practice session we saw, and normally is quicker than Carlos Sainz. So he is their best bet to win. I mean, if Sainz does... And the thing is, the reason I said all of that in terms of, like, they need to try and get Leclerc and keep Leclerc as close to Max, even if that means getting Leclerc ahead of Sainz, that's assuming Leclerc is quicker than Sainz. If Sainz does show pace in the race that is better than Charles Leclerc, then yeah, obviously keep Sainz ahead. But if he's not, then they've got to somehow get Leclerc ahead and keep him, like I said, as close to Max as possible. I don't think that's that bad of a strategy for the race, and I wouldn't be surprised if the Ferrari team secretly we're planning something like that. But yeah, hopefully Sainz does have the pace, but most likely, I don't think he will. Brian says Max to win. Miss Marquise says Max. Michelle K says Max. Zayden says Leclerc. Rook says Verstappen. Nagisa, I think it is, says I hate Max, but I think he'll win. Michael T says Verstappen will win, of course, no doubt. Infinite says left front brake overheating. If that's in reference to what Mercedes, what their problem was, then yeah, I think that's what it was. Ken Wallace says, of course, Max wins. It's easy to win in that Red Bull. Anyone can win in that car. I'm not sure it's that quick. I wouldn't call it that quick. It's still close, the pace between the Ferrari and the Red Bull. The problem is Ferrari fuck up in the race so much that they make it look so easy for Red Bull. And do you know what it reminds me of, actually? Is this season reminds me of 2019 with Ferrari, where if you look at 2019, Ferrari only won 3 races that season out of what, 20, 21? When you look at the amount of races they just completely blew, they could have won almost half the races that season and made a championship fight out of 2019. But obviously Mercedes, you know, they won the first 8 races and Mercedes ended up winning, what, 16 races that season? It feels the same this year, where Ferrari, I mean, we've had 9 races so far this season. Obviously, the 10th will be today. Ferrari, they've won 2 out of the first 9. They probably should have won, what? Instead of 2, probably 5 out of the first 9. Say, I think Jeddah in Saudi Arabia, I think they should have won that. And then also, what do you call it? Spain and Monaco as well. So, yeah, Ferrari, like I said, very similar to that season where they're just letting the other team off the hook big time. Because Mercedes, that season, yes, they had a great car. There is no doubt about that. And they were very, very quick. But Ferrari also had a very quick car. Yes, it was I think we can all say now, it was a legal car. But they had the pace absolutely at plenty of races that season. I think, was it but Bahrain, they were leading comfortably, and then they had an engine problem. Baku that year they could have won, but Leclerc crashed in qualifying. Vettel's penalty in Canada. Leclerc lost the lead, I think, with like 2 laps to go in Austria to Verstappen. Russia, I remember they had a comfortable 1-2 and they were like 15 seconds clear of Lewis Hamilton almost, and then they somehow bottled that, which was impressive. They had a front row at Suzuka, bottled that. Front row in Mexico, bottled that. I mean, it is such a similar season to 2019. Just letting Red Bull off the hook big time. And they're making Red Bull look a lot better than they actually are. Red Bull are a great team, don't get me wrong. But Red Bull, you know, you'd think Red Bull have a really, like, much quicker car than Ferrari do. But they don't. It's been pretty close all season long. Ferrari just gift Red Bull results, unfortunately. Max for the win. Max is the man, says AN. Michelle K. Is this a Lewis channel? No, of course it's not. I'm totally unbiased. I will say, though, that I do want Mercedes this season to join the fight with Ferrari and Red Bull. Not because I'm a Mercedes fan or a Hamilton fan or a Russell fan, but because that is what this season is missing. 3 top teams fighting for the top 6 positions. That's what we need. And yeah, it would really make for a great Formula 1 season if we had that. Bristol Racing says the race is starting at 3 p.m. That's ridiculous. I know they want the US market, but come on. Yeah, I'm not sure about the 3 p.m. start time. I mean, next weekend, we are racing at the Red Bull Ring in Austria. The race, I think the sprint race, obviously there is the sprint, unfortunately, next weekend, but the sprint, I think, starts at 3:30, or 3 p.m. UK time next Saturday. And then next Sunday's race, though, starts at 2 p.m. UK time, which would be good for me, because it means my continuous stream won't be as long that day, and the race preview probably won't be as long as it's going to be today. But yeah, not sure about the 3 p.m. start time, but you know, they have done this for the last, I think, 2 or 3 years at Silverstone, where it's been more of like a 3 p.m. start time for the race. Infinite says, you saying that the Red Bull cars are harder on their tyres than the others? Okay, perhaps. I do disagree. Red Bull run less downforce and Max was faster all over the track, says Brian M. Oh no, he says he's responding to Infinite TK. And what did Infinite say? Red Bull were heating up their tyres way faster than F1 did. I think with Red Bull, I think we've seen this season with Red Bull that they don't have the best car for looking after their tyres on the entire grid, let's say. But compared to Ferrari, they don't tend to overheat their tyres, I think, as quickly as Ferrari do. I think Ferrari tend to overheat their tyres a few laps quicker than Red Bull do. I don't know if that's because Ferrari are running possibly too much downforce at times, and the driver's obviously pushing very hard with all the grip they do have, and that leads to them, you know, overheating their tyres. I mean, we have seen this season Ferrari have most of the time ran with more downforce than less. But yeah, normally Ferrari this season have had, I think, worse tyre wear, but it has been equal at some races as well. The Rust show says today is the big turnaround, then it goes right to the last game, a historical win for Mercedes. Yeah, well, it would be absolutely amazing if that did happen, if Lewis won today and then won about 10 races in a row. But yeah, I mean, he's I think 98 points behind Lewis Hamilton in the championship. So yeah, I'd be very surprised if Lewis could make any ground on Max Verstappen, to say the least. Revo Channel says Lewis can do a podium today, that's all. Leclerc and Max are too much with their cars. Agreed. I think, even though I am hoping for Mercedes to be at least competitive to maybe win the race, realistically, yes, I think Lewis at best probably can get third. I don't think he can get probably any better than that. I think if he had started in the top 3, though, then I think maybe he could have had a good chance at victory. But because of where he's starting, I think, yeah, podium is probably the only possibility for him. Revo asks, is possible to have a wet race today? Will be awesome in my opinion. Well, I wish it was wet today, but it's not going to be. It's going to be a dry race, unfortunately. But it's still going to be great. I think a great race. We've had plenty of great dry races here. I mean, I remember last year was a great race. 2019 was a great race as well. And we had a great fight between Leclerc and Max that day. Hopefully we get the same. But yeah, I think I still think we'll get a pretty good race today. Thanks for the infos. He also says Revo Channel, no problem. Simon or Simon. Sorry if I mispronounced that or said it the wrong way, by the way. But says saying 10% chance of rain during the race. Well, that 10% chance, I mean, that's just that's pretty much the usual case for anywhere in the UK. There's always a chance of rain in the UK. Even though I live in the southwest, and it is normally in the summer pretty dry. You don't get that many wet days in the summer down here, but there's always a risk in the UK of rain. Yeah, 10, 20%. Even on days where it's like mostly sunny, there is still a risk of rain. That's just part of the experience, unfortunately. Crystal Racing says, I don't want any retirement for the front runners. We've already had enough races where the winners where the winners win uncontested because Leclerc or Max had a problem. Yeah, I mean, I'm not hoping that happens, but I'm saying that Mercedes probably, or not Mercedes, but McLaren, I think I was saying, they'll probably be hoping that, there are some or a couple that they can get some extra points. It wasn't me saying that from my point of view necessarily. Paul James Squibbs asks, is this Hamilton's best chance of a win this season? No, I don't think so. The car is a lot better, yes, but I think because of his grid position, I'd have to say no. Thing is, though, because the car is better for the upgrades they've made. I mean, obviously, when we get to bumpier tracks later on the calendar, they are still going to struggle at those tracks to a certain extent. But they should be now, I reckon, probably 3, maybe 4 tenths of a second closer to, say, Red Bull and Ferrari now. Say more likely to be, say, 3 tenths of a second closer than they have been in the last couple races. So, I mean, if it was dry yesterday in qualifying, I don't think Lewis Hamilton, for example, would have been that far a pole position. Maybe 2.5 to half a second, 2.5 tenths to half a second, off pole, which isn't that far considering how far Mercedes have been away from pole position many times this season. Many times this season, it's been a second per lap. So, yeah. I'll be interested as well to see what they're like in Austria next weekend. I mean, we do have some bumps there, especially into the braking zone of turn 1 and turn 3 at the Red Bull Ring. They're going to be struggling with that, especially into turn 3. The bumps on the entry to turn 3 are quite heavy. Even in last year's cars, they're quite bad. So, yeah, hopefully they don't suffer too bad with that. But in Austria, even though there are a couple slow corners, most of the corners there are pretty quick. So they should do mostly well, I think, there. One race, though, I think they'll do very well at, or Grand Prix, is the Hungarian Grand Prix, because obviously that track is full of fast, medium speed at the very slowest corners. Only, maybe 2 slow corners on the track, maybe 3 at most. So, yeah, I think the Hungaroring, and obviously Lewis Hamilton, I think, has the most wins at the Hungaroring out of any other driver. So I'd probably say that race is probably Lewis's best chance at victory if he gets a good grid position there. But yeah, not sure this is his best chance today. And also says Paul that he thought Latifi was not going to last a full season, but he did good yesterday. Absolutely. Jay Keane says, anyone apart from boring Leclerc for the win, please. Crystal Racing says, I don't think Hamilton is winning a race this season. Seems like his luck has ran out. I'm not, for me, I'm not going to quite get to that point yet. I still think there is a chance. Because, we have seen, I mean, look at last year, McLaren and Alpine won a race, and obviously in 2020, Racing Point and AlphaTauri won a race. So I still think Mercedes have got a chance, and I think honestly there could be. I mean, I don't know what their situation is in terms of upgrading the car. Maybe this upgrade they brought this weekend is the last update of the season. If they're going to bring one more though, then I do think there is a possibility towards the end of the season we could have a Grand Prix where Mercedes might be able, on pace, to win a Grand Prix. So I'm going to hold off on going that far as of yet. Let's have a look in chat to see any other comments. And, oh, I've scrolled too far down. Oh, well, Chaz doing the streamathons from now on. This is awesome news. Cheers for that. And, yeah, hopefully it's better. You guys can, you know, you can just put the stream on and just chill out and listen to me for, you know, hours. Right. Right, so just had confirmation, thankfully, that Nib will be on the stream today. So, yeah, that's good to see. Obviously, we've still got just under 2 hours till the race begins, so still plenty of time. Let me have a look in chat, because I think there are some predictions in chat that I need to read out. So, let me read out what you guys have to say in regards to who you guys think is going to finish in the top 5 or top 10 in this Grand Prix today. G Walker says Max, Leclerc, Checo. Nagisa says Max, Leclerc, Sainz, Hamilton, Perez. Jamie Allen says Max, Sainz, Perez, Russell, Leclerc, Hamilton. Aline says Verstappen, Hamilton, Leclerc, Sainz, Russell. Tea Time says Max, Checo, Sainz, Leclerc, Russell. Let's see if I'll find any more. Yes, I can. Tony Burt says Sainz, Leclerc, Hamilton, Verstappen, Checo. Miss Marquise says Verstappen, Leclerc, Perez, Sainz, Russell, Hamilton, Norris. What was Roy Nissany thinking? Well, no idea. To be honest, I'm surprised he's still in F2. I don't get... I mean, yeah, I think he does bring... I think he does bring a financial package, does Roy Nissany. So I think that's why he, you know, is still in F2. But yeah, in terms of talent, he should not be in F2 at all. He should probably be, I don't know, racing GT cars or something. Just gonna quickly send a message to Nib. Right, so let me keep reading out some more predictions from you guys. Dane says Lewis Hamilton, if not Max Verstappen, and also asks, do you think Haas can score points today, even if there would be 5 retirements in front of them? No, absolutely not. I don't think they're going to score points. Their car's pretty bad. Astro Steva asks, is this stream going to continue and become the race follow-along? Pretty much, yeah. Like I said, I'm going to change the title and thumbnail of this stream probably in about an hour and a half from now. Or, yeah, about an hour and 20 minutes, maybe 10 minutes from now. So, yeah, that's pretty much what I'm going to do. Just update the title and thumbnail during the day. And obviously, when the race finishes... yeah, when the race finishes, I will... also change the title to Race Reaction so people know what I'm doing. Let's find some other comments here. Cam Wallace says, Chaz, Red Bull won the last 6 races. Obviously, they have the best car. Yeah, but you need to look at the reasons they won those races. I mean, Canada, yeah, I think they had the better car. By the way, I'm seeing on Twitter some controversy about flaws of certain cars, and possibly the Ferrari and Red Bull flaws could be made illegal. I'm hearing, maybe not for today, but you know, for the Grand Prix coming up. But what was I going to say? Yeah. Red Bull, they have won the last 6 races and they've won 7 of the first 9. But if you look at the circumstances and the way those races were won, you cannot say absolutely Red Bull are, much quicker than Ferrari. I mean, the Saudi race, the safety car did help Red Bull a lot to get Max Verstappen in the action and to get him closer to Leclerc and closer to victory. Because I think, given that Verstappen was 3rd and wasn't really that quick, I don't think if there wasn't a safety car, I'm not sure Verstappen would have actually won that particular race. Imola, yeah, Red Bull were quicker. Miami, Red Bull were quicker. But Barcelona, Ferrari, engine blowed, and they were miles ahead of Red Bull in that race. Ferrari were definitely quicker that weekend. Monaco also quicker, but blew it. Baku, in qualifying, Ferrari were quicker. In the race, I think Red Bull would have won the race still because they had the better strategy overall, and Verstappen would have come through to win. But it was very close on pace between the two teams. And yeah, so you need to look at the circumstances. You can't just look at, well, Red Bull won 7 of first 9, so obviously they have much faster car. That's not necessarily how it works. Dane asks, or says, Chaz, I'm confused. If you're saying Ferrari are bottle job, does that mean they don't deserve the championship they won in the past? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Well, the championship, or the championships they won in the past, they were not the team they are now, which is a team that just crumbles at any sign of trouble. So, yeah. Yeah, I don't really understand what you're saying there. I got to be honest. But, yeah. I mean, if Leclerc was to win the championship this year, and the reason he was able to get back into the championship fight was purely because of Red Bull lack of reliability, then I would say Leclerc would be lucky to be back in the championship fight because of that. Because, I mean, well, not Leclerc, but Ferrari would, not necessarily Leclerc. Because Leclerc, to be honest, given the season Leclerc has had and how well he has driven, Charles Leclerc probably should be in the lead of the Drivers' Championship right now. Because I do think Charles Leclerc, and I am going to do a video on this probably later on in the season if Leclerc keeps up his performances. I think Charles Leclerc's been very good, and so far this season, honestly, I would say Charles has been just as good, if not a tad better than Max. But because he's been screwed over by Ferrari so bad, that's why the championship looks the way it does. Mick Schumacher still looks like a rookie, says Jay Keane. He'd want to soon start looking like a competitive driver, or he'll be gone. Can't live on his name forever at the back of the grid. Absolutely. Well, in Canada, he performed well, but we need to see more of that on a consistent basis. But obviously, starting 19th, that's not gonna happen, is it? He's not gonna get into a good position. Vinster says, checking in, almost 8 a.m. in Florida, ready to go, working 7 days a week and listening to Chazza. Things used to be worse when I didn't have this live stream. Cheers for that, mate. Let's see if I can find any more comments before we get to the rest of the teams. Because obviously, I've only got through, I think, just under half the teams in this preview. Bocacci, yeah. Just saying in chat, Ferrari and Red Bull floors could be deemed illegal. Just read this. Yeah, I've only just seen it on Twitter, but I've not read it enough to really get a good idea of what, is going on. But apparently Mercedes are going to benefit from this a lot. I'm reading. So let me have a look quickly on Twitter to see what is going on. Right, so the FIA have brought up in the last technical advisory committee that some teams are having or have floors that are flexing. So that's what it is. So Ferrari and Red Bull possibly have flexi floors. Well, if that is true, regarding the flexiness of the floor, and Ferrari and Red Bull are possibly benefiting from that a lot, then yeah. I mean, I know some people may say, well, you know, what's wrong with a flexi floor? But I don't think you should have parts, aerodynamic parts flexing. I just don't agree with that, personally. Let's see if I can find a couple more comments and then we'll get to the rest of the teams. Vinster says, I'd agree about the one solid stream. Instead of having to hunt through the algorithm to find the next one, take any breaks you need to take. No one expects you to hold it all day. Lol. Yeah. I don't actually. I think I did plan to make a be right back screen in case I needed to take a break, but I haven't actually managed to because I've been so busy making other things for these streams. Yeah, I haven't actually managed to, but yeah, that's what's happened there. But guys, keep your comments coming in the live chat, and if you do have a prediction for today's race for the top 5 or top 10, then let me know in the live chat, as we've got an hour and 43 minutes to go until the formation lap at Silverstone. I've not even got my television turned on at the moment, so I'll probably in about an hour from now turn it on, and probably at the same time maybe have a quick break. But I'll just move these slideshow pictures back. By the way, those pictures that I've been showing on the slideshow, those will be the ones guiding you through the watch-along later. So yeah, that's what we're going to have later. And now we'll go on to the midfield, or the other teams in the midfield, starting with Alpine. Fernando Alonso qualifying in P7. It's a shame that Alonso didn't have enough grip or maybe fuel left for that final run in Q3, because he did go up to, I think, 5th or 6th place with his final run, and obviously Hamilton, Perez, Norris went quicker than him, and that's what relegated Alonso down to 7th. But Alonso did have the opportunity to do one final lap, but I'm not sure if he had enough fuel left for that to happen, which is annoying, because if he had one final lap, given the conditions were getting better at Silverstone, maybe Alonso would have gone 4th or 5th here, or in qualifying yesterday, and been on the grid, you know, in the top 5. That would have been absolutely fantastic, but he is instead in P7, and his fight today, as I pointed out with McLaren earlier, is going to be with Lando Norris. Alpine have the straight line speed, but Lando is performing especially well this weekend, and the reason he's performing especially well is because, historically speaking, he's done very well here at Silverstone, always is very competitive here at the British Grand Prix, and also, obviously, it's his home Grand Prix. So if he does beat Norris today, it would be a fantastic effort by him to do so, because it's pretty, it's going to be pretty hard for Alonso and Alpine to beat McLaren and Norris today. But if they do, that'd be great for them, because they're only 8 points behind McLaren in the Constructors' Championship. And yeah, even if they only take a couple points off, or even a point off, that'd be something to go towards the championship. And obviously, with the Grand Prix coming up, I do expect Alpine to still be pretty quick going forward. Esteban Ocon, starting 15th, definitely would have been quicker than that yesterday in qualifying, even in the wet, but he had, I believe, a power unit problem in qualifying yesterday, which is why he couldn't go any quicker. So, yeah, that's why he was in 15th. And in dry conditions, I think Esteban Ocon definitely is good enough and quick enough for a points finish. The problem is he's got 2 or 3 cars between him and the points that are going to be pretty hard to overtake. Obviously, Valtteri Bottas in the Alfa Romeo, Daniel Ricciardo in the McLaren, possibly Pierre Gasly in the AlphaTauri. The AlphaTauris, even though they're very slow in the corners here, down the straights, they are pretty quick. They have similarly as quick speeds as Red Bull down the straights. So, yeah. I think Ocon, he's got the pace, but it's going to be difficult. But if he does get into the points, that would be fantastic for Alpine and for him. And if he could get in the top, let's say finish inside the top 9, that would be ideal. Because if he beats Ricciardo, then it means that most likely, if Alonso does finish, say, behind Norris, that Alpine will score probably the same amount of points as McLaren, or as McLaren, maybe not a tad more than McLaren, which is what they need. But yeah, Alpine will be fine. I think their pace in the Grand Prix will be absolutely fine. And I think definitely they will score some decent points today. At least 4 points, maybe 6. We'll have to see what happens in the Grand Prix. Next up is Alfa Romeo. Zhou Guanyu, big shout out to him. What a fantastic job he did in qualifying. Out-qualifying Valtteri Bottas, his teammate, for the 3rd consecutive race. And it's his 2nd consecutive Q3 appearance in 2022, both in tricky, wet conditions. So congratulations to him. He fully deserves it. He's driving very well at the moment. Obviously scored points at the last Grand Prix in 8th place, and I think he has a decent chance today. I think he does, because the Alfa Romeo car is quick. Zhou Guanyu has got some pretty good pace at the moment. And if you look at the cars outside of the top 10, the only cars he needs to worry about, or drivers, are really Valtteri Bottas, his teammate. But as long as Zhou can match Valtteri's pace, then he should be able to keep ahead of him. And then after that, yeah, Ricciardo and Ocon. But obviously Ricciardo 14th, Ocon 15th. That's quite a bit down the order. So I think Zhou has got a good chance here of a 9th or a 10th, definitely, in this Grand Prix. Really, though, for Alfa Romeo, because Valtteri Bottas is starting ahead of Ricciardo and Ocon, out of the drivers that I think will make their way up the order, really, I think you could make a good, strong argument that it should be a double points finish today for the Alfa Romeo team. So, yeah, hopefully Alfa Romeo have a decent race today and show some good speed. Would be good to see them having another positive result here in 2022. And obviously, they're only, I think, 14 points behind McLaren in the Constructors' Championship. So, yeah, if they can get some decent points, then you never know. They could, continue to make some good progress and inroads on the teams ahead of them. To be honest, though, I mean, they're currently 6th place in the Constructors' Championship, and they're almost 25 points clear of AlphaTauri, which is like a race win in terms of points. If they finish in 6th this season, that is absolutely good enough for them, considering how bad they've been for so long in this V6 hybrid era. So, yeah, I mean, if it would be great, yes, if they were to finish in the top 5 of the championship, but if they finish in 6th, that wouldn't be, honestly, that bad of a season. But, yeah, they should have a decent day today. Haas F1, they'll have the complete opposite. In the dry, in practice too, I remember especially, they were pretty slow. So, yeah, I don't see how they are going to be really that competitive at all. And, yeah, the 17th and 19th on the grid, I don't really see what they can do from there. And it's sad to say, but really, their aim has to be in this race to beat Williams. They cannot afford to finish behind the Williams cars. That would be highly embarrassing for the Haas F1 team. A Haas F1 team that has been pretty quick at times this season and had lots of potential, but I think they've been pretty pathetic this season, honestly, given the car they've had. They've had a much better car. They should have scored a lot more points this season, but yeah, still second last in the championship. For AlphaTauri, they have been, well, not good at all, really, this weekend. In qualifying, though, like I said, the wet conditions definitely helped their pace. Obviously, slowed the corners down, because in the high-speed corners in the dry, their car is pretty bad, as Pierre Gasly was saying coming into the weekend. They just don't like high-speed corners. Do AlphaTauri with this car? The rear end just is not stable, really, at all. So yeah, the wet helping them a lot, but with it being dry today, I think AlphaTauri don't really have a chance of points today, unless we get a lot of retirements from people in the top 10. But yeah, AlphaTauri most likely will finish us outside the top 10. Hopefully, next weekend in Austria, they can show some more speed at a Grand Prix that normally they've been pretty quick at in the past. For Aston Martin, obviously they are 18th and 20th on the grid. I don't think this Aston Martin car, I mean, at Imola, it wasn't that bad in the wet, but I think really this new Aston Martin car, the B car that they brought obviously to the Spanish Grand Prix, and it's had also some upgrades for this weekend. I just don't think that in wet conditions this car works as well. And I think that's why the last 2 weekends where we've had wet qualifying sessions, I think that's why they have ended up with such poor results. They will definitely make their way up the order. They'll get past the Haases, probably the Williamses, maybe one of the AlphaTauris, but I don't think they'll get into the points because they're just too far back on the grid, unfortunately. If we had a dry qualifying, I think they would have had a decent showing, Aston Martin. But yeah, in the wet, just very poor, and they're just too far back on the grid, really, to accomplish anything. And finally, we will go to Williams and Nicholas Goat Tiffy. Or Goatifi, rather, I should say, not Goat Tiffy. Yeah, what a performance by him in a Williams car that is absolutely terrible. To get into Q3, I think for the first time in his Formula 1 career, a superb job by him. But in the race today, we all know what's going to happen. He is going to fall back through the field very, very quickly, and he will be probably towards the back by like lap 15, lap 20. So yeah, I don't think Latifi's really going to do that well today. Alex Albon, though, in the other Williams, the updated Williams with 12 new upgrades. I'm very interested to see how he does, honestly, because obviously with that new Williams car that is thought to be a second lap quicker than the car Latifi is running. And that's what makes, by the way, Latifi's performance yesterday just so special and so amazing. Then, yeah, I'm interested to see what Albon can do. And maybe if we do get a bit of a crazy race, a couple of retirements, maybe Albon can do a, one stop less today on strategy. You never know what could happen. And maybe Williams will have the pace to maybe get close to or nick a point in this Grand Prix. But most likely, obviously, that is not going to happen. I still think they'll finish probably around, 15th or something at best. Will the Williams team? But at least they've got a decent, starting position. 10th and 16th for both cars. That's pretty good, considering how bad the season has been and how they are, clearly the worst team on the grid. But we'll see what they do in the Grand Prix today. Hopefully something, they'll be able to do something in the Grand Prix today and not just be absolutely terrible like they have been for most of this season. But guys, keep letting me know in the chat. Yeah, seeing the bots in chat again. What was I going to say? Yeah, let me know in the live chat, guys. If you haven't given me a prediction for the race already, let me know. Who do you think will win the race today? Finish second, third, fourth, fifth? Or maybe you can give me your entire top 10 prediction, but at least give me your top 5. But we are an hour and a half away from the beginning of the British Grand Prix. So, yeah, getting much closer now. And hopefully Yeah, I'll be able to turn my television on probably in about 45 minutes from now and see what's going on weather-wise at the track. But I'm pretty sure the weather is absolutely fine at Silverstone. Just looking on Twitter to see if there's any news. And no, can't see anything. I think Charles Leclerc's brother, has won the F3 race this morning, I think. So, as well, Sebastian Vettel. I think I've told you guys this. Sebastian Vettel drove the the 1992 Williams around the track just now. Unfortunately, it was not live streamed that occasion, I don't think. But yeah, I think he bought it recently in an auction, and yeah, got to drive it around the track. Obviously, 30 years since the FW14B won the championship in 1992 with Nigel Mansell winning at Silverstone that year. And if you go back and look at qualifying that weekend, go and look at the gap between Nigel Mansell and the rest of the field. It is disgusting, the gap he had. I think it's 2.7 seconds it was, the gap between pole position and second place. Just, that Williams car was unfairly quick. It was that good. And it's a big reason why, flexi floors or movable parts and all of that are not in Formula One, or haven't been for a long time. Or, active suspension, adjustable ride height, all of that stuff. The reason is because of that Williams car being so quick and so dominant. It's probably the most dominant... not most dominant, but in terms of the pace difference it had to its rivals, probably the quickest F1 car we've ever seen for a single season is the Williams of 1992. Maybe you could argue the McLaren of 1988, but I think the Williams of 1992 probably has to take it because of certain weekends where they just absolutely blew the pack away by not even a second a lap, more like 2 seconds per lap at times. So, yeah, it's an absolutely amazing car. But I'll show these pictures again, and I'll come back to you guys now in the chat. Make sure to keep your comments coming, and I will make sure to keep reading out what you guys have to say. And let me scroll up and find some more comments here. And Luigi Pellegrini says it's going to be a race on slicks mostly, but until the track start drying up, then intermediates will dominate. Well, it's not raining at Silverstone, so I don't actually understand why you're saying that, because it's not raining at Silverstone. It's dry, and there's actually blue skies about in some of the parts of the track, so I don't understand what you're saying there, to be honest, in terms of thinking that it's raining, because it is not. I looked at the weather forecast. It's the radar. There is no rain about in the local area that I can see for Silverstone. So, yeah. Aston Martin are clowns. They are more clowns than Haas, says Dane. I wouldn't quite say that. I think Haas are bigger clowns. Hudginsons, I think it is, asks how far back you guys think Latifi will fall back from P10. Can he finish in a respectable midfield position? Well, make sure to answer him in the chat. But no. I would not be surprised if he finished last of all the runners. I would not be surprised at all, to be honest, because his result was a fluke, let's be honest. Let's have a look in chat for some more comments here. Luigi thinks it'll be Sainz, Verstappen, Leclerc. Top 3. Bacacci thinks it'll be Max, Hamilton, Leclerc. Let's see if I can find some other predictions, possibly. Here in chat, Jesse asks, do you think Aston Martin can fix the car? Well, the upgrade they brought this weekend, which is just a revision of the B car that they brought to the Spanish Grand Prix. Yeah, the revision they brought yesterday, they did come out and say, the team principal came out and said, Mike Crack, I need to make sure to say that carefully, said that's their last upgrade of the season. So what they have now is what they have. I think in dry conditions, I think they've got a good car. I just think in the wet, it doesn't quite work as well. And also, I've noticed with Aston Martin that they tend to not fire their tyres up that well in wet conditions. So, yeah, I think that's a big reason why they weren't so quick yesterday. According to, I'm just seeing, apparently according to a journalist on Twitter, Red Bull is not concerned about the legality of its flaws. They might have to make adjustments for the French Grand Prix, but nothing too alarming, we're seeing. Well, we'll see when we get to the French Grand Prix. The French Grand Prix, the reason they might have to make adjustments for that Grand Prix is because that technical directive that I talked about 2 weeks ago in Canada about you have to, there has to be certain adjustments made to the floor or the ride height of the car if it's bouncing too much or if the floor is not run in a safe, good condition. That directive will come into force at the French Grand Prix at Paul Ricard, which is in 3 weeks from now. So, yeah, we'll see what happens on that front. Jamie Allen says Max is winning. He looks much more better than Sainz, except for that flying lap by Sainz. Carlos is not a consistent driver, yeah. He has been, Carlos, in the past, and has made a career off of being consistent, but if you look at this season, then yeah, I don't think Sainz has been that consistent this season. He's definitely had some decent pace at times and has got good potential in him to do something in that Ferrari car, but most of the season I think has performed quite poorly considering how good I think he really is. Let's see if there's some other comments here I can read out. Justin says Leclerc made less mistakes this season than Max, but right now Ferrari letting him down. Indeed. Niblo, did someone say 2011? Good to see, by the way, mate, in chat. And yeah, Nib will be on in what, 45 minutes to an hour, something like that. Simon says the current regulations stipulate a maximum deflection of 2mm at the 2 middle plank holes and no more than 2mm at the rearmost holes. Some teams have flexed the floors by as much as 6mm in total. Well, there you go. If that's what they're doing, then yeah, that is going to affect them going forward. Hennessy, how is the weather at Silverstone, he asks. It is dry. It's not sunny anymore, but it's on and off sunshine. So yeah, it's going to be a dry Grand Prix. VS or Versus says Bottas is struggling. No way he is getting beaten by Zhou. Vinster says Zhou has been looking awesome this season. Many comments by the bot in chat. Astro Stevo top 5 prediction. and says, I really hope I'm wrong about the winner here, but Verstappen first, Perez second, Hamilton third, Norris fourth, and Russell fifth. Well, I think definitely you're not having much faith in Ferrari there, but yeah, that'd be a pretty exciting finishing order, gotta say. Hutchinson's says it tells more about the talent spread in the 1990s and 2020s. Drivers are much more professional throughout the field and teams much more professional. That is true as well. That I was, when I was talking about obviously Nigel Mansell and the gap he had to the pack behind him at this race 30 years ago. But what do you call it? Yeah, the talent pool in F1 is so much better than it used to be, say 20, 30 years ago. It is so much better. And honestly, I would say, and I reckon people will probably agree with this when we look back in about 10 years from now, this current era and this current grid we have, except for maybe a driver here, driver there not being on the grid, is the best grid we've ever had in terms of talent. We've got Hamilton, Alonso, Verstappen, and Vettel, who are world champions on the grid. And then you've got probably, in terms of potential world champions, Leclerc, Norris, and Russell. So, in the end, could turn out that we had 7 champions racing at the same time on the grid. And then, you've got race winners such as Esteban Ocon, Pierre Gasly. Obviously, Carlos Sainz, I'm sure, will win a race in his F1 career and is a good driver. Obviously, Daniel Ricciardo, Sergio Perez. It really is. The current grid in F1 and this generation is probably the best generation I've ever seen in F1 history. And I do think that, like I said, in a decade from now, when we look back, I think we'll look back very fondly at how good of a grid this is, or this was. I mean, if you look back, say now, at like 2015 or 2014, I mean, in the upper parts of the grid, yeah, the grid was very talented. Hamilton, Rosberg, Vettel, Ricciardo, Alonso, Raikkonen, Jenson Button, Fernando Alonso. Yeah, very talented at the top end of the grid, but the bottom end of the grid, Jesus Christ, it was bad. You had what? You had Kamui Kobayashi, who was a decent driver, but was past his prime really in F1, but obviously he was in Caterham, which were a pretty poor team. Marcus Ericsson, who at the time was not that good. He's a lot better now, obviously. I think he's leading the IndyCar Championship at the moment. Is Marcus Ericsson. Obviously won the Indy 500 about a month ago, or a month and a half ago. Who else did you have? Max Chilton. Obviously, Jules Bianchi. Rest in peace. Obviously, to him. Yeah, what a driver he was. So sad that we didn't get to see him get to Ferrari, because he could have been Charles Leclerc before Charles Leclerc, was Charles Leclerc in F1, if you know what I mean. Yeah, it's such a shame we didn't get to see Bianchi in, say, driving for Ferrari, because I think definitely he would have eventually got to that point. Probably the following year in 2015, he would have probably got promoted to a midfield team, like a Sauber or something like that, to be honest, given how just clearly great he was. And then, but yeah, you had like Adrian Sutil, Esteban Gutierrez, a young Kevin Magnussen who was good and quick, but he was nowhere near as good or as quick as he got later in his career. A Felipe Massa who was on the downslope of his career. Who else did you have? Yeah, I mean, point being is the grid, compared to like the start of the V6 hybrid era, the grid in terms of talent has improved a lot. Anything can happen in this race. Who knows? Hamilton win or Vettel points or Alonso podium. I don't think I don't think we're going to be getting anything quite that crazy, but that would be great. KH thinks it'll be Verstappen, Hamilton, Perez, Sainz, Russell for the top 5. Andre Alexander thinks it'll be Hamilton, Max, and Russell for the top 3. Jay Keane says, any of you guys remember Jordan F1 from the 90s? Yeah, I think most people will. And yeah, what a great team they were. If only they had like a proper financial backing and, you know, had a big backing financially behind them, they could have been a championship winning team back then. Because for what they did in F1 between like 94 and 2002-3, considering they were a privateer team and they never really had a big backing financially, was amazing. I mean, they almost won the championship in 99 with Heinz-Harald Frentzen. So imagine what they could have done if they had, you know, an extra $100 million. Probably could have won the championship that year. Krista Racing, there's no Kimi though, indeed, but his time was up, unfortunately. Thankfully though, Kimi Räikkönen, I don't think I announced this or let you guys, some of you guys know about this, but well, the news did come out that Kimi Räikkönen is going to be doing a NASCAR race in August. I don't know what race it is. I think, is it Watkins Glen? Is it? Or I don't know if it's that, but he's doing a NASCAR race, I do know, in August, is Kimi Räikkönen. So if you're American and you can get yourself to wherever he's racing, make sure to do so and you'll get to meet the Iceman himself. Ferrari's last Drivers' World Champion, of course. Amazingly. I don't think anyone would have thought he would be that still, to this day, their last Drivers' World Champion, considering how many chances and great drivers they've had since then. Let's find some other comments here. Rook said, Lord Marcus of Ericsson. I've got to say, the job he's doing in IndyCar is absolutely incredible to be, you know, doing as well as he is. I do think, though, I mean, there are some good drivers in IndyCar. I'm not going to lie and say that IndyCar is shit. It's not. But, and yeah, Crystal Racing saying there's a 21st of August, Kimi racing in NASCAR at Watkins Glen. So, like I said, if you are in the States and you're in the, because Watkins Glen, I think, is in New York State, I believe. So, if you are in that area, the Northeast, then get yourself to Watkins Glen on August 21st to go see Kimi Räikkönen doing NASCAR. But what was I going to say? What was I talking about? Yeah, with IndyCar, the quality of the field, it's good, but I think given that Marcus Ericsson is doing so well, let me just actually look at what the championship standings are. Let me have a look. IndyCar Series. Right. So yeah, Marcus Ericsson is leading by 27 points from Will Power, Joseph Newgarden, Pato O'Ward, Alex Palau, Dixon, Rossi, Rosenquist, McLaughlin. Grosjean is 12th. That's embarrassing. Only one podium for him. But to be honest, when Marcus Ericsson was in Formula 1, he was one of the worst drivers on the grid. Not the worst, but he was one of the least good drivers on the grid. So for him to be leading the championship in IndyCar at this point, I mean, yeah, he is a good driver, but I think that shows you how far away quality-wise IndyCar is compared to Formula 1. I know there's plenty of people online who are like, oh, they need to replace Daniel Ricciardo with, was it Colton Herta or Pato O'Ward or whoever it is that they're going on about. Honestly, if they make that decision, they are stupid, McLaren, because those two drivers, I can guarantee you now, won't get anywhere close to Lando Norris. Anywhere close. And I can guarantee you now that if Daniel Ricciardo was driving an IndyCar, he would also be leading the championship. So, yeah, I don't understand why people are saying, yeah, Colton Herta for McLaren in 2023. Yeah, that's quite mental that people are actually thinking that should happen, to be honest. Crystal Racing says it's impossible who the best outright driver is in IndyCar. I once asked my followers on Motorsports in the 2000s on Twitter, and there was no universal answer. By the way, make sure to follow his Twitter account, and if you want, Crystal, you can post like a link to your Twitter account, or just post what the @ is on Twitter, because you do have a pretty good account on Twitter. But yeah, it is hard to determine who the best driver in IndyCar is. The only thing you can do is look at what they've done in other series, I reckon, to look at. I mean, Romain Grosjean, for example, obviously he's now post that accident he had in Bahrain, and I think definitely that would have affected him in some way, shape, or form. So, yeah, I don't think Grosjean is the driver he was before because of that crash. So, yeah, that's unfortunate for him. But when Romain Grosjean was at his best, I think definitely Grosjean would, easily be better than the rest of the IndyCar field. So, if you're looking at who has, the biggest potential that I know of, it's probably, your Pato O'Ward, Romain Grosjean's, in terms of the pace we've seen from those. Cheers, Chaz, no problem. And strategy does play a bigger part in IndyCar. Yeah, it does. I watched, what race was it? It was in between Monaco and Baku. It was the Detroit Grand Prix. I think the last race they're doing on that circuit. What a race that was. The tyre situation in that race was crazy. If you guys think that fresher tyres in Formula 1 gives you a big advantage, then you have no idea what it was like in IndyCar in that race. On fresh tyres, or on, I think at the start of the race, there were a few drivers on soft tyres, but then we had a load on hard tyres, and the ones on hard tyres were like 3-4 seconds a lap quicker than the ones on the soft tyres. And then towards the end on fresher tyres, I can't remember who it was catching the leader. I think, was it Scott Dixon who won the Detroit Grand Prix? I think it was. I can't remember who was catching him. I think it might have been Alex Rossi. But the pace difference was ridiculous. It was like 2 seconds a lap at times. I mean, we have seen that at times in Formula 1, but yeah, the difference in tyres and the importance of strategy is so important in IndyCar. But that's funny. Rook, I don't think you should have hid that message from Hank, because that's actually the name of a driver. Renus VK. Let me just get him up quickly. Yeah, he races an IndyCar, I'm pretty sure. And yeah, he's had a podium this year in Alabama. Yeah. But yeah. Rook. Oh, that's funny. That is so funny. Don't worry about it though, because yeah, I don't expect you to know the name of every driver in, IndyCar, WEC, and all these big series. But yeah, that's funny. He's been an IndyCar driver for 3 years, and also won at Indianapolis. He didn't win the Indy 500, but he won the Indianapolis, I think, Grand Prix in 2021. Then he's realised now. Yeah. Yeah, sorry about that, Hank, but yeah, apologies that he didn't know about that. But like I said, I don't think he's expected to know all about that. Astro Stevo says, I remember Ayrton Senna winning in Detroit, 86 and 87, when it was an F1 race. Same track, Shazza? I think maybe some parts of it, yeah. Detroit. Hold on. Let me go back to the IndyCar Wikipedia on my end, and then I'll get up the what do you call it? The different Grand Prix. It was Belle Isle Street Circuit, and yeah, it did. It hosted Formula One. No, they did the Detroit Grand Prix on a different part of the track, and they were planning to move it, I think, to the track that they've used for IndyCar for the last few years or so. But then the plan was scrapped, it says, in October of 1988, and then Formula One left Detroit permanently. And then obviously the US Grand Prix, I think, went to Phoenix. So they would have, but I think it was due to relocation was immediately met with stiff local opposition, public and political, and at the odds of conservation groups. Yeah, they had opposition and they couldn't get it done. So yeah, that's why we didn't get an F1 race in Detroit, but you never know, could happen in the future. Yeah, Astro Steva also says, does anyone recall Eddie Cheever, last American F1 driver who did pretty well? Well, he's not the last American F1 driver, but he did do pretty well. And he was very young as well. I think he was one of the first drivers, Eddie, who started that trend of like young people getting into Formula One. Yeah, his debut year in Formula One was 1978, and he was only 20. And back then, people didn't get into Formula One until they were like 24, 25. Like Ayrton Senna, when he started in Formula One, was 24, for example. Let me look at... Hold on. Let me see how old Niki Lauda was when he began in Formula One. Niki was 22. But still, that's pretty young for what it was at the time. I mean, let me have a look at Jim Clark as well. Jim Clark didn't start racing in Formula One until he was 24. So normally 24, 25 was when drivers began their careers in Formula One back in the olden days. So yeah, Eddie was like a pioneer in that way of being so young. And also Niki Lauda, to a certain extent, being so young and racing such quick but also dangerous cars. And they both did pretty well for themselves. The F1 track was the Renaissance Centre, right. I remember Phoenix and Alesi nearly beating Senna in a Tyrrell F1 switch tracks a lot with the USA. They have. I think it's been Watkins Glen, Detroit, Caesars Palace, Long Beach, which I think Long Beach is on the IndyCar calendar now. But I think the track is different to the one that F1 used to race on. Dallas, and yeah, Phoenix, and then obviously the Indy track, Indianapolis, where the Indy 500 was held. Or is held, and has been for, about a million years. And obviously, Austin, Texas, for the current United States Grand Prix, and now Miami, the Miami Grand Prix, and next year, unfortunately, another street track, Las Vegas, coming to the calendar. So, yeah. I mean, I guess that's the good thing about America, is there's so many cities and states and just places where you can hold F1 races that you can switch it around a lot. Crystal Racing says, Elio De Angelis appeared in F1 during 1979 when he was 21. He was a good driver. Such a shame that he passed away, because he died in a crash in 1986, he did, in testing, when he was only 28. He had 2 race wins as well, did De Angelis. For Lotus, I think it was. Yeah, Austria 82 and Imola 85. Yeah, he was a good driver. I think he was Ayrton Senna's teammate in Senna's first year at Lotus when Senna got his first ever win at Estoril. Says here on his wiki that at the end of the 1977 season, De Angelis was on Enzo Ferrari's shortlist to replace Niki Lauda. So, well, shows you how good he was and shows you how well thought of he was. And was also teammates, obviously, to Nigel Mansell when Mansell was at Lotus back in the day. Crystal Racing, sorry, says, let's make the F1 calendar fill up with 25 street tracks. Gonna get that bag. I've been thinking to myself and almost joking, being, the person I live with, that, F1 at this point may as well just go, just fill up the entire calendar with street circuits. Why not? Let's just have a street race every fucking week. Why not? Why not have a race literally every weekend from March until December, and then the first, 50 Grand Prix, well, not 50, but the first, the first, 30, it'd have to be a 40 race calendar. The first 30 or 25 races are just street races around different cities in America. New York, Boston, Detroit, Miami, Vegas, LA, Dallas, Houston, Oklahoma. Just race around every city in the US. That can be your new F1 calendar. Then you won't have to worry about freight cost and logistics, will you? God, I hate the way F1 is going, honestly. I just hate the way it's going. I still love Formula 1 to my core for what I, love it for, but I hate what it's becoming. Yeah, maybe not 50, as Nip puts in the chat. In caps, 50. Yeah, hopefully we don't get 50 races on the calendar, but yeah, why not? If they want to save on, traveling around the world, just forget Europe and just hold all the races in America. The, North American F1 Championship or something like that. Or the North American, Racing Championship, whatever you want to call it. Just do that. That's pretty much the way F1 is going. I mean, thankfully, it does appear that we're going back to South Africa in, I think, next year, maybe the year after, 2024. Thankfully, KH, love to see 50. 50 I think would be a bit too much for me. I'd be pretty much dead by December, covering the 50th race of the calendar. And obviously the final race on the calendar would be Yas Marina, the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. But what was I going to say? I completely forgot what I was going to say, but yeah, I think you guys know what I mean by what I was talking about. But, that's what I was going to talk about. Yeah, South Africa, the South African Grand Prix is returning. It appears it's probably going to be returning either next year or the year after. Thankfully, they're going to go to Kyalami, the track that they used to race at for Formula 1, I think, back in the 70s and 80s. So that's good, because I was worried that we were going to have a street race around Johannesburg or Pretoria or some, place like that in South Africa. Thankfully, that is not going to happen, because we've got enough street races on the calendar. I mean, this year, so far, out of the 9 races, only 3 of the races before today have been purpose-built racetracks. I mean, maybe you could say Montreal is, but it does still technically count as a street race because it is used by cars. So, yeah. Just ridiculous amount of a ridiculous amount of street races, honestly. But it's going to get worse. Don't worry, it's going to get worse. I mean, didn't we hear? I think back in 2019 there was talk of was it a Copenhagen Grand Prix in Denmark? I think it was, and everyone shat all over that idea, thankfully. But like I said, we've got Las Vegas next year. What other street tracks are they going to go to? London, probably. At some point. That also, it came out, I don't know if I told you guys this, it came out I don't know if it was a few days ago or a couple weeks ago. Madrid, the mayor of Madrid, has written to Formula One saying that they would love to, and the community would love to host a Formula One Grand Prix to replace the Spanish Grand Prix at Barcelona. So there you go, another street race, Madrid. Where else can they go? Beijing, maybe? Who knows? I mean, maybe they can add another street race in Australia. Obviously, we used to have Adelaide. So, maybe they could do that. But yeah, I would not be surprised in 10 years from now if most of the calendar were street tracks. Would not be surprised whatsoever. Steffenberg says, F1, it's a wild Grand Prix, not an American race. Formula Travago. Iceland Grand Prix, Antarctican Grand Prix. Jay Keane says, the newer F1 cars are so bulky in comparison to their predecessors. They're about 50% larger. Is that why overtaking is more rare and challenging? Yeah, it's a big reason. The cars can definitely follow better. There is no doubt about that. We've seen evidence of that this season. The problem is these cars are so heavy and wide that it's still pretty hard to make an overtake work. If you go and look at the cars back in like 2008, those cars were tiny in comparison to the cars now. And that's what we need to be aiming for in terms of regulations going forward. We need to slim the cars down a lot. And it would really help the racing and help the general driving experience, I think, for the drivers. I think if they were to drive cars of the same size of like the 2008 cars, or cars maybe slightly bigger than those cars, I think they'd enjoy it a lot more, with the cars being a lot lighter, because these drivers are just so used to driving these heavy cars right now, honestly. I'm coming after this breaker. So get in the Discord. Let me quickly just have a look to see what he means. Oh, right. I see what you mean. Right, well, I think on that note, I'm going to quickly, guys, I am going to change the title of the stream. And I'm also going to change the thumbnail, so just give me a second. And I'm also going to post a link out again on my YouTube community page, and also probably on Twitter as well. So just give me a minute here, and then I'll come back to you guys in the chat. Just trying to find the thumbnail that I made for the race watch-along. And don't think it's that one. So let me just get this sorted. Hopefully I can find it. And let me just have a look. See if I can find it quick. And no, I think that's the one. I need to redo it, actually. The thumbnail. I'll just quickly do that. But I'll save what I've just done. So, yeah, the title of the stream should now be different from what it was. Hopefully that has changed for you guys. I'm just quickly changing the thumbnail. And yeah, change is saved. So there you go. It's now the race watch along. And guys, we have just about less than an hour to go until qualifying begins. So make sure to post in the live chat your final thoughts going into the Grand Prix. And let me know as well your predictions for the race today. Would be great to hear from you guys in regards to that. Let me just quickly improve this thumbnail if I can. And there you go. And yeah, don't forget as well, if you are new to the channel, because we do race and qualifying watch-alongs for every Grand Prix in 2022. Don't forget, if you are new to the channel, to subscribe, bottom right of the screen. You can do it right there. And if everyone watching right now live, don't forget to smash the like button. And obviously, share this video and channel everywhere you can. And by the way, Nib, if you are listening, I'm just going to quickly post the link out again, and then I'll jump in the Discord. So, just give me a minute whilst I do all of this. And yeah, I'll just post it on Twitter quickly. And then we'll bring Nib on. And Chris Medland has just tweeted 1 minute ago, guys. It's raining. It is raining, apparently. And Nib's just said in the chat, some light rain at circuit being reported. Here we go. Let's hope. Let's hope that it stays around long enough to affect the Grand Prix. But, yeah. Just tweeting the link out. And hold on. Let me just redo the link for the stream. Right. So that's tweeted out now. And yeah, it is now raining at Silverstone. I will keep you guys informed. The chance of rain, by the way, has now increased to 40%. So, we've got a good chance of rain now. And I've just looked at the radar. There is a massive rainstorm in the top left of the radar, which I think has passed over, unfortunately. I think that's I think that's the rainstorm from yesterday. But there is rain about, but it only looks to be, to me, small showers. Just want to say, Chazza, that I appreciate, or just want to say I appreciate the effort you go through for a few hundred followers. Thanks, Chazza and crew. No problem. But yeah, guys, let me know in chat what you think of that. The rain beginning to fall, and what you think is going to happen as a result of that. And I've just joined the Discord. Don't think Nib can hear me as of yet, but hopefully he'll hear in a moment that I've joined. Dane says, why would you like to rain? Haas and Aston Martin would still be down there. Well, they're probably still going to be down there if it's dry. To be honest, they're not really going to, find their way much higher up the order. Are those two teams? But yeah, we've got 45.5 minutes to go until the race begins. And in a moment, once I get Nib on, I I will probably turn my TV on so I can actually get a live look at what's going on weather-wise at Silverstone. But yeah, I'm sure Nib will be on in a moment. Just going to quickly keep reading some comments from you guys. Let me know in the chat, guys, if you are just joining the stream. What do you think is going to happen today at Silverstone for the 2022 British Grand Prix? Let me know your predictions if you haven't already. Astro Stevo says, just hope F1 doesn't get cold feet and not race properly. Come on, officials, no Spa repeat, please. Jay Keen also says, rain predicted for around 3:30 p.m, which would be, what, about 2/3 into the, or not 2/3 into the race, probably about a third of the way into the race, or nearly halfway, I think would be at that point, if there's no safety cars, that is, in the British Grand Prix. Yeah, like Charles predicted, could be interesting, absolutely. Lion King 420 says Hamilton and Russell podium. Dame says hopefully this will give Seb Vettel another chance of not being a clown again. I wouldn't say necessarily he was a clown yesterday, but what do you call it? I think, yeah, like I said, I think the Aston Martin car was just not performing that well in wet conditions. Vinster says, kind of like Florida, if you don't like the weather, give it a few minutes, things are likely to change. Yeah, I know Florida, there's lots of thunderstorms, quite a lot in Florida, and it can be a hot and sunny day, and then suddenly the heavens open. So, yeah, I know that's possible in Florida, but I'm going to quickly, guys, you're not going to hear me for the next few seconds, because I'm going to quickly just mute my microphone, and I'm going to turn my television on now for the race. The reason I haven't already got it turned on is because my TV gives off a lot of heat, especially the back of the TV, so I don't like to keep it on when I don't need to. So I'm going to quickly do that, and Nib's actually just joined. Are you here, Nib?
Hello, hello.
Right, there you go. Nice and clear as well. How are you?
I'm doing very good, mate. A little bit excited as I just went to go to the loo before joining about some rain being reported at the circuit, but it doesn't seem to be too heavy whatsoever at the moment. Just some spots.
Yeah, pretty much a Great British summer. Just a passing shower, which is pretty usual here in the UK.
Yeah, certainly as someone who's been watching Wimbledon quite a lot, I've experienced quite a lot over the past week.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just the usual case. But I'll quickly ask you, I'll get into the top teams now quickly, and I'll quickly go turn my TV on whilst you're talking about this as well. But yeah, Carlos Sainz on pole, first pole position. Obviously, Verstappen second, Leclerc third. Surprising top three. I definitely don't think anyone predicted that. So it is a surprise to a certain extent. But in the race, what chance do Ferrari have really, do you think, of holding on to the victory? And do you think Max Verstappen is the favourite, or do you think Ferrari can and have a good chance of victory today? What do you think?
Well, I mean, throughout the whole entire Q3 session and throughout the whole entire quali, you would have thought that Max Verstappen would have actually had to crash out of quali for him not to take pole, but after his somewhat messy, I say somewhat messy, it was a completely messy quali, and Q3 especially, he killed his tyres, wasn't able to take pole, and of course, as we found out, he did get affected by that yellow flag when Charles had his little spin around on that final Q3 run. So a little bit unfortunate for Max on that front, but yeah, I mean, I think we all thought that Max would quite comfortably have pole. He's been ridiculous in the wet weather over the past 2 races now. I mean, he completely controlled the Canadian Grand Prix qualifying in the wet, and I think we would have expected him to do the same yesterday, but he was on edge quite a bit yesterday, was Max, which is a bit rare to see in those conditions. But yeah, you'd certainly expect Max to win today. I mean, the Red Bull looked good most of the weekend. I haven't been able to watch as much as I've wanted to this weekend, but and what I have caught, Max has been very good. Although Ferrari, with their upgrades, have seemed to not be struggling in the straights as much as Red Bull. That certainly looked to be the case in the qualifying speed traps yesterday. So there's potential on that front for Ferrari, but yeah, I think you still have to have Max as favourite.
Yeah, Ferrari, I think they've got a slimmer... I think they ran it in Canada, a slimmer rear wing. Maybe they did in Baku as well. And yeah, it's definitely helping. Because I remember in practice 2, they were only like 3 or 4 kilometers an hour slower than Red Bull. I think with the main speed trap in Sector 2. But yeah, like I said earlier in the stream, I think Red Bull will have the better race car. I think obviously they still do have the straight line speed advantage over Ferrari. And I said, like I said earlier, a couple hours ago now, that I think Ferrari have the wrong man in a way on pole position, and I definitely think their pole position, them leading the pack away, I think is a lot more vulnerable. With Sainz at the front. No disrespect to Carlos, he is a very good driver, but Leclerc has been much better than Carlos this season. And if Leclerc was on pole, I would give Ferrari definitely a better chance at winning today, because Leclerc has been, except for Imola, where he made that ridiculous mistake, he's been pretty much flawless this season, as I'm just looking at the broadcast now, and isn't raining anymore. There are a couple dark clouds about, but it looks as though the rain is probably not enough to force intermediate tyres by the looks of it. And yeah, Max has just come out on track. He's doing a lap at the moment, and he's on obviously the dry tyres. But as well, did you get a look at that whole flexi floor thing that's come out on Twitter this morning?
No, I've not seen that at all. So I did hear you speaking about it briefly a little bit earlier, but I know they are bringing in new rules for the French Grand Prix, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did see that yesterday, actually, some news regarding that. So yeah, they'll be interesting to see. It feels a little bit like the flexi front wings all over again.
Yeah.
That's why I said earlier, is it 2011 or whenever everyone was up in arms about Red Bull's flexi front wing at Albert Park.
Yeah.
But I feel like I've just completely disrespected Carlos Sainz by completely talking about Red Bull and Max Verstappen in my opening talk. Okay, congratulations, Carlos Sainz. What a lap. I mean, he couldn't believe it. His team radio after he took pole was absolutely hilarious. I'm not too sure if you've heard it, obviously, because you were doing the watch-along yesterday for quali, but it was fantastic. He seriously could not believe that he got pole position, and well, it's nice to see, because he's really, really needed that. It would be typical of Carlos's season for him to just have a nightmare today after what's been a incredible quali session for him. But hopefully that's not the case. Hopefully you can have a solid race and really build on from this, because if Ferrari gonna finish first in the constructors, which they're probably not, of course, as Red Bull are quite comfortable in that. But if they're even to finish ahead of Mercedes, they really need Carlos to start performing at more of his usual level, shall we say, to finish up in second in the constructors. So certainly a pretty important race, and I do think Ferrari will be close to Red Bull, but yeah, I think Red Bull will still just have a little bit too much from, and we've seen all season long in the race pace, Max and Charles have been on another level to everyone else. So
yeah,
it wouldn't entirely surprise me if Charles did get past Carlos eventually.
Yeah, well, I did say earlier, I mean, if Ferrari, unless Sainz does have genuinely good pace and the pace to fight with Max, if Leclerc is quicker than Sainz, they cannot hesitate in getting Leclerc ahead, because most likely, I think most people, sorry, would agree with this, that Leclerc is most likely to be quicker than Sainz, and I think the best chance of them winning today is just keeping Leclerc as close to Max throughout the race as they can. I mean, obviously, if Leclerc can get ahead of Max into the first corner, that would be fantastic. And then if Leclerc could somehow pass Sainz and possibly allow Sainz then to block Max, that would be brilliant. But yeah, Sainz, great lap. I am very happy for him. I've always sung his praises because I've always thought he was a very good driver for a long time as well. A lot longer than, since 2019. I've been singing his praises since like 2017. So yeah, good to see.
Well, not early enough. Not early enough. Should have been 2015. I mean, he was really good in that first season against Max. It was just that he was up against Max Verstappen. Like he was only like a tenth off of him in quali most times. So, I mean, Carlos has certainly always been underappreciated. I'd say more appreciated now. Perhaps maybe a little bit overappreciated after last season, where everyone thought he was all of a sudden better than Charles Leclerc, even though Charles beat him 14-8 in both race and quali. But Carlos ended up with more points. So everyone kind of got a false idea of where the drivers were really at. But hopefully Carlos can bring back his performances from last year from now on.
Yeah, I think we've seen this with Sainz in the last 2 or 3 years. He, at some point of the season, ends up going on a run as there's something hanging off the side pod of the Ferrari of Leclerc. I don't know what that is. But what Sainz was doing with McLaren and what he did last year with Ferrari is he would go on a run of consistent great results. We haven't seen that yet with Sainz, and that's what we need to see. Hopefully this can be, or maybe Canada was the real starting point of that. Obviously second, and probably could have won if he had just I think was it the second to last lap, he made a lock up into the hairpin and lost a lot of time when he was getting really close to Max through the first and second sector. But yeah, with Sainz, I think he has had a pretty underrated F1 career. I remember one year, I think it was 2016, I thought he was amazing that year and didn't get enough credit for driving a Toro Rosso that had a 2015 Ferrari engine, and he did really well that year. I think finished even, 6th at the US Grand Prix that year, and almost 5th. I think him and Alonso were battling. And yeah, had a year-old, almost a 2-year-old power unit, and he was up in the top 6. And I think Brazil in that wet race, he was finished like 5th or something. So yeah, he's always been really good, and finally, obviously in the last 2 or 3 years, started to get the credit he has deserved. Obviously today, Carlos is going for his first F1 win. The closest he got, you could argue, was last Grand Prix in Canada. I'd say the closest he has got was the 2020 Italian Grand Prix, where Pierre Gasly, the man on screen currently, won that race. But yeah, we'll move on from them. Mercedes 5th and 8th on the grid. Definitely not as good, or anywhere near as good as it was looking after practice 2 and 3. They were looking pretty good in the dry, and looked as though they could probably get a top 3, top 4 in the dry. But yeah, Hamilton had brake issues. I think overheating left front brake possibly in Q3. And yeah, the pace in the wet just wasn't as good as it needed to be. The race pace, though, in practice 2, looked pretty good compared to what it has been at times this season. And yeah, I think in this race, if Lewis can get a good start to the race, maybe get past Checo, who is just ahead of him, obviously in 4th place, there's no reason why Lewis Hamilton can't get a podium today if the pace of the Mercedes today is good. Obviously, Nib, like you said, you haven't been watching this weekend intensely like you would be for other weekends, but Mercedes are definitely quicker. Do you think with their grid position a podium is possible, or do you think the top 3 are just too strong?
Yeah, I mean, you'd expect the top 3 to be just a little bit too strong. I remember messaging you before quali. Are Mercedes actually second fastest this weekend? And well, usually this season Mercedes has been taking advantage of the mixed conditions and being able to put in really good results. But yeah, just not able to capitalize on yesterday's performances. So, on yesterday's conditions, I should say. But Yeah, top three, I think, a step too much, but certainly they could get both cars in fourth and fifth. Maybe. I don't know. I think we might see a retirement, unfortunately. I don't like predicting retirements, as you know, but I think we might see a retirement from one of the top four drivers today.
Yeah, well, hopefully it's not a collision. By the way, did you see that F2 crash from earlier?
I sure did. I was going to ask you, have you mentioned about Dennis Halger and Roy Nastani? Because I mean, the sausage curb's got to go.
Yeah.
And thank goodness for Halo. I mean, Christ, what an absolute fool I was for being against it. Like back when it was initially when the original concepts and it was being discussed of being put on the car. What an absolute clown I was. And I think anyone that was against it at the start, I think we can all admit that we were clowns. I mean, it's been ridiculous since the Halo's come in. How many crashes we've had where the Halo has actually been critical in saving someone's life, or certainly saving them from a severe injury.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Leclerc at Spa in 2018, where Alonso flew over the top of him. Grosjean, obviously, in Bahrain. I mean, with Leclerc, maybe it wouldn't have resulted in him being, killed or anything. But with Grosjean, I think we can say, if the Halo wasn't there, Grosjean would not be here and probably would have died instantly if it wasn't for the Halo. I still, you know what? When I look back at that incident, I still cannot believe it actually happened and a car split in half, went through a barrier. That's something you'd hear about from the bad old days. I just can't believe still, because I saw a replay of it a few days ago. I think on some crash compilation or some compilation to do with Haas, and yeah, I still can't believe that happened. And then obviously that, just doing its job. Also, probably would we say Verstappen Hamilton at Monza last year? Do you remember when Max's floor crunched against the Halo?
Yeah. I remember, and Hamilton's helmet had tyre marks, as we've got an annoying spammer. There we go. Rooksfoot's taking care of that. Thanks for that, mate. But yeah, I remember the pictures of how the tyre was literally resting on his head. But guess what? If we didn't have the silly sausage curbs, that wouldn't have happened in the first place. So
yeah,
I think the sausage curbs certainly need to be looked at, because, I mean, we saw it at Monza in one of the junior categories. Was it 2 years ago now, I think, where one of the cars hit the sausage curbs and flipped through the parabolica.
2020, I remember that and went almost, I think, into the fence.
Yeah, it did go into the fence. It certainly needs to be looked at, because it's happening a little bit too often where they're just causing issues now, really.
Yeah. Well, the reason they were brought in is because, especially at chicanes, drivers would just try and straight line them as much as possible. I remember the old, or the last chicane at Montreal, back when there wasn't a sausage curb. I remember Takuma Sato basically just straight lined it and spun on the exit because he basically just went in flat out. Because there was no sausage curbs, you could pretty much just straight line the chicane, and then they brought it in a few years later so the drivers didn't go in flying at such a dangerous speed, because obviously the wall was very close on the exit. I think Monza as well. I think at the first chicane you could cut the first and second chicane quite a lot and almost run off the track or over the white line. And I think that's why they brought that in. I think it was about 2010, was it, or 2009 when they brought in the sausage curbs there? Because I remember in the mid 2000s, I think you could just cut it basically or run over the top of it.
I think it was a little bit later than that, because I remember a certain Mark Allen Webber losing his mind at Mr. Hulkenberg. I think it was 2010 or 2011.
Jumping the chicane.
Yeah. It was ridiculous that day.
Yeah. The one in between when you go off. Yeah, he kept going across it, I think 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
I do remember that. Yeah, I do agree. I think they should get rid of it. I know the reason they brought it in, but you can still police track limits without the need of a deterrent like a sausage cup. I mean, actually, if you look at the picture on screen right now, there's one right there. I think on the entry to the last bit of that Maggots and Beckett section.
You mean Lukaku?
Stop it, honestly. Fucking hell. What was I going to say? Yeah, they were supposed to be deterrents, but now they're just proving to be quite dangerous. These sausage curbs, and what they need to do, if they want really to have some sort of deterrent, as we're seeing Tom Cruise on the grid. At least he is an F1 fan, so he's not going to be a total dick. Martin Brundle.
Did you see Martin interview Keanu Reeves yesterday?
Yeah, I did.
That was great.
Yeah. Well, he's that race where Hamilton got parked in the gravel, in China. I think Keanu Reeves was at that one because I remember watching the full race once, and they showed him during the race with short hair. Well, that was 15 years ago. So he's had some sort of interest for quite a while. But yeah, great to see Martin on the grid, meeting some friendlier faces than he did in Monaco or Miami. But what do you call it? Yeah, if they want to create a deterrent for track limits, gravel is the answer. I know people will say, well, cars might still jump in the air a bit, but gravel massively slows cars down. And I know also they might not want cars stuck in gravel traps and cars stuck off the track, but it's a good deterrent. It did work in the past, and it would be, I think, pretty fair, because it was back in the day when they had, gravel traps on the exit of every single corner. I mean, on the exit of Cops, for example, here at Silverstone, they used to have a massive gravel trap right on the exit, where the those little sausage curbs are just beyond the curb. So yeah, the answer is gravel. And I think, haven't they got at the top of Eau Rouge now a gravel trap or Radion this year?
I mean, I've seen so many pictures of Spa, I honestly cannot remember. As Martin's just walked right past Trent. Come on, mate.
Yeah, well, yeah. He's I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I don't think he's ever talked about it, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's given like a list of who is going to be on the grid, and he has to try and find them, like a Easter egg hunt or something.
Easter egg hunt.
Like, oh, this guy, this guy, this guy, this girl, this guy is, they're all going to be on the grid. You need to try and find them. I think he has said, if you listen to his grid walks, oh, we need to try and find this person because I know they're on the grid. Yeah. So he probably is told, make sure to interview this person, this person, this person. But, yeah, good to see Martin
He's definitely spoken to Damian Lewis before on the grid.
Yeah.
I remember.
Yeah, I've seen him before on the grid. I don't think Trent's been on the grid. If you're wondering who we're talking about, the way it's Alexander Arnold, who plays for Liverpool. I don't think he's ever been to an F1 race, has he?
I don't think so. It's mainly just because of his sponsorship stuff that he's got with Red Bull.
Yeah.
And Virgil's at the Grand Prix today, and one of my friends got a body photo with him, the lucky sod.
That's good. Yeah, we have had footballers, I think, here at Silverstone. I think Michael Carrick's been to a few races here. I think they've shown him a couple times in the past. I think that race Hamilton won in 2008, the wet one. I think if you go back and watch, I think he's in the build-up to that on the grid walk, on Martin's grid walk. So yeah, we have had footballers here in the past. I think David Beckham obviously has been here, and obviously been to other ones.
I was about to say, of all of the footballers you mentioned Michael Carrick.
Yeah, indeed. Right. Anyway, we've got 20 minutes?
What? Hey!
Yeah, there you go. He's probably going to talk to him about like 10 seconds. What do you call it? Yeah, we've got 20 minutes to go, so let's quickly get into the midfield. So you've got Lando Norris, Fernando Alonso at the front of the midfield there, and then the others in the top 10, Zhou Guanyu and Nicholas Latifi in P10. So And then we've got obviously Gasly, Bottas, Ricciardo, Tsunoda, Ocon, or Tsunoda, Ricciardo, Ocon, the 5 just outside the top 10. I just want to ask Nib for the top 10. I thought I saw someone I knew then on the grid. Then was that Tomo on the grid? You know Tomo F1?
Yeah, I know him.
Yeah, I think that was him just walking there. Did you see that?
In the purple shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was definitely
potentially.
him.
Looks like the back of his head.
I think he is. I think he's on a honeymoon though at the moment. I'm not sure, but it looked suspiciously like him. Maybe he's flown in for race day.
And I swear that half looked like Sammy Hippier behind Trent, but it definitely wasn't.
But yeah, for the midfield, I'm sure you've had a look, or I hope you've had a look at the starting grid. For the midfield, yeah, who do you expect to be completing the, say, final 4 positions? Norris and Alonso, yeah, most likely they'll be, say, the front 2 out of the midfield pack. But for the rest, yeah, who do you think? Zhou, Bottas, Ricciardo, Ocon, who are you going for?
How dare you, Chaz? How dare you not mention his name? Nicholas Latifi. Can we just speak about that for a moment? What a ridiculous qualifying session.
Yeah.
Though. Like, how on earth did he get into Q3? How? I was sat watching quali in absolutely amazement that he somehow snuck himself into Q3. I mean, he did a great job, to be fair to him. But realistically, I think that Lando is going to be good in this race. I mean, McLaren weren't that great this weekend so far from what I've seen. Lando has been obviously much better than Daniel. I mean, I was worried that Daniel wasn't going to get out of Q1 yesterday. And it certainly looked like he was going to be in some trouble. But, I mean, Alpine, they've always got a quick car, but they're absolutely always run a clown show when it comes to strategy. Like, they always just like to mess everything up when it comes to the strategy, as they're having a look at, I know this is Charles's car, as where we saw the little pieces of bodywork before.
Yeah.
I think where they put the oil in to the car, so might quickly have to listen to Ted and what Ted is saying, chats.
Right, yeah, they're working on the side pod. They've took the side pod off and they're obviously blocking, and there's Joe Bauer there just to make sure there's no funny business going on. But there is work going on. The Charles Leclerc's car. Don't tell me that they've already locked or screwed him over here with more reliability problems. Maybe it's just a loose engine cover or a loose part of it or side pod cover, I don't know, but
yeah, not entirely sure. It's where the electronic boxes and stuff like that. So, I mean, if there's anything urgent on Twitter, we'll find out.
Yeah, hopefully he's okay, because I do want to see, as there's Brundle and Blundell on the grid, what do you call it? I do want to see the front 3 fighting each other for the entire race. I don't want it to be made a more boring race because of retirements and lack of reliability in that. So hopefully we get to see Leclerc have no issues. Obviously, he's had plenty of issues in the last 6 weeks or so doesn't need any more. And obviously, he's already on his 4th power unit, I think. So probably going to take 2 more engine penalties this season anyway, is Leclerc. So doesn't need any more reliability problems. But yeah, we have 16 minutes to go until the formation lap. Nib, so give me your prediction for the race. What's your top 5?
Yeah, this is always my most hated part of the race watch along. All right, I'm going to say Max is going to win the Grand Prix, followed by Charles, Perez, Sainz. I'm going to go completely against what I said, thinking there'd be a retirement earlier. And then we'll say George. George in 5th.
Not Hamilton.
Not Hamilton.
Oh, that's interesting. Well, yeah. I wouldn't agree with that. I mean, I think every session this weekend, Lewis has been ahead of him. So, yeah. I mean, you never know. Could happen. Russell is still, obviously, a great driver. But I am going to go Max in 1st, and then Leclerc 2nd, Sainz 3rd, Hamilton 4th, Perez 5th. That's what I'm going to go for. And then rest of the top 10, probably Russell, Norris, Alonso, and then the final 2 positions, I'm not sure in the points. Could be both Alfa Romeos, could be Ricciardo, Ocon, Vettel, you never know. Safety cars could absolutely help. As they're doing a electric guitar national anthem, I think. Yeah. There you go.
This is cringe as hell.
Yeah. Oh dear. Thank fuck I do not have my sound on because it looks absolute cringe. I mean, if I had the sound on, if I was there in person, I'd probably die of it. So thank God I don't have to put up with that. And thank God you guys. Go on.
You should be thanking your queen, mate, not thanking God.
No, don't thank her. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. I can guarantee we'll hear something on Twitter about it, about how bad it was. I think the reason what's his name, Sam Ryder. I think the reason he's here is because he gained some popularity or something from at Glastonbury, which obviously was last week. So there's the red arrows. So yeah, thank God that's over for the crowd. Anyway, yeah, guys, in the live chat, if you have not posted your final prediction for the race today, then make sure to post it in the chat, and I'll make sure to read it out. A final few when I can. Obviously, 13 minutes to go until the formation lap begins here at Silverstone. So yeah, make sure to post that in the chat. And if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Obviously, do race watch-alongs and qualifying watch-alongs for every race this season, and even sprint race watch-alongs. Obviously, the sprint race is next weekend, unfortunately. So yeah, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to sub. Bottom right of the screen, you can do it right there. And as well, don't forget to smash the like button for everybody watching, and share the video and channel everywhere you can. And don't forget as well to follow me on Twitter at ChazHD5. Dane says Hamilton, Max, Leclerc, Sainz, Perez. Just to answer Simon's question, who says national anthem, F1 is becoming more American. The national anthem has been played at F1 races for like, what, 30, 40 years, so that's not a new thing. Crystal Racing says Sainz, Max, Leclerc, Hamilton, Checo for him. Rook says Verstappen, Leclerc, Hamilton, Sainz, Russell. Paul James Squibb says Hamilton for the shock win, Max 2nd, Perez 3rd, Russell 4th, and Norris in 5th. Both Ferrari cars to DNF. Controversial. I hope Ferrari don't have a disaster today. Obviously, you know, I know some people, they do find it funny when I rip into them, but it does actually make for a worse situation. It makes things more boring when they're messing up, because it leads to, you know, what we've got now, where the championship is basically over. And also, what do you call it? I mean, look at Baku. We were in for a pretty good race there, and then they both retired, and then we were basically just waiting for the race to end in Baku. Brabham Max says Max, Perez, Leclerc, Sainz, Hamilton. Good to see you, by the way. Always a regular here. Jesse Roberts says Sainz, Leclerc, Perez, Hamilton, Russell. Harrison K says Max, Perez, Leclerc, Sainz, Russell. D asks, what is the weather like now? The weather's not been great this whole Grand Prix event, to be honest. But it's pretty, I'd say today is probably the best weather day we've had. It's bright, kind of sunny, like on and off sunny, with a slight shower about. So pretty much typical British weather. It could rain at any point, be sunny at any point, cloudy at any point. Or maybe you'd say it's
Ready.
yeah, that's good to see him on the grid. I was gonna say maybe you could say that's like the weather in Melbourne. It could rain, be sunny, or snowing at any point.
Yeah, the good old 4 seasons in one day.
Yeah, that's pretty much what the weather is like in the UK. So, Simon says, the performance of the anthem. Yeah, that's definitely an American thing. Bernie would not allow such a thing, but Bernie isn't exactly the greatest person in the world, as we've seen this week. We won't get any more into that because I've already discussed that in my. I think in my build up to qualifying, I got into that and just how absolutely batshit crazy the guy is. But anyway, so what do you think in terms of the race, Nib? Do you think we're going to have an exciting race with the grid we have? I'm expecting, honestly, a lot of overtakes today. We've always had great races here, even in the cars that don't follow as well. So should be a pretty good race, shouldn't it?
Should, and if we get some safety cars, there's like a 50 to 60% chance of rain around about 3:30, I think UK time it is.
Yeah.
So there's a chance that we could get some rain, which would make things even better. Christ, we've seen what happens when it starts to rain here at Silverstone. Magic happens, certainly in the race. Was it what year did it rain on lap 44?
2015.
Was it
2015?
No, was it?
Yeah, when the Williams were 1-2 in the race, was it that?
Was it 2015?
Yeah, remember Williams had a 1-2, and then it rained about 7 laps
3 years ago.
No, it was a long time ago.
Christ, it tells you how quick times go on nowadays. But I think yeah, of course, at Silverstone we usually have a pretty good race around here, as long as we don't have any tyres blowing up. Then it's happy days, to be honest. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to this. Silverstone's always one of the better and most look forward to Grand Prix of the year. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. Just reading, Lab Gorilla in the chat says he's in the Midlands and it's raining. The Midlands isn't too far from Northamptonshire on the map. I know Birmingham is not that far away from the track. What, an hour and a half, maybe? I think it could be. Obviously, with traffic, it'll be a lot longer, but yeah, it's not that far away. So there is definitely rain in the area. We saw on the radar there was a massive rain shower, I think, over the Midlands. But anyway, got 7 minutes to go to the race. Let's get into some final little stats and graphics before we get into the 2022 British Grand Prix. So starting with Red Bull, Max Verstappen has 1 win and 2 podiums at Silverstone, with his only win being in 2020 in that 70th anniversary Grand Prix. Red Bull have won at Silverstone 4 times since 2009 and definitely have a better record of wins at Silverstone than Ferrari do, even in just the 21st century. It's not been a great track for Ferrari, especially in recent history. Red Bull looking in this race, though, to make it 7 race wins in a row in 2022. They haven't had a streak like that since 2013, when they were absolutely dominating Formula 1. That's what Ferrari need to prevent today. Charles Leclerc has 3 podium finishes at the British Grand Prix. He has never won the British Grand Prix. Ferrari have won the British Grand Prix twice since 2010, with Alonso in 2011 and Vettel in 2018. Leclerc, though, looking for his first podium finish since Miami and his first race win since Melbourne. That is how bad the last few races have been for Charles Leclerc, and that's why the championship has swung completely in Red Bull and Max Verstappen's favour. For Mercedes, Lewis Hamilton, obviously great record here, has won the British Grand Prix 8 times in his career. Mercedes have won the British Grand Prix 7 times since 2010, and the last time Lewis was not on the podium here at Silverstone was in 2013, when he was leading and his tyre blew up. He did come through to finish in 4th, though, despite that. But yeah, it's been a long time since Lewis was not on the podium here, and is only, I think since 2014, the only 2 races where he didn't win and was on the podium was 2018 and 2020 with the 70th anniversary Grand Prix. Both of those times he was 2nd. Shows you how great he's been here in the past. For Fernando Alonso, look out for him. He has won the British Grand Prix twice in his career with 4 podium finishes. Alonso looking for his 5th consecutive points finish this weekend for 2022. And now, let's get into the starting grid for the British Grand Prix. So on the front row, it is Carlos Sainz in 1st and Max Verstappen in 2nd place. The second row, it is Charles Leclerc 3rd and Sergio Perez in 4th. On the 3rd row, Lewis Hamilton and Lando Norris 5th and 6th. On the 4th row, Fernando Alonso and George Russell. And then on the 5th row, it is Zhou Guanyu and Nicholas Latifi. That is your top 10. And then 11th and 12th, Pierre Gasly and Valtteri Bottas. 13th and 14th, Yuki Tsunoda and Daniel Ricciardo. Ocon and Albon, 15th and 16th. The second to last row of the grid, Kevin Magnussen and Sebastian Vettel. And then the final row of the grid, Mick Schumacher and Lance Stroll. That is your grid for today's Grand Prix. And final reminder of the championship standings, Max Verstappen leading by 46 points from Sergio Perez in 2nd. Charles Leclerc, 49 points behind in 3rd. George Russell is 4th, with Sainz in 5th, Hamilton 6th, Norris 7th, Bottas 8th, Ocon 9th, and Alonso in 10th. And then in the Constructors' Championship, Red Bull nearly 100 points clear, and definitely going all in their direction in the championships. Ferrari 2nd, only 40 points clear of Mercedes in the Constructors. McLaren are 4th, only 8 points clear of Alpine. And Alfa Romeo kind of in that fight as well in 6th. AlphaTauri is 7th. Aston Martin a point ahead of Haas in 8th. And then Williams are last. So there you go, guys. Those are the key stats and all of the stuff. Remember, for the start of the Grand Prix and the Grand Prix itself. So, let me get my graphics ready. And you see on the left-hand side there, that is your starting grid. And I'll get up the top ticker there, obviously. It is a 52-lap Grand Prix here at Silverstone. Let me just get that on screen for you guys. There you go. And don't think we've got any information at the moment, have we, Nib, about tyres, but you'd expect it to be mediums and hards.
We do have some information.
Right.
Max Verstappen is starting on the soft tyre.
Wow.
Sainz, Leclerc and Perez are starting on the medium.
Well, that is a very risky strategy because we know soft tyres around here. I know they're the 3 hardest compounds they brought for this weekend, but tyres do tend to get absolutely tore to bits around this track. So, so top 4 on that you've said. What about the rest of the top 10?
That's all I know.
Right.
Spanish mate who tweets out very reliable news has tweeted that out. Also, I did like your little James Allen introduction that you've just done there, the starting grid.
Cheers for that. I actually do like James Allen quite a lot. I wish he was still commentating on F1. Him and Martin Brundle had a pretty good duo there for a few years. But yeah. We are 2 minutes away from the start of the race. I can see in the chat what you said. James Allen has joined the stream now. Right, just having a look, see if there's any final comments I can read out. Dame says he thinks Ricciardo will finish in 7th. Well, that would be quite incredible if that did happen. So, we should find out in a few moments' time what everyone else's tyres are looking like. But I'm not expecting we'll get that many people on the soft compound tyre, to be honest. And like I said, that strategy for Red Bull, they need to get past Sainz straight away on that tyre, because if they don't get past straight away, he is going to lose a lot of time, because that tyre will, on a track that hasn't got a lot of grip with the rain we've had, it's not going to last that long.
All right, so we've got some further information. George Russell is starting on the hard tyres, and the rest of the top 10 are on mediums that I haven't mentioned.
Right. Okay. I will try and get the tyre graphic up when I can and get it totally correct. But yeah, I've got the top 4 sorted for the moment. Let me just... Right, well, we'll have to see. We can see there, yeah, Russell on the hard tyre. I think that is going to be a very good decision, because the hard tyre we've seen in the last few years, and with how this track is for tyre wear, I reckon that's going to be a great decision by Russell. And he might be able to do a stop less in this Grand Prix if he gets a bit of luck here and there. As you can see, the back 2 are on medium tyres. I'll just quickly do that as the formation lap begins. Come on, there you go, now. The formation lap underway at Silverstone, as the Ferrari there of Sainz was, I think, slow away. But obviously is not the real start. There's Latifi. Already wiping the sweat off his brow. He knows what's coming in those first 2 laps. Oh, God. I really hope he doesn't hit anyone with people overtaking him, because it's going to be a very fast-paced start for him.
Apparently Latifi's on the soft, so I think Mercedes or Ferrari, I can't remember who reported it, which I read out, were lying to their driver. So there you go.
Right.
Yeah, Ferrari were lying to Charles.
Okay.
Because Nicholas Latifi, of course, matters a great lot to Charles Leclerc in this Grand Prix.
Yeah, I don't even know why you would give that information as to what tyres they're starting on. Doesn't really make any sense. I think I've got the tyres right for the top 10. And I'll try and get it on screen if I can. Still on the formation lap, by the way. Sainz and Verstappen have just entered the hangar straight. And nope, I have not got it correct on my screen, but I will try to do so now. So, Russell is on the hard. And then Latifi is on the soft. Annoyingly, on the formation lap, they don't show what tyres they're on like they used to. So I can't say. But for the bottom half of the order, I will do, what tyres they're on once we get into the race proper, which will be in about 30, 45 seconds from now, as Carlos Sainz and Max Verstappen are just coming through the final corner to come on to the starting grid here at Silverstone. There's Tom Cruise in the Mercedes pits, and yeah, the front row now lining up on the grid. And for Ferrari and Sainz, they have got to get a good start. If Verstappen gets into the lead, it's going to be pretty tough to beat Red Bull today. The bottom half, or the top half rather, of the order have just lined up on the grid. Now we've got, we're now looking at Lance Stroll at the very back there on the medium compound tyre, who is just coming through the final corner and about to line up on the grid, leaving it quite a while to leave to get to his grid spot. So who will win the 2022 British Grand Prix. The lights are on. It's 4 lights and 5 at Silverstone. And lights out and away we go. And Carlos Sainz has not got a good start at all because Max Verstappen is into the lead and Lewis Hamilton is third. Oh no! Oh no! What a massive crash that is. That is going to be a safety car, if not a red flag. There is, yeah, red flag. What on
red flag.
earth happened there? A car just went straight on and took Russell with him. It was an Alfa Romeo.
It was an Alfa Romeo, yeah.
It must have been maybe Joe, but maybe Bottas. And yeah, Russell is out of the race already. Red flags on lap 1. That's an AlphaTauri of Yuki Tsunoda. Wow, what a dramatic start. And hopefully that Alfa Romeo driver, whoever it is okay. Because that was absolutely enormous. But, yeah, so I don't know what the procedure is. I think the order does now stay as it is, doesn't it? And they line up on the grid again. They don't do the restart of the race, do they? It was Zhou, by the way.
It was Zhou. Yeah. I'm looking at the live timing, yeah.
Right. Well, I don't think... I'm hoping they don't restart the race. I don't really see the point, to be honest. But, yeah, we have a red flag, guys, on lap 1. Used to be a usual occurrence back in the 90s where you get a red flag at the end of the first lap because of an absolutely enormous accident. But I will just quickly do the order. We haven't seen, and there's Esteban Ocon, who may as well just park it because that tyre effectively doesn't exist on his front right. Does Ocon even know his car's broken? He's got to.
I think he's got to know he's cut. Oh, actually, yeah, I see. Yeah, he might not know that suspension's broken. Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
Well, jeez, that was that's not good, and it's not good that they've not shown us replays yet. So hopefully, Guan Yu Zhou is okay.
Well, the ambulance is there, unfortunately. You might have just seen parked in front of Albon's car. But, right, so it's for red flag on lap 2. Cars are now parked at the exit of the pit lane. So let me just quickly do the order. So it is Verstappen, Sainz, Hamilton, Leclerc, Alonso, Tsunoda, thankfully, has made it back to the pits. So that's your top 5. Leclerc had an absolutely... both Ferraris had an absolutely terrible start. And then it's Perez 6th, Norris 7th, Latifi is 8th. And then Bottas is 9th. And then it's Ricciardo in 10th. Gasly is 11th. Somehow Gasly is still in the same position he started in despite what happened there. What a start Ricciardo had, by the way. To climb that many positions. Somehow stayed out of trouble. There's then Gasly. Magnussen. And then Vettel in 13th. As credit to Ocon. I mean, he might get his car fixed still with this red flag period. Credit for him to getting back to the pits. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest, if he did actually retire from the race, because his floor will be absolutely destroyed probably as well. But it's Vettel in 13th. Stroll 14th. By the way, no update as to the condition of Zhou Guanyu. We haven't seen anything of him since the crash. They haven't shown anything. I can't say. So Schumacher 15th, Tsunoda 16th, Ocon 17th. And then your retirements are Russell, Zhou, and Albon. So I'll just quickly update that they are all out.
So I'm just watching back the start here, Chaz. So George Russell and Yuki Tsunoda touch wheels, which then causes Russell to go into Zhou Guanyu, and then he is upside down before even turn one.
Yeah, well, he absolutely flew through turn one, straight on upside down. So, yeah, I have no idea what's happened. But, yeah, the order on your screen on the left-hand side, I'll get rid of the tyre graphic because, obviously not relevant. There's obviously, well, no, actually, I'll keep it up to show that, you know, who's retired and whatnot. The tyres, though, in terms of who was on what tyre is not correct, but I'm sure that some drivers will go for a different set of tyres to when they restart the race. And yeah, we wait to see what happens. And yeah, just seeing there was a small problem with Leclerc's electronics. Maybe that's what caused Leclerc to have such a poor start, losing position to Lewis Hamilton. But don't really know what to say. They're not showing any replays of the start. So yeah, I don't really know, you know, what to say because there's no real news. Everyone's just stood around waiting. Are you hearing anything, Nib? Because I know you're following more people than me on Twitter.
No, there's nothing at the moment. No update from Alfa Romeo even on Twitter at the moment.
Right. Well, hopefully we do get an update as soon as possible. I'm going to assume, sadly, that it is serious because I think if he was okay, they would have showed by now to alleviate people's concerns, or at least I would hope so. But yeah, red flag. Obviously, we had this last year on lap 1 for Max Verstappen's 51G accident into the barriers. So, yeah, this could be quite a delay, unfortunately. As there's a lot of smoke there in the pits. I think from Verstappen's car, that is. I'm sure there's quite a few cars that will need some little fixes here and there. Yep, Albon is out. On my screen where it says Russell, Zhou, Albon retired, that is absolutely correct. They are both out of the race, or those three are out of the race. Ocon, I think, might be able to continue because they'll be able to fix his car. Tsunoda, I think, will continue. I think Tsunoda was just missing a front wing. And then I think the top 15 don't have any damage from what I know. Norris and... who was it? No, it was Ricciardo and Gasly, I think, I think Ricciardo and Gasly were like off the track at turn 3, if I remember correctly as well. So, yeah. Maybe some repairs needed for others, but I can't really... if you're wanting to know what's going on, I can't say. Because,
Sky Germany saying that Guan Yu Zhou is okay.
Right, good. Well, if he's okay, then they should be showing him.
He is still in the car.
Right. Well, hopefully we get to see a replay, and if that is true, then that is good to hear, and hopefully see. And here we go, is a replay of the start. Well, those soft tyres worked well for Verstappen. That's great for Verstappen, by the way, because now he can, on the restart of the race, probably just start on the mediums now that he's got into the lead. What a start from Hamilton, Nib. Look at that.
Yeah, just getting to it now. And yeah, wow, that was a mega start. I mean, Leclerc just went absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, Lewis easily passing him. And Sergio Perez very lucky there. Looked like his car was going to go to anti-stall. And then, look at that. Fernando Alonso. See that? What a...
I mean,
turn two?
No, I'm not watching the actual thing. I was just looking at Twitter because, well, yeah, right. Zhou was upside down at the 50-meter board, for reference.
Right. Right, so Alonso, very good overtake up the inside into turn 2, and then the red flag came out, and he is actually, Alonso, up to 5th, ahead of Sergio Perez, who had a terrible start, and he's lucky it wasn't even worse than it actually was. But, yeah, hopefully we see a replay soon, and hopefully we get absolute confirmation that he is.
All right. Okay, he's been extracted on a stretcher. He's okay. He's out the car.
Right. I don't get why they're not showing him. Because, people are just sat around like, is he okay? Is he okay? And they're just not, Yeah, Sky Germany got the confirmation that he's okay. Let's see if there's anything else. Don't think so. At the moment. Let me have another look. No. I think there's an applause going on for, I think, Zhou being put into probably the ambulance. Hopefully he's not got any serious injuries, because obviously he's had a great last couple races. Started 9th on the grid, and he's having a decent F1 season, is Zhou Guanyu. And it would be a shame.
Yeah, sorry to cut you off there, but it was a little bit like Singapore with the Ferraris and Max, in terms of George moving across without probably realizing that it was the third car there.
Oh, right.
And that's caused the contact.
Okay. Well, Russell must have got a poor start, because where did Tsunoda come from? He was 13th, like 5 positions behind him. You know what I mean?
Go back and have a look for you.
Because unless Tsunoda jumped the start, I don't know how he got up to 8th, 9th place that quickly.
Yeah, George did have a stinker.
Yeah, well, he was started on the hard. So that probably is the reason why. Just no grip, really.
No, okay. It wasn't... No, it's not super bad on George whatsoever. Like, he was... I mean, I assume we'll eventually get to see some replays of what happened, but George did move across, clip Yuki into Zhou Guanyu, and then that happened. Hopefully, we get to see some replays reasonably shortly.
On Twitter?
Well, I'm just going. No. Well, I'm just going back and watching it.
Oh, right.
Because how I watch it is through the streaming service, which Sky Sports in Australia has. So
right,
which is of course Fox Sports for you guys in Australia.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm sure we'll get some news in a moment. Hopefully, we don't get an absolutely colossal delay. What?
Protesters were on the track during the first lap.
Where?
It I can't exactly see where, but I'm seeing pictures on Twitter. I cannot tell where from this photos. It honestly looks like it might be in Maggots and Beckett's.
Oh yeah, I see. Right. Let me hold on. I'll show it on screen quickly. Are they still there? Hopefully not.
I have no idea.
So hold on. I think you guys can see this. Yeah, you can. So look at this. Protesters on the track. Yeah, that is. I'm trying to think where that is because obviously I've been to the track before. Yeah, that is. I think. Yeah, just the entry. I think it's in between the exit of Cops and the entry to Maggots. I think. Thank God. Look at all the marshals all over the place trying to get them off the track. I don't know when that was, whether they waited until all the cars went past and then put themselves down on the formation lap. Thank God. I don't want to say it in a way, but thank God there was a crash on the first lap. Because if they came steaming in there, I don't even want to describe what would have happened. I mean, surely they would have red flagged the race before then if they would have got reports of that. Maybe that's why they red flagged the race. Not, or maybe they would have red flagged it anyway. I don't know. We did hear about that on Friday, that the local police had intelligence that there was going to be protesters trying to storm the track. Yeah.
So I think why it's taken so long with Mr. Zhou is that he's gone over the top of the tyre barrier and he's on the fence.
Oh dear.
I've just come across some photos on Twitter. And yeah, the more I look at this incident, it's Singapore 2017.
Yeah.
Again. And I'm just seeing some further pictures of the protests, and yeah, it looks on the back straight. It's exactly where it happened back in the day.
Oh, the hangar straight, yeah.
On the hangar straight, yeah.
Right. I mean, I support people protesting, and the point of protesting is to disrupt, but I don't want people getting fucking murdered at 300 miles an hour or kilometers an hour. So, you know, there's that. I don't think it's quite worth that. I mean, if they came on the track before and held it up, then yeah, it would be annoying, but at least they would be disruptive in a safe way. But doing that, I'm sorry, those people are absolutely fucking mental doing that. Because if nobody, if there wasn't a red flag or anything, like I said, I don't even want to think about what would have happened. I mean, especially, you've seen these protesters, Nib, they stick themselves to the ground, don't they? Like super glue.
Yeah, they tried to do that during the NBA finals, but just during the playoffs, sorry. But yeah, George went and immediately checked on him. He was on top of the tyre barrier and made sure that Zhou was all right, and yeah, he of course is.
Right. Well, yeah.
Just a quick little official update by the FIA. Both Zhou Guanyu and Alexander Albon have been taken to the medical centre. Both drivers were conscious and will be evaluated at the medical centre.
Yeah. Well, Albon, I think we saw get out the car. I think he was fine. To be honest, I think he's just taken him probably because of the G sensor thing. Probably was hit at a very high speed. Yeah, Russell's car there, absolutely destroyed. Are they going to try and fix that Mercedes car? You reckon? Because they're doing a double screen here on the Sky, and it looks as though they might have a go.
They might have time. Nah, Russell's at the Grand Prix.
You sure?
I don't think they're going to be able to fix that.
Um. Well, I think they'll have a go. But yeah, most likely, I think he is out. But I think they might have a go because this red flag period looks like it is going to last a while. By the way, if you want to see that, the people on the track, the protesters, then go to my Twitter account because I did quote tweet the post about it. I'm pretty sure I did. I can't see it on my Twitter. I think it's because there's so many tweets right now that it isn't appearing. But I'm pretty sure I did quote tweet it. So yeah, if you want to go see those protesters on track, then make sure to go to Twitter. That hangar straight, by the way, is actually because I've been there in 2018. I mean, I don't know how they access the track, obviously, but that is one of the parts of Silverstone where you're the closest as possible to the cars. So it's the easiest point probably to get to the track if you do climb the fence. And obviously there's a bridge, I think, there that goes across. That I think you can walk on. But I don't think it was open when I was there. Or I can't remember, to be honest, if it was the one going over the track. I'm terrified, by the way, of walking over those things that go over the track.
They are a bit sketchy, aren't they?
Yeah,
mate, trust me. Back when we had loud engines, it wasn't any better either.
Yeah, it is. It's very, very scary. Like when I went to testing in Barcelona, they have one on the exit of turn 5. You know, that really slow left-hander after turn 4. Yeah, they have that bridge there, and in testing we walked across to it to go to turn 1, and I was absolutely terrified because they're going at what? They're kind of showing out Joe or Alfa Romeo's car now, on the TV broadcast. But at that point they're going at a couple 100 kilometers an hour when they go under that bridge. So yeah, it's pretty scary. And also at turn 4, it can be a bit. If you can hear the car coming on the approach to turn 4, it can be a bit scary. But yeah.
We're getting the race start replay now.
Oh god, oh my god, you almost got into the crowd. That was absolutely massive. Let me see this again. Yeah. Oh my god, that is absolutely massive. And look at this. That is an absolute howitzer of a crash. And yeah, it was like exactly like you said. He didn't know Tsunoda was there because I think Tsunoda was just sticking his nose in, wasn't he? In between the two. Yeah, it was. Came across, went straight into Zhou, and then that's what caused Zhou to go into the barrier. To be fair, Russell's car doesn't look as though it sustained that much damage, so maybe they can fix it. Maybe it's just a broken rear suspension that they might be able to fix. And oh yeah, oh, it was Gasly, wasn't Tsunoda. Tsunoda though got a front wing damage as well, so both AlphaTauris in the wars there. Here's Stroll, and everyone locking up there. And what on earth happened to the Williams? Where did he come from? Or did
I have no idea.
Oh, that's Vettel hit him straight into up the rear end and went into the barriers on the inside.
Yeah, I think Seb was looking at what was
Yeah,
happening ahead
well,
instead
everyone
of
was. They're all locking
yeah,
up.
yeah.
Yeah.
So just look at the cats on
Oh,
Albon's
look at
helmet.
that. Got 2 or 3 hits there. At turn 1.
I mean, that's the main concern that the FIA does have with gravel traps, of course, is the cars digging into them, like we saw with Brundle back in Australia, of course, with
Yeah.
Alonso at the same corner as Brundle. We've seen it other times as well. Jeez, Yuki got very unlucky there. But yeah, that is the main concern, of course, with gravel traps, is that the cars dig in and flip like that. And we're very lucky we haven't had that go into the crowd, because
Yeah.
it's a very nearly happened.
Well, the thing is, if it was a sausage curb right there, he might have actually jumped into the crowd if it was obviously if it was if the fans were closer to turn 1 and there wasn't a gravel trap there. But yeah, that is the only, like, you are right, that is the only concern when it comes to gravel, is when you flip, you just flip endlessly and go all over the place. It's like being in a rally car at that point. So yeah, well, he's okay. He's conscious, and that's what matters most. And hopefully that fence, I don't think will be, as long as it's put back in position, I don't think it will require a ton of fixing. I don't think the barrier needs fixing either. I'm pretty sure he just jumped straight over it, didn't he? So, yeah. And hopefully,
At some...
no protesters run on the track again.
Yeah, I'm just looking at some further replays, but it looks like the roll hoopers actually broke on Joe's car as he was skidding along the ground. So in that case, certainly we have the halo to be thankful of once again.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I'm not seeing it really talked about on Twitter that much, except for oh, there you go. FIA and F1 statement. We can confirm that after the red flag, several people attempted to enter the track. These people were immediately removed, and the matter is now being dealt with by local authorities. Well, hopefully they're the only ones, because we don't want them coming on track again. Right. So, yeah. For anyone wondering, Zhou Guanyu is okay, thankfully. But no word as to when the race is going to be underway again. Hopefully, not. Hopefully, it'll get underway, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes' time. As, yeah, there's a big, as Corinne Chandog is just analysing it now, there was a big gap. Look at the start Latifi got, by the way. What a start he got. But there's a big gap between the front 7 and the rest because of Russell and Zhou's poor start. And then, yeah. And it was, yeah, he didn't know Gasly. Should he have known Gasly was there? Probably not at that speed.
He did. It did look like he checked his mirrors on the replay that I've seen from Russell's onboard. But maybe he was just in his blind spot. I'm not too sure.
Oh god, I think people are starting to catch on now to that there were protesters on track. But yeah. Hopefully, like I said, no more, because we don't want protesters stuck to the track. When there's, cars going past at 300 kilometers an hour plus. That is not what we want, because it will end very badly and everyone will be absolutely horrified. And yeah, don't really know what could have been done any differently there. Maybe Gasly shouldn't have gone for the space, but he can't exactly brake, because then if he does, then he's probably going to get someone flying over the top of him. So, yeah, I don't really know what he could have done there, Gasly. And for Russell, I mean, maybe he could have looked in his mirrors a bit more, but at that speed, I don't think really he could have done much about it. And obviously, Zhou couldn't have done anything about it, because I think Zhou would have been able easily to see everyone to his right, except probably for Gasly. It was a bit too close to him. But yeah, just an enormous crash. And sadly, Zhou and Albon are out of the race. George Russell probably out of the race, but I think they might have a go at fixing his car if they've got the time to be able to do it.
And Chaz, because we haven't had a full lap of racing, we know that what that means.
Oh, why?
Sainz is on pole.
Right, so it's going to be a reset of the order.
Yep.
Right, so I'll redo that. Is there any... There's not any news about when we could get going, is there? Don't think so.
No.
Right.
Not at the moment. No, you just might want to have a look off stream at the message that I've sent you, by the way.
Okay. Right, I'll have a look at a minute. I'll just quickly redo the order. So it will be Sainz, Verstappen, Leclerc, Perez, Hamilton, and then Norris, Alonso. Russell isn't in the race anymore. Neither is Zhou. So Latifi will actually start in 8th place. And then it will be Gasly 9th, who, despite causing that crash, kind of, I think you'd have to say, will actually benefit from it by getting into the top 10. Then it'll be Bottas 10th, Tsunoda 11th, Ricciardo 12th, Ocon 13th. I think he's still in the race. And then Magnussen, Vettel, Schumacher, Stroll. And then Russell, Zhou, Albon are out. Possibly Ocon as well. But I think Ocon's problem might be fixable. They certainly got the car back quicker than Mercedes did. And actually, yeah. Have you seen Arev's tweet?
No.
He was on the hangar straight. He's got a good picture of it. It was right before the bridge.
Yeah. That was one of the photos that I've seen.
Yeah. Right, I'm having a look at the footage now. Oh dear, that was close. Almost going in right in the front row.
Yeah. Did you watch the bottom one, the latest one I sent? Because that's honestly the best view.
Right. Yeah, it is. Oh. Well, there you go. Yeah. Thankfully, did not actually get any further than the fence. Yeah, that was pretty close. And by the way, the reason the race will restart from grid order is because one lap was not completed. One racing lap. I think you need to have at least one full racing lap to have the whatever the order is on that lap for it to be the restarting positions. So that's why they'll get away in the order that it says on the left-hand side of your screen. So it'll be Sainz, Verstappen, Leclerc, Perez, Hamilton, Norris, Alonso, and then Latifi, Gasly, Bottas. And then Tsunoda, Ricciardo, Ocon, Magnussen, Vettel, Schumacher, Stroll. And then your retirements at the moment are Russell, Zhou, and Albon. As we've got cars on track and machines or big trucks cleaning the track. Honestly, if I was a driver and I heard that protesters had got themselves on track on the Hangar Straight, I would be very skeptical about restarting the race, to be honest. Wouldn't you? Really? Given that you never know, it could happen again. There might be more people out there.
I mean, who knows, really? I mean, I don't think the drivers will be thinking about that, really, to be honest with you.
True, but you don't want something, I just don't even want to... I mean, like I said earlier, I agree with protesting, especially protesting that disrupts things, but I don't think, suicide protesting is actually, gets you anywhere. Killing yourself for your cause does not get you anywhere whatsoever. Does absolutely nothing. So, yeah. Hopefully, that doesn't happen at any Grand Prix ever. As we're seeing further replays again of what happened to Zhou Guanyu's car. Well, one thing I do know is that this is going to be an even longer stream for me now.
Yeah.
It's the race, started 40 minutes ago, and we've not had any racing, to be honest. So
we've had 21 seconds off the clock.
Yeah, not great. But I'm gonna look at Twitter, see if there's anything. No, can't see anything. Just I think all the news reaction has calmed down. But Sainz is back in his or was he always in his car? I'm not sure. Is the race getting going again? Or that's a replay. That's a replay. Yeah, it's a replay from earlier. I was going to ask actually, what do you think now? So obviously, race will get going. The restart of the race, basically. On lap 2. What do you think happens now at the start? Do you think Max and Red Bull might go for the soft tyre again? Because it did prove to be really good. Or what do you think is going to happen in terms of starting tyres and just what could happen at the start?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Does this maybe force Ferrari's hand to go onto the soft to defend a position? I mean, there's a lot of overthinking that could happen with the restart. I do think the Red Bull will probably stay on the soft tyre though, because it's not just completely all about the start. Because you obviously can overtake here, but just a little thing. Article 57.3 of the Sporting Reg says, in all cases, the order will be taken at the last point at which it will be possible to determine the positions of all cars, as all cars will then be permitted to resume the sprint session or the race. And we had cars completely side by side. I think Gasly and Ricciardo were completely side by side.
Yeah,
weren't they?
And also Alonso and Perez. That's how Alonso's ahead, because he went up the inside of Perez at turn 4, and then the red flag came out. So yeah, I think it needs. I think they do it sector by sector, don't they? And obviously, they didn't get to the first sector before the red flag. The red flag came out at exit of turn 4. Obviously, the first sector beam time beam is at entry to turn 6. So, yeah. But yeah, no information at the moment, unfortunately, in regards to when the race could get going again, which is annoying, but I can't really, do anything, obviously, about that. But I'm sure Channel 4 just said soon. No fucking shit. No shit, it'll be soon. Hopefully sometime today. Bloody hell. That's not a criticism against you, by the way. That's obviously Channel 4. If they actually said that, that is just absolute stupidity. It'll restart soon. Fucking hell. Someone in the chat did say 15 minutes until restart, but we haven't had any information.
I've not, yeah.
About that.
I got notifications on for Chris Medland, and there's been nothing. So
yeah, I haven't had anything either at the moment. But yeah, hopefully not too long. Drivers are in their cars though, so maybe they think it'll not be too long unless that's a replay. No, Sainz is actually in the Ferrari, so maybe
he's just chilling.
Yeah. Normally they get out of the car, don't they?
His show has no fractures. Alfa Romeo are reporting.
Good.
But that's what Alfa said to Valtteri Bottas.
Right. Good to hear. I wanted to ask to pass the time, obviously, because there's nothing going on. Have you played the F1 game yet, or have you not even bought it?
I've not even bought it yet because I'm not too sure if you've seen, but on PC,
yeah, I saw that it didn't come out.
Oh no, people who bought it on Steam couldn't play against people who bought it on Origin.
Oh my god!
So like there was crossplay amongst there was no cross. It was like crossplay existed. It was just ridiculous. But nah, I haven't played the F1 game yet. I'm currently actually apartment sitting at my mate's house. So
yeah.
Yeah, I haven't bought it yet. I will eventually get it when get it probably in a few weeks.
Yeah, I bought it on Thursday night, and I've only played it for a couple hours because I haven't had much time, obviously, this weekend. I played it on, I think, Friday night / Saturday morning, like through the night. Yeah, so far, I've had a decent time on it. Obviously, the opening track you're allowed to play is Bahrain, whilst you're waiting for the game to download. Race will resume, by the way, in 10 minutes. Or 9 minutes. So, yeah, 9 minutes time until the Grand Prix gets back underway. But, yeah, once the game's fully downloaded, I quickly, because I like to drive the new tracks first on any F1 game so I can get good at them as soon as possible. Miami, it's a fun track to a certain extent, especially the first sector, but turn 1, turn 2 and 3, and that final corner is really hard on traction. Really hard. Especially if you're on hard tyres. It's very, very difficult. And that final corner, Nib, trust me, you have to short shift out of the corner. You cannot.
Yeah.
There's no way you cannot, not short shift out of that corner.
Have you? Well, obviously they've changed quite a few of the tracks actually.
Yeah.
They've actually used a laser scanning for Barcelona and for Albert Park. So have you driven around there yet?
No, not yet. But I'm keen. Probably Albert Park. I'll probably race around. I mean, if I've got any time after this Grand Prix later, I might have as there's the FIA president, I might have a go later. But definitely in the week, I'll be able to have a go. But yeah. I mean, obviously, I'm on the wheel, and I'm still, learning, getting better. At Bahrain, what do you call it? I'm definitely better than I was when I started doing or racing around Bahrain on the F1 2021 game, and I had some decent pace, but just need to practice more. But yeah, the Miami track, I did notice I'm very quick in the first sector, and also that final corner, I think, for the first sector time beam is difficult in a way that you need to carry enough speed so that you don't lose too much speed on the entry, because you can actually go very quickly through the entry of that corner. But yeah, that turn 2 and 3, yeah, very easy to lose the rear end in those corners, but I haven't got too bad a pace around there. As well, did you see that the AI number level has gone down to 100 for the max?
Oh, they don't have 110 anymore?
No, it's 100 now.
Oh, that's a shame.
So I've got mine set on 89, which I think is expert, and then I think the final two are legend and master, I think it is. I think master is 94 to 100, or 99, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. Like I said, I haven't played an absolute ton of it, but yeah, had a good feel so far. As well, on that game, the Ferrari car is so much better than the Red Bull car at handling. So much better. You'd think the Ferrari car is like half a second quicker than the Red Bull on that game. Given how it handles. And if you race around Barcelona, you're going to want the Ferrari car.
So it's like the McLaren of last year's F1 game, because on PC, the McLaren was absolutely rapid.
Yeah, it's
so silly how this is actually a thing on the game, though.
Yeah, it is.
Like, how is this a thing?
I mean,
and then if you drive like the equal cars, like stock standard car, it's literally like it's literally like driving a bus.
I know. The thing is with equal cars, though, sometimes there are still cars that are actually better to drive than others, despite it being equal performance. Like, for example, I've noticed in the last few games, for me, the Mercedes car has been quite, obviously because they've had a very good car all the time, but even with equal performance, the Mercedes car feels really nice to drive still compared to the other cars, and I feel like there's a lot more there. But yeah, as well, Mercedes are way quicker than they are in real life on that game. They're basically as quick as they were in Barcelona on the game for every track, which is like, third, maybe second quickest team at times. So,
by the way, Chaz, did you see the photo that WTF1 posted of 5 people sitting on the ground? Sitting on the track?
No, let me just get it up quickly. By the way, guys, yeah, race underway again in what, 4 minutes time. I need to go to their actual Twitter account, don't I? Let me find it quickly. Hopefully won't have to check Twitter too much today.
Good, yeah.
But that's the thing with red flags. We have to do that quite a lot. Yeah. I'm seeing that now. George Russell will not be allowed to restart the race, by the way. So he is out.
I thought when you started speaking about the F1 game,
you were about
I meant to mention.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say, but I completely forgot. Yeah.
What absolute twats, honestly.
I mean, like, Christ, we don't want people turning into beef stew.
That's
we just don't.
You know, that's not on the hangar straight. That's on the run down to turn 6. That's right where they were before the red flag. Or just as the red flag came out.
Is it?
Yeah, it is. I'm pretty sure if you look at that Alpine on board.
It is. Yeah, it's down towards Luffield and
then as
Yeah,
well,
holy
Alonso
shit.
and Perez were side by side through turn 5. So imagine if they were side by side coming there. Yeah. Well, thank God they weren't
I want
turned
to see
into beef
if I
stew.
want to go back to the start to see if you could actually see them. I'm going back. How far? 40 minutes or whatever it is.
It's about 50 minutes.
Yeah.
That's by the way, yeah, I've put the lap counter back on the screen because we are back underway in a couple minutes, and it will be lap 2 out of 52, I think it will be, that will get the race going again. I don't think they're going to restart the race. I think they're just going to completely. I think they're just going to start on lap 2 and then do it with the original order minus the people that are out of the race.
Hey, they did cut away from them in
Yeah.
time, like to not show them on the broadcast.
Good. But Crystal Racing saying in chat, it's the Stop Oil crowd protesting for the 10 millionth time this year. Exactly. Well, that was that kid, wasn't there, at that Everton game in when was that? February? March? I think it was March, wasn't it? Where he cable tied himself to the goalpost.
Okay, so some of the cars had already gone past before they'd managed to get onto the track.
Oh, right.
So Sainz had already gone past. Sorry, Leclerc had already gone past before they'd got onto the track. Because on the co-pilot view, I'm able to watch here. I'm seeing that's what's happened.
Yeah. Well, I reckon if there wasn't a crash at turn 1, I reckon the marshals just would have called over to the radio, because obviously they're in contact with race control. They probably would have just called for a red flag or a safety car immediately whilst trying to remove them. That'd be the most sensible thing to do first. But tyre blankets are now off, and thankfully now finally we will be getting going again. Sorry, again. Don't know what the tyres are for all the drivers, as Verstappen is on the medium now, which is interesting. So maybe they think they've got a good enough chance on the medium to get past Carlos Sainz. So Sainz, Verstappen, Leclerc leading the way. Obviously, the safety car will lead them away. So, yeah. We'll see. Go on.
So they didn't cross the safety car 2 line. That's why we've got it back to the original grid order.
Right. Yeah, the safety car 2 line is quite a bit further away around the track, I think.
Isn't this? I don't know.
By the way, if anyone's wondering, the weather now looking a lot better than it was when the race actually started. A lot of blue sky around, and safety car will enter pit standing start. So I don't know what the exact lap count will be, whether it'll be lap 1 out of 51 or lap 2 out of 52, but we'll see in a moment. And if I am incorrect on my screen, then I will make sure to change it. But it is the original grid order for the top 17, so that order is correct. And on the first, hopefully, clean racing lap, it will be Sainz, Verstappen, Leclerc, Perez, Hamilton, Norris, Alonso, Latifi, Gasly, Bottas, and then Tsunoda, Ricciardo, Ocon, Magnussen, Vettel, Schumacher, Stroll. And then out of the race for sure, Russell, Zhou Guanyu, and Albon. And by the way, if you're wondering, Zhou Guanyu is okay. No fractures. He's conscious. And he should be okay. They were just having trouble getting him out of the car and getting his car back from the fence. There's one of the Liberty Media people in the Mercedes garage I'm seeing. And now Sainz will become the safety car. I just got to say, I just saw Nicholas Latifi there. I still cannot believe Latifi is that high up the field. Could be starting from 8th place, Latifi. That is, yeah, just incredible. As Sainz and Verstappen now come round the final couple corners. And they will get us underway very, very soon in the next 30 to 45 seconds from now.
So I'm having some serious issues with watching the race at the moment.
Right.
So I might be a little bit further behind than usual.
Okay. As the front 5, 6, 7 cars now line up on the grid. Yeah, the bottom half of the top 10 just getting lined up. And definitely a lot hotter now than it was before. Maybe that's what swayed Red Bull into starting on the medium instead of the soft like they did on the original start of the race. As now Lance Stroll comes to the rear of the field and we will get going again. Hopefully no big crashes this time. Hopefully no protesters on track. And here we go. 3 lights, 4 lights and 5 lights at Silverstone. And lights out and away we go. And Max Verstappen straight away has got a great start. Sainz though pushing him to the wall. And Sainz has just about kept the lead. Leclerc's got another terrible start. And Sergio Perez is up to 3rd, I think. And Sainz running slightly wide there. Leclerc up the inside of Perez. On the sausage curb, might have been a bit of damage there, but he gets the position as Norris is ahead. And look at this, all the slipstreaming going down to turn 6. And Leclerc round the outside of Verstappen. Oh, slight contact. I think there might have been, maybe not, between Max and Leclerc as Norris and Hamilton there still going side by side. And Norris goes right round the outside of Hamilton of Luffield. What a move by Norris. What a restart we have had here as Verstappen, Sergio Perez, because of that contact with Leclerc, has damage to his front wing. So you'll probably have to come in for that unless his that little bit of front wing has fallen off. And Norris, yes, is up to P5. So let me quickly do the order. It's Sainz, Verstappen, Leclerc, Perez, and then Norris, Hamilton, Gasly is up to 7th, Alonso is 8th, and then it's Tsunoda in 9th place. Here comes Fernando Alonso and Pierre Gasly. Gasly, though, defends his position. Can he get a move back on him? No, quite. He cannot. As we're now on to lap 4 out of 52, and Carlos Sainz leads by a second from Max Verstappen. And yeah, good to see. Good, hard racing, but no accidents. Are you with us, Nib?
Yeah, we're back again. I literally had to watch that restart on my phone because my mate's internet is absolute dog.
Right.
Yeah, right, we're back. It didn't look like there was any major contact between Verstappen and Leclerc, which is good.
Yeah, that is good. Right, I will try and do the tyres now. So the top 6 are on the medium compound tyres. Pierre Gasly, a big reason why he's had such a great start is because he is on the soft compound tyre. We've got a few people on the soft compound tyre, as Daniel Ricciardo there, only just ahead of...
he got overtaken by Bottas.
Yeah, by Bottas. So Ricciardo down to 13th. I'll update that quickly now. So Bottas up to P12. And look how close the midfield is. All of them in a line. Even Latifi there. in a line on the soft compound tyre. Latifi doing the best he can. As Carlos Sainz, by the way, now on lap 5 out of 52. Carlos has built his lead to 1.3 seconds. As Leclerc a further 1.5 seconds behind. And Nib, I do think Sergio Perez has front wing damage because Norris and Hamilton are all over the back of him. And yet DRS is now enabled. And yeah, Perez, I think, has got some damage to his car at the moment. Probably a loss of a bit of his front wing as Norris is right behind. Not quite, though, going to have a go as of yet. But Alonso is on the medium. And then we've got Tsunoda, Ocon, and Bottas on the soft compound tyre. And yes, Sergio Perez. Has he got any front wing damage? I couldn't see quite then.
They keep cutting away every time I look. Yeah, I think on the left-hand side,
yeah,
the end plate is missing.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw that on the first lap. I think it fell off for him. So, yeah, that is such a shame because he had such a great start.
I mean,
almost got
he's
to
a
second.
He's a second slower than the leaders through the middle sector.
As Norris is all over the back of Perez at the moment. And is Perez has pitted, I think. Yes, he has. As Lewis Hamilton is all over the back of Lando Norris as we're now on lap 6.
Charles has damage. His race engineers said that they're missing the right end plate.
Right,
they're missing 5 points of aero.
Right, so they're probably going to suffer then from the same thing that we just saw with Perez. So, Alonso, I've noticed, is past Gasly now. So Alonso up to 6th, Gasly 7th, Tsunoda 8th, Ocon 9th. And then Latifi in 10th as Lewis Hamilton goes up to 4th place. And with Charles Leclerc having damage ahead, I mean, he is 4.7 seconds ahead of Hamilton. Maybe he can get after a podium now. Leclerc's not doing too bad, though, for the moment. He's not massively slow. He's slow, not that quick at all, but he's not as slow as Perez was. So it's Latifi 10th, Bottas 11th, Ricciardo 12th, Vettel 13th, and then Magnussen, Schumacher, Stroll, Perez. That is your order right now. It's Lewis Hamilton just did a purple, I think, middle sector.
First sector.
Or first sector.
When he was in there. Yeah, he was 2 tenths quicker than Carlos.
Yeah, that would have been obviously help with DRS. Even though in that first sector, he was right behind and held up by Norris. So that's pretty impressive. As they now begin lap 7, and here's a replay of the start. I'll let you take us through it, Nib.
Yeah, as I'm a little bit behind you, as we could probably tell. I mean, Leclerc, another stinky start. Sainz does really well to cover Max off to the inside, to swoop right around the outside. Perez, mega start as well after everyone got squished about, just trying to keep up. And oh my God, Leclerc. That was ambitious, wasn't it? How the hell's he got past Perez there? That's something that you'd seen random in open lobbies.
Yeah.
that was...
very aggressive. Very lucky that he didn't just smash himself and Perez off the track. Sainz did a good defensive job against Max, pushed him nice and wide on the exit of turn 4. And here's a replay. So here is Leclerc. Has the inside line, and, well, we don't quite see it from Lewis Hamilton's angle, but you can see the debris there just flying up because of the... Here we go. Here's the angle from Perez's car. And, yeah, there you go. So it's right. It's Leclerc's... Oh, it's Perez's left front wing that obviously is now changed. And obviously Leclerc's right front wing. Or the right-hand side of the front wing.
Very lucky not to go straight into Verstappen, that's for sure, because that could very easily happen. As Verstappen here certainly looking pretty strong, especially in the last sector, actually.
Yep, he is. By the way, Sebastian Vettel has pitted I've noticed. So Perez is not last of all the runners. It's now Vettel in the Aston Martin. But let me just quickly do the order. As Carlos Sainz did on that occasion do the fastest lap, a 33.4. But Max is definitely now gaining and has, I think, DRS on Sainz. So Carlos going to have to get all out defensive here. It doesn't appear Leclerc's slight damage to his front wing is actually affecting his pace, because he's only 1.8 off the lead and he's actually lapping quicker than Lewis Hamilton. So doesn't appear to be that bad at the moment, but it's not exactly keeping him right in the fight here, as Verstappen within a second of Sainz and beginning to close in. And yeah, Verstappen already, you can see, shaping up for a move. By the way, everyone outside the top 10 is on the medium compound tyre. So there you go. As Sainz and Verstappen complete lap 8 and begin lap 9. And Max definitely closer than he was a couple laps ago. And he did a purple sector 3 on that occasion. And he's already closer through this first sector than he was previously. And with how high speed this track is, he's able, Verstappen, to really follow closely down these straights. And yeah, he just needs to be, when we get to the Hangar Straight, 2 or 3 tenths quicker or closer to Sainz than he was the previous occasion, and he might be able to have a go, as he does kick up a bit of gravel on the exit of Luffield, but that did not cost him any lap time whatsoever, as Sergio Perez does the fastest lap of the race, a 1:33.4. And Perez can still get some points, there is no doubt about that. As yeah, Verstappen, I mean, obviously losing slight bit of time through the Maggots and Beckett section in the dirty air, but it's only a matter of time, I fear. As Sainz kind of moving about a bit to the Max doesn't get too good of a slipstream. The Ferrari doesn't look too bad in a straight, though, in a straight line.
Yeah, we did mention. I did mention that earlier, and we of course mentioned it earlier. That with the skinnier rear wing, Ferrari over the past 2 Grand Prix now have been a little bit faster in a straight line, which has certainly helped against Ferrari. But I don't think we mentioned this. But Alexander Albon is off the hospital for precautionary checks.
Right.
While Zhou Guanyu is remaining in the medical centre.
Right. All good. Hopefully Albon doesn't have anything more than a few bumps and scrapes, as Sainz now starting to weave slightly to break the slipstream effect. As long as he doesn't do what Alonso did in Canada, he should be fine. As now into Luffield, and Max trying to take a tighter line through there, and actually gained a bit of time doing that, about 10th of a second. Perez has done another fastest lap, and he's catching that pack of cars that are all fighting.
3 seconds a lap.
Yeah, 3 seconds a lap. From 7th all the way till 15th, he's catching them very quickly. Problem is, overtaking won't be that comfortable or easy, as Sainz goes off on the exit of Chapel, and that's going to make it surely way too easy for Max Verstappen, and it does! He's absolutely gifted in victory there. Carlos, what have you done? And Verstappen into the lead. And surely it is Max's to lose now. And Sainz just cracked under pressure there, didn't he, Nib? Just pressure was really on, right at the front of the Grand Prix, right at the sharp end, and he just couldn't handle it.
Yeah, it's been indicative of his season so far. I mean, Max wasn't that close. He should have been fine, but yeah, a really bad mistake through Chapel. Just a bit of oversteer, and yeah, just an easy overtake for Max, as Max had to go a little bit wide just to make sure he got past. But yeah, quite a poor mistake by Sainz. Just this is what his season's been. It's just been so messy, and just when Ferrari couldn't afford this, now Verstappen is in clear air, and Hamilton had set the fastest lap of the Grand Prix before them.
As something has happened to Yuki Tsunoda because he was 8th, and also Gasly because they were 7th and 8th, and now they're 13th and 15th, and there was just a yellow flag then. So what has happened to the two AlphaTauris is now Charles Leclerc has DRS on Carlos Sainz. No idea what's happened there. But yeah, Gasly is now... let me just do Tsunoda first. Tsunoda down to 15th. Here is a replay. Oh no, don't tell me. Oh dear. Synchronized spinning by the two lovers. Oh, that is going to go down very well at AlphaTauri. 7th and 8th, and they... Tsunoda's going to... Oh, I don't even want to know what's going to happen to Tsunoda after that, but that is a humiliating mistake, and the team, they just cannot believe it. As Lewis Hamilton has just done the fastest lap of the race. 133.3.
It's France all over again. France 2019.
Yeah, it's well, that's absolutely come out of nowhere. And Sainz clearly hurting emotionally after that mistake. And now Leclerc all over the back of him. As that's now promoted Gotifi up to 8th place. But sadly, oh no, he does have DRS on Ocon still. He's doing really well, Latifi. He's right behind Ocon, not letting him go. He's doing so well, honestly. I mean, he's still going to get dropped, and I know you hope he does for obvious reasons. As Verstappen's made a mistake, and now Sainz is all over the back of him, and Sainz is going to overtake Verstappen into Stowe, is he? Yes! What happened to Max? Oh, he's got a problem, is he? He said, I'm running with a bit of carbon. He's got a puncture. Yep, he's got a puncture and he locks up massively going into the pit lane. Max has got a puncture. There's a Ferrari 1-2. Well, no one saw that coming, so he must have ran over some carbon. There is a couple bits of carbon out there.
Sainz said that there was debris at turn 11. And obviously there was debris in the first sector after that crash between the AlphaTauris.
And Verstappen drops to 6th place. Wow. How things change around. So Max Verstappen now in P6 on the medium compound tyre. Hopefully it was just a puncture and no damage was done to the floor. Looks okay to me. Thankfully rejoined ahead of that massive gaggle of cars fighting for the last few points paying positions. It is now a Ferrari 1-2.
I dare say it has happened that he's run over that debris in the first sector because it seems like it's happened in the middle sector.
Yeah, something. Because he started to slow up a lot on the exit of Copse. So that's what's happened there for Max. But Max in 6th still has a chance of winning, but it's a lot slimmer now. And it went from a very good chance of him winning this race to now, like I said, a not good chance whatsoever for Verstappen. Just trying to update the tyre situation at the moment. So Gasly and Tsunoda obviously have dropped down the order and they're on the soft compound tyre. Leclerc, though, still within a second of Carlos Sainz as we're now on lap 14 out of 52. Verstappen on the team radio, and doesn't look to be going that quickly to me. As Charles Leclerc does the fastest lap of 133.2, as Sergio Perez, I've noticed, has moved up to 15th, and also Stroll. Yes, Stroll is 14th, so Perez now in P15. And yeah, Max says the car is 100% broken. I'm guessing the floor is damaged.
Yeah, I mean, you saw he was oversteering. He had so much oversteer through the final couple of corners. So definitely he's got a bigger issue.
Well, this is an absolute shame for Red Bull. What a disaster they've had so far. And yeah, he's not lapping any quicker than Alonso. In fact, he's lapping slightly slower, or a bit slower by a few tenths of a second. So Verstappen definitely, his car is severely wounded. Is it fatally wounded for this Grand Prix? He's going to continue on. He's not that much quicker than that gaggle of cars behind him. What a fight that is, by the way. Look at that. Ocon, Latifi, Bottas, Ricciardo, Magnussen, Schumacher, all fighting for the final few points paying positions. A reminder, with some faster cars down the order out of action, and possibly Max Verstappen, as I think Tsunoda there just got a penalty. That's now Leclerc all over the back of Sainz for the lead. Yeah, with some people out of the way and out of the action, that's going to give a big chance to the midfield to get some good points.
If I can quickly jump in, Max has rear bodywork damage.
Right. So that's why Max is off the pace. What do you think needs to happen here, by the way, with Ferrari? Looks to me that Leclerc is, despite front wing damage, he is quite clearly quicker. As Sainz moving about.
I'm not sure.
Surely they got to let Leclerc. I mean, he's faster. And I mean, if they still believe the championship is possible, with Verstappen possibly, you never know. I mean, maybe Max can race on to the end. I mean, he'll still finish in the points if he races on. So he probably will keep going. Because he'll probably still get a few points. But with Max down the order, surely they've got to take an opportunity here. As Lewis Hamilton does a fastest lap of the race. What about him for victory? Only 4.5 seconds or just over off the lead right now.
Yep, Neil certainly want to see the Ferrari squabbling in front of him. He's 2 seconds faster than Charles on that lap and 4 tenths faster than Carlos.
Yeah.
As Verstappen is half a second slower than Alonso. At the moment, he's probably going to stay in P6 at this rate.
Yeah, got to hope for something to happen ahead. The drivers who are ahead of him, as Sergio Perez has gone up to 14th place because Yuki Tsunoda, not Yuki Tsunoda, Lance Stroll has pitted. So Stroll falls to the very back of the field as Ferrari first and second, but it's not all one yet as Sainz. Yeah, they're definitely racing here. As Sainz trying to break the toe, and Leclerc, saying, "What do I need to do? I'm bleep up my race."
Hamilton's flying, Chaz. He's just gone purple by 3 tenths in the middle sector.
Yeah, they've got to get Leclerc ahead of Sainz here. Leclerc is much faster, and they're losing way too much time. Yeah, Lewis Hamilton fastest lap, and he took almost a second out of them on that lap. I think a few tenths, maybe 6, 7 tenths of a second. Here's a replay of what
6 tenths indeed.
Of what Leclerc did. There you go. That's how aggressive it was. And then, what was that? That was the debris, I think, from Leclerc's front wing. Yeah.
Oh.
He's got, the end fence on the front right part of his front wing is completely gone. And Hamilton that time did a fastest lap of 1:32.9. And Ferrari. If Ferrari throw this away, then they really are a special bunch, I have to say. This couldn't be a more open goal for them to win at Silverstone in 2022. And yep, Leclerc still within DRS, but not close enough to overtake. As Pierre Gasly, I've noticed, has pitted. And Gasly is now 16th. Gasly and Stroll are on the hard compound tyre at the moment. So, yeah, they have pitted. They're the only ones. Well, Max Verstappen has pitted, but obviously put on another set of medium tyres as we're now on lap 18. And I'm sure Leclerc's still complaining about why is he still not being allowed through. And I have to say, I fully agree with Leclerc here, because definitely could go a lot quicker if he wasn't being held up.
Yeah, lost another 0.2 on that previous lap to Hamilton.
Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. I mean, yeah, maybe they're putting Sainz at threat from Hamilton, but, you know, try and secure the win first. This is not securing the win in the best way possible. And there he is, the GOAT, the 7 times world champion, and he has got plenty of time to catch those Ferrari cars. And I'm sure he is licking his lips at the prospect of another win at Silverstone. Number 9 it would be at Silverstone. I have noticed that Mick Schumacher has passed Kevin Magnussen. And he's only 0.3 of a second behind Daniel Ricciardo. Good race for Mick here, as Leclerc still all over the back. Don't think Hamilton has gained really any time, though, on this lap, thankfully, for Ferrari. If he has, it won't be that much. He does the fastest lap, as Hamilton, of 32
Another 0.2.
Nice. Yeah, 0.2 of a second. Not a massive amount, but still something as Valtteri Bottas right behind here, Nicholas Latifi, and obviously because Bottas as Sergio Perez has just passed. Perez is absolutely flying through the field. He's already up to 12th place. What was I going to say? Bottas obviously doing his usual thing of not even attempting to make an overtake. And let me just update what the tyre situation is. So only 3 people on the soft compound tyre now. Ocon, Latifi, and Tsunoda. Well, it was Tsunoda, but he's now pitted. So that puts Vettel up to 14th, and then it should put Gasly and Stroll up there. So Tsunoda should rejoin in last position in the Alpha Tauri, and he does. And obviously I can't hear the team radio, but I can guess what Leclerc is saying here. Is Hamilton, yeah, he is still doing purple sectors. He is closing the gap, as we're now on lap 20 out of 52. And Hamilton, another new fastest ever, 1:32.5. Nib, what are Ferrari doing here? Please don't tell me they're going to throw away another race.
Well, I tweeted about 3 minutes ago that Hamilton's winning this Grand Prix. Well, I don't know, bro. Ferrari is so bad. What are they doing? What are they doing, Chaz?
It's so obvious. Just let him through. He's so much quicker. Even with a broken front wing, he's quicker. God, they're so stupid. Honestly, they will never learn, ever. As Nicholas Latifi and Mick Schumacher have pitted. Not great stop there for Schumacher, but good enough. So that puts now Bottas up to 8th, Ricciardo 9th. And Latifi has come out ahead of Schumacher. Schumacher on the hard. I think Latifi went onto the medium there. So Ricciardo is now 9th. And then you've got Perez in 10th. And Hamilton now under 3 seconds, or just about 3 seconds behind. Sainz has been told to pit. And he does. Carlos Sainz comes into the pits on what will be now lap 21 out of 52. So that'll put Leclerc up to first, Hamilton second, and he should... maybe he won't come out in third, but and he puts on, what does he put on? A hard tyre, so they're going to try and go to the end there. We'll see where he comes out. Here comes Lando Norris, and Sainz will just about hang on. So Carlos Sainz rejoins in third place on the hard compound tyre. Well, we'll see what that does. Hamilton still gaining on Charles Leclerc as Ricciardo and Bottas now has pitted. Perez past Ricciardo on that lap, so Perez continuing to fly through the field as Kevin Magnussen is now up to 9th. We'll see where Ricciardo and Bottas come out. Oh, what's happened here with Bottas? Oh, he's out. Yeah, Valtteri Bottas out of the race. That is a shame. That puts Vettel up to 10th. Latifi, after his pit stops, come out 11th. This is working so well for Latifi. Everything going his way. He could literally get points today. And Leclerc continues on, but Hamilton is catching, and he has Leclerc firmly in his sights. It's a repeat of last year. This, as Ricciardo has come out in 13th, and then it's Gasly, Stroll, Tsunoda, and Bottas is out of the race. And Carlos Sainz, you know what I reckon is wrong with Sainz, Nib? I reckon he's got damage to his floor from going off, because he's been slow ever since. Because look at Norris is still right behind him.
Yeah, potentially, but it's quite funny how Perez is up to 8th and we've not seen a single overtake of his.
No, we haven't. I haven't seen anything of him since he pitted. And we haven't seen Verstappen at all. Just to let anyone out there who is a Max fan know, he is still in 6th place. He's going to finish, most likely, in 6th. Well, actually, he might not, because Sergio Perez is very quick. So, well, we'll see what happens there. But,
yeah, Perez is nearly 2 seconds a lap faster than him.
Yeah, I don't think there's any point in keeping Perez behind. As Bottas out of the race there. And Hamilton continuing to close on Leclerc, who, of course, we've said has damage to his car. Let me just quickly update the tyres. Everyone pretty much moving on to the hard compound tyre. And Valtteri Bottas is out of the race as Hamilton has cut the gap down now to 2 seconds to Leclerc, and this is literally a repeat of a year ago. Leclerc, a wounded car, being caught by Lewis Hamilton, and I think you're right, Nib. I think Mercedes quite possibly might win the British Grand Prix here. And what did Ferrari do? Do they put a new front wing on Leclerc at his pit stop? I don't quite know.
I'm really not sure. I just need to check Sainz's sector times at the moment. Previous lap, Hamilton was faster still than Sainz.
Yeah, Sainz not quick at all.
Oh dear, Ferrari, oh dear.
Yeah, oh dear. As Ocon and Magnussen have come into the pits, that'll put Sebastian Vettel, I think, up to 8th. Vettel has already pitted. I think Vettel will have to pit again, though. And Ocon now onto the pit exit. Latifi has jumped him. So Latifi up to 9th and a net 8th place. What on earth has Latifi smoked before this Grand Prix weekend? He's like, I can't even believe this. He's a completely new driver. Can you... You're silent because you don't want to give him any credit. I know that because you absolutely hate him, but...
No, okay. No, I don't hate him.
But
he just shouldn't be in the sport.
Yeah, but...
There's nothing personal. I don't hate him.
No, I know what you mean.
Meanwhile, Lewis
phrased it
was
wrong.
like 6/10 faster than Leclerc. He's going to be in his DRS on the next lap if they don't pit.
Yeah, they've got to.
He's flying.
Yeah, they've got to do something with him. Well, I know you're desperate to see him off the grid for a certain gentleman, but yeah,
A certain Brighton boy.
yeah. Who is that in the pits? Max Verstappen is coming again for the hard compound tyre. Well, I guess that's the only thing they can do now on his strategy. Kevin Magnussen, by the way, has pitted, and he's come out again on medium. So Magnussen is committing to a 2-stop here at Silverstone as Verstappen and Vettel here. Nice move by Sebastian Vettel up the inside into turn 4. Nothing Verstappen could do about it with his damaged car, and Vettel driving very well here, but he will have to pit again because I don't think he's used more than one compound as of yet. So yeah, there you go. And yeah, Verstappen now on the hard compound tyre, and we're now on lap 25. What a Grand Prix it has been so far, and there's still plenty heading your way. Hamilton right up behind Charles Leclerc. We're not currently watching it. We're watching Max Verstappen struggling to keep up with an Aston Martin. And, well, can't even keep up. The Aston Martin zooming off into the distance and says, no grip, indeed. And you can tell watching on board, like watching an AlphaTauri rather than a Red Bull. He's weaving just to warm his tyres up. And Lewis Hamilton is 1 second behind Charles Leclerc. So it's going to happen very, very soon. Here's a replay of Vettel, and clearly just warmer tyres there, getting him ahead of Max Verstappen. And here it is. He's 1.2 behind as they enter the hangar straight. Leclerc about to lap Sonoda there. And they both do, thankfully. And yeah. As Charles Leclerc has pitted. Yes, he has, for Ferrari, as we're now halfway through this British Grand Prix. What a crazy race this has been. And Leclerc surely will go on to the hard compound tyre. And yes, he does. Where will he come out? Will he come out in second or third? Hopefully for him it's second. But I'm not sure he will, because here comes Carlos Sainz down the pit straight, and Sainz will take it. So if Leclerc's going to win, he has to pass Carlos Sainz. And also watch out for Lewis Hamilton, who is still out there and hasn't pitted yet. And they're both on the hard tyre. By the way, Nib, guess who is about to overtake Max Verstappen?
The GOAT.
The GOAT indeed, Nicholas Latifi. He's within a second of Max Verstappen, and he's about, probably the next lap or two, to overtake him. The world must have turned upside down on Friday or something. Because this just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Oh my god. They'll probably keep him now after this race.
No,
I know you won't want to hear that.
No.
Oh my god, what a performance this is. By Latifi. Once Vettel pits, Latifi will be up to 7th in this Grand Prix. Yeah, absolutely incredible. As Lewis Hamilton, by the way, has begun lap 27. Actually got tears in my eyes just at the thought of Latifi overtaking Max Verstappen. Lap 27, and Lewis Hamilton has begun another lap. So Hamilton not yet coming into the pits. I don't know what his pace is like compared to compared to Carlos Sainz behind him. But I'm sure it's still pretty good considering, obviously, hasn't pitted yet.
He's faster than Sainz still.
Yeah. I mean, if he stays out there long enough and keeps up this this pace, he could come out in between Sainz and Leclerc, maybe even ahead of Sainz. There's the predicted gap. They currently have it as Hamilton being just ahead. So is Hamilton currently on a hammer time lap, and is he going to pit for a new set of tyres?
Charles just set purple first sector by 0.3, so
right,
maybe not.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what they decide to do. As Pierre Gasly, I've noticed, has now come in to the pits. Black and orange flag for Gasly. That's why he's pitting. So, obviously, he's got some debris on his car. Verstappen says, I have no rear and front now. And then something else. As Lewis Hamilton stays out and starts lap 28 out of 52.
So they made a bunch of front wing adjustments at the pit stop for Max, and that seemingly made things worse as Hamilton set the fastest final sector on that last lap.
He did well for now because Charles Leclerc.
Until Charles.
Yeah, that's the fastest lap of 132.
Well, Charles didn't set the fastest final sector. Hamilton was 0.3 faster than Leclerc in the final sector.
Yeah, that is incredible. The thing is, though, yeah, Leclerc's quicker. But now Leclerc, unless the Ferrari suddenly develop a brain, which I don't think you can develop it that quick, they're not going to let Leclerc through here. Past as Ocon is having a go here at Nicholas Latifi. Latifi desperately needs DRS from Verstappen to keep ahead there of Ocon. But unless Ferrari move Leclerc ahead of Sainz, then Lewis Hamilton is going to win because Sainz will hold up Leclerc, which he's doing right now. Because I'm pretty sure you'll be seeing it on your data there that Lewis is probably going to be on this lap quicker, or at least a lot closer to Leclerc on lap time than he was the previous occasion. Right. So hold on. Gasly, yeah, 16th now, or yeah, there you go. Gasly is officially out of the race as Lewis Hamilton has started another lap.
Hamilton is on fire in the final sector. He's just on a 25-0 in the final sector. As I'm just waiting to see what Sainz's and Leclerc's final sector times are, as my live timing is a little bit behind the thing. And yeah, he's 2 seconds. He's 2/10 faster in the final sector than them both. As Leclerc was only 2/10 faster than Hamilton on that previous lap. Like, Hamilton is going back into pure tyre god mode of previous years.
Indeed. As, yeah, Ferrari here shooting themselves in the foot, practically in the back of the head, by not getting Leclerc ahead of Sainz. As Ocon, I can tell you, having another go at Latifi, but still not close enough. To be honest, I hope Latifi gets points because he deserves it. What a performance and that he's put in this weekend. And Ferrari continue on. And if they
saying that they are free to fight, by the way, they're not going to let Leclerc through.
Oh, why? Why are you so stupid? Not even 3 years, 15 years at this point in a row of absolute stupidity. If they lose this race, this is... I said after Monaco that this is peak Ferrari. They've gone even further here at Silverstone. This is absolutely peak Ferrari. Their main rival is basically out of action, yet they lose to the team nobody saw coming. Only Ferrari could cook up such a thing on race day. As Ocon has passed Latifi. Ocon up to 9th, and he will pass Verstappen because Ocon is a lot quicker, I think, than Verstappen in clean air. So, Ocon on the hard compound tyre, Latifi on the medium. Latifi still in good position, though.
You.
Go on.
Some important news. Guan Yu Zhou has been declared fit and has been released from the medical centre.
Good. Very good news to hear. and hopefully we'll be fit and firing in Austria next weekend. Oh my god, what Ferrari doing? Fastest sector 1 for Leclerc. Obviously, DRS would have helped with that. They have got some traffic coming up. I think Yuki Tsunoda in the AlphaTauri, who is at the back of the cars that are still running. We've had 5 retirements in this Grand Prix. And Leclerc not able really to get anywhere close to Sainz. Well, he is actually now, as they enter the hangar straight, into Stowe Corner. Will he go for it? Yes, he does, but Sainz just about stays ahead. Ferrari, what are you doing? Ferrari fans on Twitter are probably just screaming at this point, because this is just absolute insanity. And Leclerc on the radio again. I mean, the reason I want Leclerc to be let through, it's not for the championship. It's because Leclerc is clearly quicker than Sainz. And if they're going to win the race, it's going to be with Leclerc. As Leclerc, they're feigned for a move at the inside of turn 3. This is going to end in tears if they're not careful.
And it's just genuinely maddening when we can see who is clearly faster on track and the team aren't doing the right thing. Like, it's so frustrating.
There you go. He's been let through. Only took you 10 laps. Not even that. More than that. 15 laps. Jesus
About
Christ.
15, yeah.
He's been let through. Finally, Ferrari have developed a brain somehow. And there he is. The myth, the man, the legend, Inaki Rueda, performing the easiest task in the world, but it will be somehow, made out to be an incredible strategy decision. If I was Mercedes, though, surely you'd pit now, because now Leclerc is going to eat into Lewis Hamilton's lead. And Sainz, now Carlos Sainz hanging on to the back of Leclerc with DRS, as Hamilton actually stays out on lap 32. And now there's a slow-mo of his tyres. How are his tyres looking? They look pretty good. Yeah, those front tyres look as though they were only put on a few laps ago. What a drive this is from Lewis Hamilton, honestly. And I did say that, soon as the car gets better and gives him a chance to fight, you'll see Lewis Hamilton back to his best again. And this is exactly what we are seeing. Lewis Hamilton back to his very, very best. And putting on a good show for the home crowd. And Leclerc, not that much quicker in the last lap or so, or half a lap. He's quicker, I think, but not massively quicker. And Hamilton continues on. Yeah, his lap times are really good, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. Very consistent. He's been in the mid-32s for like the last 10 laps now. And he's setting personal bests.
This is incredible. Hamilton, and he continues on. Leclerc is quicker on this lap, but it's not by the amount you would expect. It's only a few tenths, I think it's going to be at most, when Leclerc gets to the line, as Lewis Hamilton begins lap 33. And we've got to wonder, what tyres will they put on his car? Most likely, it should be the hard compound tyre. But no pit stop as of yet. What's happened here? I thought Schumacher was going slowly there. No. He's actually just overtaken Nicholas Latifi. So Mick Schumacher is up to 10th. Good to see. The Schumacher into the points. Hopefully gets his first ever points finish in Formula 1. That would be brilliant for him. And nope, let me just update that he is Mick in 10th on the hard compound.
Well, just quickly, Charles didn't do the fastest lap of the race on that previous lap of 31.8, but Hamilton did a 32.0, so he didn't gain that much time whatsoever, as Hamilton just is still flying on these tyres.
He is. Those medium tyres working very well. Temperatures not too hot, but not too cold. And the Mercedes car working a lot stronger. But Leclerc and definitely gaining time as Lewis Hamilton pits, and he's come in behind Ricciardo, who's also pitted in the McLaren. So let's see how his pit stop goes. Hopefully no big issues. Hard compound tyre. Oh, not the greatest pit stop. 4.3. That cost him a couple seconds. Here comes Charles Leclerc. And Leclerc takes the lead. And Carlos Sainz goes second. So if Lewis Hamilton wants to win the British Grand Prix, he has to overtake both Ferrari cars to do so. Thankfully, he's only 2.5, 3 seconds behind Sainz, and then another second, I think, to Leclerc. So Hamilton, surely these final 18 laps will be him pushing to the absolute max as he's warming his tyres up there. And yeah, hopefully we get a good fight now between Hamilton and the two Ferraris, as I noticed that Fernando Alonso has pitted. So yeah, it's Leclerc now in the lead, Hamilton in third, and yeah, a slow pit stop there for Hamilton. And hopefully he can now get up to speed. Well, he's not having a great outlap here. He's been pretty slow on this outlap. He's lost a bit of time, quite a bit of time, to the two Ferrari cars.
Yeah, it doesn't help when you lose that much time in the pit stop either, does it?
No, it does not.
Really, really bad. But I mean, he's got such a big tyre advantage here that he should claw this back. It's just made it certainly a little bit more difficult than what it certainly needed to be.
Yeah, as Perez now, by the way, is up to fifth. Fernando Alonso has pitted and is on the hard compound tyre. Also, Lando Norris, I don't think has pitted yet. So we've got a few...
He's in the pits.
Oh, he's in the pits now. And let's see if he will come out ahead of Alonso. Should do. I think he was pretty comfortably ahead. And yeah, good pit stop there. And yeah, Hamilton a bit more up to speed now on his fresh tyres. And Lando is now down to fifth place. And yeah, comes out just about ahead by 3 seconds or so. Fernando Alonso. So Norris, surely, I mean, Perez, I think, has got a pit again, surely, in the Red Bull. But, and here is Esteban Ocon now all over the back of Max Verstappen for 8th and 9th. As Verstappen continues to struggle on with his severely damaged car. As it doesn't appear that Hamilton can really go any quicker right now. His pace is not that great.
He's starting to get up onto the pace now.
Right.
On this lap. Yeah, he matched the middle sector of Sainz.
Yeah, he's catching Sainz. He's only... Well, yeah, he is catching Sainz, but compared to Leclerc pulling away very quickly now from Sainz and Hamilton. And also I noticed that Kevin Magnussen is up to 11th. So Latifi falling away, sadly, in the end. And Ricciardo is down to 14th. Ricciardo
who?
is on the soft compound tyre.
Who's this Ricky bloke?
Yeah, some guy touring around to the back of the field, unfortunately. Lewis now, definitely getting up to speed and he's a lot quicker now than he was. Verstappen running very wide there on the chicane. And Ocon might be able to have a go into turn one. No, not quite. Didn't gain enough speed on the exit there, but he's very close here. Look how well he's able to stick to Verstappen through turn one. And yeah, I think Max is doing all kinds of defensive moves here to keep Ocon behind, but I'm not sure he will be able to keep him back as Leclerc does a fastest lap of the race. 31.6 as Ocon still all over the back of Verstappen.
Hamilton lost 200ths on that last lap. He did the purple final sector, as you would have seen on the screen now. 2 tenths faster than Leclerc, so yeah, those tyres starting to come to Hamilton, but he is 6 seconds off Leclerc. Going to be pretty tough for him from here.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I think he'll get second given Sainz's poor pace, but the win will be pretty hard as Ocon now getting right behind Verstappen in the slipstream, down the hanger straight. Can he get past Verstappen? Great. Yes, he can. Esteban Ocon is up to 8th and Verstappen nearly out of the points now. Obviously, this will be a big title swing towards Charles Leclerc, even though I still don't think the title race is really on. Because Verstappen, I mean, a lot has had to go wrong, really, for Verstappen today for it to be in this position. Obviously, race isn't over yet. As Ocon, yeah, up the inside, Verstappen deciding no point in defending. As he was obviously much quicker.
Leclerc is just driving this thing so well at the moment. Another purple middle sector, 37 flat. He's just done another fast lap of the race, a 1:31.6. Charles is absolutely flying as Hamilton beats it this time and goes fastest by 10th.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, Hamilton gained 6 tenths there on Sainz. So, what we're looking maybe about lap 43 before Hamilton's probably challenging Sainz here.
Yeah, he should be able to get past Sainz before the end. I'm not sure, though, he's going to catch Leclerc. I don't think there's enough laps left, and Leclerc's tyres are in pretty good nick at the moment. And Hamilton is just now on the old pit straight, and you can see Carlos Sainz ahead of him. He's only a couple seconds ahead. And Lewis is 5.9 to 6 seconds off Leclerc right now, with 14 laps to go here at Silverstone. Still not sure we are of who is actually going to win. Leclerc does a purple second sector.
Yeah, that's what my sound was at.
As look at this, Mick Schumacher now right behind
Verstappen,
and Ocon. I think has he got a problem with this car, Ocon, because he's going very slowly. And Verstappen now, I think, going to overtake Esteban Ocon, and he does as Lewis Hamilton does a fastest lap of the race now on lap 39. Verstappen, indeed, is back up 8th place, which is, yeah, a couple extra points for Verstappen's championship. And yeah, Ocon has a problem. What a shame. He was on for a 7th or an 8th in this Grand Prix, and his car has failed him. It did in qualifying as well. And Esteban Ocon hopefully doesn't have to park it on the straight, but I don't think he'll have a choice. He's trying his best to keep the car running. He's going very slowly as Lewis Hamilton has cut the gap down between him and Carlos Sainz to a 1.5 seconds. Such a shame for Alpine because they were heading for a lot of points. And yeah, Ocon, that's going to cause a safety car. He stopped right before the entry to Cop, so that is going to be a safety car there, and that's really going to spice things up now. And if I was Lewis Hamilton, you've got to pit now, or whenever he can. Where is Hamilton? He's just coming to Stowe now behind Sainz and Leclerc, so surely, yeah, safety car, surely they've got to pit. What has Leclerc done? Leclerc stayed out. What have they done?
Yeah, if Sainz doesn't pit, they're idiots. So Sainz is pitted. It might have been a little bit too late for Charles. I have no idea, but Charles has been royally screwed once again.
Indeed, he has. as surely it'll be a set of... Well, no, Carlos Sainz is going to go onto a set of soft tyres here. There you go. And Hamilton, I think also on the soft. Ricciardo is pitting again. And yeah, Ocon is out. So let me just update the order quickly. Ocon down to 15th. If I was also Red Bull, yeah, they've got to get in the pits now with both cars, I reckon. So Leclerc stays out. Will Leclerc... I don't know where the safety car is, whether the safety car's already picked him up, because if it has, then he won't be able to pit. As Perez is pitted, Tsunoda is pitted. We're now on lap 40 out of 52. And yeah, this is a good time for soft tyres, I guess. And Perez is now 4th. Now, because he's stopped on the soft compound tyre. He's someone to watch out for, isn't he, Nib? Because obviously knocked out of action, and now he's right back in the race.
Yeah, you took the words right out of me gob right then. I mean, he might sneak ahead of... No, he probably won't sneak ahead of Leclerc because he's way too far back. But Lando's not pitted? What? Sorry?
No.
What?
Leclerc definitely has not pitted as well. Leclerc has stayed out.
One person that might suffer from this quite a bit is Max.
Yeah. Well, they have pitted him, look, for the soft tyres, and he will come out in 9th. Mick Schumacher and Nicholas Latifi have pitted. Magnussen has stayed out. Vettel has stayed out. And yeah, Norris, like you said, he has stayed out as well. So let me just update things quickly. So Leclerc's leading, Sainz 2nd, Hamilton 3rd. Both Sainz and Hamilton, though, have pitted for fresh tyres. Leclerc on a worn set of hard compound tyres. I struggle to see how he's going to hang on for the final 10 laps or so in this Grand Prix. Will have to be the drive of his career if he's going to do so. Then, yeah, Vettel is 7th. Magnussen is now 8th. Magnussen decided not to pit. And then you've got Max 9th. Stroll 10th. And then Schumacher, Latifi, Ricciardo, Tsunoda. What a jumbled up order it is. Incredible. Here. Right. Let me just update the tyres as well. Nib, do you think there's any chance Leclerc can win this race? As Norris is pitting now.
Yeah, I'm just sat here in bemusement of McLaren not pitting Lando Norris. Like, have they screwed him? Is he going to lose any places here? He might not, but...
No, he doesn't. Oh, no, he does. There's Alonso. So he loses 1, which is... But yeah, he should have pitted the lap before. I don't get why he didn't.
The one guy you don't want to lose a position to.
True. Yeah, with Leclerc, I mean, what chance does he have at actually winning the Grand Prix now?
None.
You think?
None.
Right.
0. I mean, unless Sainz, Hamilton, and Perez crash out, Leclerc's not winning the race.
What if Alonso, though, wins the race? If that happens, if Sainz, Hamilton, Perez crash.
The whole, well, I might get, I might wake up the whole entire apartment if that happens.
Lance Stroll, by the way, I've just noticed is pitted. So that puts Mick Schumacher back into the top 10 on the soft tyres. Latifi up to 11th. I'll update that soon enough. Stroll, I think, has rejoined in 12th place. So let me just update that now. The final few are on soft tyres. And Esteban Ocon, as lapped cars, Daniel Ricciardo and Yuki Tsunoda may overtake. So that will help them. So out of the race now, Ocon, Gasly, Bottas, Russell, Zhou, Albon. And yeah, safety car should be coming in probably on the end of lap 42, I would imagine. Yeah.
You just might want to check Twitter whilst we've got this opportunity to, by the way.
I'll see if I can quickly. As they're just coming round, by the way, to complete lap 40 or to start lap 42.
Well, since we don't have Michael Massey in charge anymore, we're certainly not going to be starting on the next lap. So
exactly.
So you'll have a little bit of time, I think. But yeah, I can't. What were McLaren thinking, Chaz? I still can't wrap my skull, my cranium around this.
Oh my God.
What were McLaren
I've just seen what
doing?
You sent me, by the way. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I don't know.
I've said that Hamilton's winning this Grand Prix. I think I've got to stick with this now, Chaz. What do you think is going to happen from here?
I'm going to go Hamilton, because if Sainz, if he does have that damage that I reckon he does have from going off, I reckon, I think it'll be Hamilton. Look out for Perez, though, because I reckon he could snatch a second place in this Grand Prix. Maybe, you never know, Perez could win the race. How funny would that be for Ferrari? Red Bull still win, despite what happened all of today. Yeah, this is going to be a crazy ending to the race. By the way, the safety car is in at the end of lap 42. So get ready, guys, for what's going to be an amazing final 10 laps here at Silverstone. And one final thing I'll ask you, Nib, is does Leclerc finish on the podium?
No.
Right. I'm not sure if Leclerc will finish even in the top 4, to be honest, because I reckon those tyres are going to be pretty knackered. And by the way, that's one thing I was going to say. When the safety car came out, Leclerc was not past the pit entry by that point, so they could have got him in.
Yeah, he wasn't.
But
he was at Stowe.
Yeah, so no idea what Ferrari are doing there. Absolutely no idea. As the safety car will now go off into the distance, and now Leclerc becomes the safety car. And Sainz maybe being told on radio, just don't take him out when you overtake him. And hopefully no crashes, because we want a good end to the race here. And I need to update the order because I've got Stroll in the wrong position. There you go. Stroll is actually in P12. So here we go as Leclerc comes into turn 16 and now gets the race going again. And Carlos Sainz already all over the back of him. Loses the rear end slightly, as also Sergio Perez quite close to the back of Lewis Hamilton. And yet, right behind Hamilton, will Perez get a move done here? And Hamilton having to go defensive. But Hamilton hanging on here. And Perez, he's going to get such a great run. But will he get the move done? As the two Ferraris there almost colliding on the exit, turn 5. And Sainz is ahead of Leclerc. And Leclerc, will he try to go around the outside? No, as Carlos Sainz has got the position. That's so lucky they did not have a crash there. And Leclerc is down to second. Perez has passed Hamilton. So Perez is up to third in this Grand Prix now. Charles Leclerc will be under massive pressure from Sergio Perez. I was going to say Lewis Hamilton, but from Sergio Perez. And Perez could very well win this British Grand Prix as Kevin
Perez is going to have him before Stowe here, I reckon.
Yeah, quite possibly, as Perez now right in the slipstream. And will he go for the move? No, he's just not close enough. I see Verstappen there in the background, though, very close to Vettel, who is in 7th and hasn't pitted, as Kevin Magnussen has dropped to 10th here, as he also did not pit under that safety car. As they now begin lap 44. And here is a replay of what happened there. And let's look out for the two Ferraris here. So Leclerc goes wide, and Sainz gets a great exit. Here's a replay of Perez and Hamilton instead. We want to be seeing Sainz and Leclerc there, really. And Sainz, got past Leclerc on the exit of turn 4 into turn 5. That's why they almost collided on the exit there. So Sainz into the lead. Need to stop showing replays now.
They almost did a Magnussen Grosjean.
Yeah, absolutely. As here is Lewis Hamilton. Thanks, TV Direction, for being so shit once again, showing replays for 10 years. As Lewis Hamilton having a go at Perez into Cops, but he cannot get the move done. These two have got to sort out their positions because, as Verstappen, by the way, has passed Sebastian Vettel. So Verstappen up to P7 now. And onto the hanger straight they come, and they're both not close enough. They need DRS. That's what they need. But they don't have it. But they will do, I think, on the next lap. They're both all over the back. And this is costing, as well, Perez and Hamilton the chance to get after Carlos Sainz and possibly win this Grand Prix. As Sainz does a new fastest lap on lap 45 now we're on. And Hamilton's still right behind Sergio Perez. And yeah, surely Leclerc, if DRS is now enabled, will be under massive threat. Is DRS enabled? Yes, it is. So here we go. Leclerc going to be defending a lot on this lap, as Lewis Hamilton definitely looks a lot quicker than Perez, and he's got a great run. As Mick Schumacher, by the way, is up to 8th. He's passed Sebastian Vettel, as Perez has got a very good run on Leclerc. To Cop's corner. Leclerc defending slightly. And that will give Hamilton a good run on Perez through Cop's. Yeah, Mick Schumacher up to 8th. I'll update the tyres in a moment. And Perez surely is going to pass Leclerc here for second place. DRS wide open. Anything? Is there anything Leclerc can do? Don't think there is. As they come to Stowe now, Perez up the inside, but Leclerc tries to hold the outside line, and he does, and keeps the position just about. Did he go off the track to keep it? I don't know. As Perez tries to hang around the outside, goes off the track briefly, so does Leclerc, and Hamilton takes the pair of them. What a move by Lewis Hamilton. And Leclerc, second to 4th, he goes. Wow. And Perez, is he now able to go on Hamilton? He is into turn 3. And pushes Hamilton off briefly. What a brilliant racing this is between the drivers. And Hamilton, the Perez is now second. Hamilton side by side with Leclerc through turn 5.
Here comes Alonso.
Yeah. And Leclerc having a look at Perez. And Leclerc now out of position for Luffield. This is absolutely brilliant stuff. So Perez up to second. Hamilton trying to have a go on the exit of Luffield. Leclerc pushed him out though, and that puts Fernando Alonso now right on the gearbox of Hamilton. But he cannot have a go. Oh, this is brilliant stuff here at Silverstone, and it's not over yet. So Perez is up to second. And Hamilton now just half a second behind Leclerc, but Leclerc still has DRS enabled from Perez ahead. So he will have to wait, will Hamilton. But Perez is gaining on Carlos Sainz ahead of him. So Perez needs to get his foot down because he could still catch Carlos Sainz here. And here's a replay of all that craziness. Nib, take us through it.
Let's just say that's brilliant fucking racing. Leclerc did an amazing job through Stowe, and what Hamilton's here for all you F1 esports fans, he's done a Yano Opnia there. Did Hamilton? Fantastic little switchback to read the situation. Of course, it helps when both cars, go off the track really. But in all of this, it means that Sainz now has a 4-second lead. In this Grand Prix, as Perez then, of course, sends it down the inside, gets that done. Ooh, Did force Mercedes would argue that Hamilton was forced off the track there. Don't know how Hamilton and Leclerc didn't touch there. My God! And this is a mega move by Perez down the inside. He's just on full send it mission. As now we're back to alive as Hamilton is right up Leclerc's behind as we're coming through Maggots and Beckett's, Chaz.
We are, and Hamilton will surely pass Leclerc on this occasion. Leclerc does not have DRS this time. He will have to defend hard to keep Lewis behind. Will Lewis go round the outside at Stowe? No, but he will get a better exit. Much better exit. Well, not that great, but can he make a move? Round the outside into the final chicane. He's going to try it, but Leclerc holds him off as we've got now 5 full laps to go. And Leclerc is going to have to fight for his life if he is going to finish on the podium. Something that looks almost impossible. And he's not just got Hamilton right behind him, he's got Alonso and Norris as well. He might not even finish in the top 6. Or the top 5, sorry. Here. And Lewis Hamilton. Now, down the first DRS straight into the first sector. Will he have a go at Leclerc? Round the outside. Leclerc defending so hard and brilliantly here. Hamilton, though, round the outside of Luffield. Surely gets the move done. And he does. Round the outside. Brilliant from Hamilton. Leclerc, though, will try and come back. Will he go round the outside at Cop? Surely not. Surely not. And oh my God, I cannot believe I have just seen what I've seen. He went right round the outside of Hamilton at Cop's corner on knackered hard compound tyres. Are you kidding? And Hamilton now on the hanger straight, DRS wide open. And surely gets the move done now. And he does. Leclerc has another go, but now Alonso is all over the back of him. Nib, how did Leclerc do that?
He is an absolute fucking beast. That is what. As now he is defending from Alonso. Jesus, what a race this is. As Perez is okay. No, I've read that. I think.
Yeah, Perez. I think. I'm not sure. I think it's only a 2.5 second gap to Hamilton. I think it is. He is closing on Sainz, but it's not enough, I don't think, to catch him by the end. As Alonso now going to try and have a go at Leclerc. So Leclerc might only finish 1 position ahead of Verstappen in this Grand Prix. And here is a replay. The Hamilton, brilliant move around the outside at Luffield. And then Leclerc gets in the slipstream. And then goes, here we go, right round the outside at Copse. That is the best overtake I have seen in a long, long time on tyres that were way older. That is overtake of the season, and nothing will beat it, I'm afraid. Hamilton, though, did eventually get the move done into Stowe corner, as Alonso and Norris still harrying him. And look at this! Mick Schumacher on Max Verstappen! And Schumacher goes down the inside, but does he get the move done? No, not quite. Verstappen hanging on. So we're on lap 50 out of 52. And Mick Schumacher all over the back of Verstappen. And take a miracle, I think, for Verstappen to hold on here, as we are now with 2.5 laps to go, I think, in this British Grand Prix. What a race. As, yeah, Schumacher all over the back of Max Verstappen. And can he get a good exit here and get past down this first DRS activation zone? As Lance Stroll, I noticed, is up to 11th. He'll have another go, will he, around the outside? No. He needs to try and go for it, because these points for Haas would be massive for them. Especially with Magnussen also in the points for the team. As Mick Schumacher now right in the slipstream of Max Verstappen. But won't be having a go as of yet. What a race this is, and we've still got a couple laps left, and still plenty could happen as Alonso is still within a second of Leclerc, giving it everything to get into 4th place here. As we're now looking at Mick Schumacher, he's got DRS again on Max Verstappen. Will he make the move inside, down the inside into Stowe corner? No, he needs to be aggressive, but not too aggressive. He needs to pick and choose when he goes for it here, as we're on the penultimate lap here at Silverstone. I've still no idea how it's going to finish. It should be, though, a Carlos Sainz victory, as he's 3.5 seconds clear of Sergio Perez, who is in 2nd place. And it will be, surely, Carlos's first ever F1 victory. Not sure it's the most deserved victory, but it's a victory nonetheless. Schumacher, I don't think we'll have a go on this occasion. Nib, quickly before the end, just a word for our, surely, first ever race winner, Carlos Sainz. What a mental race he's had, but he's going to win, surely, the British Grand Prix.
Well, I mean, I know how he's won this race is because Leclerc's been screwed again. I feel so bad for Charles, but I mean, who would have thought that Leclerc's gonna take fastest lap pole of the race win? Who would have thought that?
Yeah,
he's gonna win the Grand Prix. He's up in the lead by 3.5 seconds. What a ridiculous Grand Prix! I can barely remember that Zhou Guanyu went flying off into the fence. Thank Christ he's okay. What a Grand Prix! Best Grand Prix of the year. Seriously, one of the best overtakes since Webber on Alonso in 2011. Is Schumacher going to get Verstappen? Not quite, Chaz.
No, not quite, but he's got one as we're on the final lap now. And yeah, you're absolutely right. It's definitely the best move since then, and definitely one of the best overtakes ever in Formula One. And he's a deserving driver of that tag. Is Leclerc, as Alonso still harrying the back of Charles Leclerc and fighting for all it's worth, fighting for all of those extra points. As Schumacher on the exit, turn 4. Can he get Verstappen down this straight? Verstappen defends to the inside, and Schumacher pulls to the outside. Can he go round the outside? He will try it, and Verstappen does what he usually does, which is push him off the track. And Schumacher will have to have another go later on in the lap. Not sure. I think Max should get a penalty for that, surely. That was a pretty clear pushing off the track there by Max Verstappen. But here comes Carlos Sainz, his first ever pole position yesterday. What a pole position it was. A brilliant lap in tricky and challenging wet conditions. And now it will be his first F1 race win, and it's thoroughly deserved by now in his career. Carlos Sainz wins the British Grand Prix of 2022. Sergio Perez finishes 2nd for Red Bull, despite being last at one point. Lewis Hamilton takes the fastest lap and finishes 3rd. As Schumacher there having to go for Verstappen into the final corner. Because Schumacher, will he throw it down the inside? Oh, that would have led to contact. Thankfully, he pulled out in the end. But, yeah, Sainz wins, Perez 2nd, Hamilton 3rd, Leclerc 4th, Alonso 5th, Norris 6th, Verstappen 7th, Schumacher 8th. Great for Schumacher, first points of his career. Vettel 9th, what a drive for him, climbing almost 10 positions. Magnussen 10th, Stroll 11th, Latifi 12th, Ricciardo 13th, Tsunoda 14th. And your retirements, Ocon, Gasly, Bottas, Russell, Zhou, and Alexander Albon. Fuck me, was that a good race? And let me know, guys, in the chat what you thought of that. Wow, what a Grand Prix. I thought it'd be good. I didn't think it'd be that good. That was, I can't even describe right now just how great of a race that is. Or that was. Yeah, Nib, what's your initial thoughts then from that? Wow.
Oh, that was absolutely batshit crazy bonkers. Just important to note, I'm pretty sure Perez is under investigation investigation even for forcing Hamilton off the track. As Charles didn't even wave to his teammate, he is not happy. Charles is driving it like it's a normal lap at the moment. I'm sure Charles is going to be very, very angry because what a performance he put in today, and he's come away with fourth. He might still get on the podium if Perez gets a penalty, which he could get, to be honest, but what a Grand Prix. That had absolutely everything. It was like Hungary from last year in terms of certainly Verstappen battling Schumacher as seventh. Like, what on earth? Like, Verstappen was legitimately 2 seconds slower than Perez. Like, what on earth did that... What sort of damage did he have?
What was it, stuck in his car, maybe? Possibly.
The only thing I can, yeah, maybe.
Bottas had it in Imola a couple of years ago. You remember he had debris stuck in his car, and it cost him the same amount of time.
But imagine that, a puncture caused, and then the debris staying in the car like that. That would be a bit bonkers. But we're seeing a replay now of Schumacher and Verstappen, and Max probably going to get a penalty for that.
Yeah, I think he should. That was Schumacher was clearly side by side with him, and Max just shoved him off, which, given how his race went, to be honest, I wasn't really surprised by that, I have to say. But, yeah, wow. What a Grand Prix here at Silverstone. So, Nib, do you want to join me for the reaction, or do you want to head off? It's your choice.
I'll stay on for a little bit.
Right. Well, you can stay on once we go to the top teams if you want, and then head off.
Because we don't talk about McLaren.
Yeah, it was no real point. Quickly though, driver of the day and race rating out of 10 for this Grand Prix.
Driver of the day, I'd have to say
pretty hard
Leclerc.
To say. Yeah.
I think Leclerc has to be driver of the day, even though he's finished in 4th place. I think Leclerc's driver of the day. I mean, once he got past Sainz, he was at like 6 tenths a lap faster than him with front wing damage.
Yeah.
Let's not forget, Leclerc had front wing damage.
And Sainz had damage as well.
Yeah.
Some sort of damage.
Yeah. I mean... That's absolutely bonkers. I'm going to say that's a 9.
Yeah. I will agree with that. I am going to go a 9 out of 10 for this race. That was a classic, and I don't think we'll forget that, especially some of the overtakes in this Grand Prix. The great thing about it is we literally had no idea who was going to win the entire race. Literally the entire race.
Yeah, just sorry to cut you off, but I've got a notification from Midfield saying no further investigation from Perez and Hamilton or Perez and Leclerc for leaving the track. But Stewart's noted Verstappen for forcing Schumacher off the track.
Right, well, we'll see what happens with that. Yeah, 9 out of 10 for the race. And as well, guys, let me know in the chat, what do you rate the race out of 10 for? And who is your driver of the day? I am going to go for... It's hard. It's really hard. For me, it's between Leclerc, Hamilton, and Schumacher. I'd have to go with Leclerc. I mean, what he did, and thankfully they finally have shown Joe on the broadcast right at the very end, and he looks okay to me.
I've just seen him post a selfie on Twitter.
Yeah, I'd have to go Leclerc. The reason being is because despite the damage, it had incredible speed, drove very well, and the way he fought to try and get that podium was incredible. That was top driving from Charles Leclerc. But I will just quickly change the title and then post it. The link back out on Twitter, and then we'll get going with this stream, or continue on. But yeah, looking back, how on earth did the Haas's both score points? They were 17th and 19th on the grid. Like, how did that happen? Makes absolutely no sense. I don't even know how Mick Schumacher got into the top 10, never mind 8th.
Yeah, well, I don't know. There was too much going on that I wasn't even looking down, mainly because Ricardo was there, but my goodness gracious.
I mean, well, we'll see, won't we, on the onboards on Tuesday. We'll probably see amazing stuff we never saw. But yeah. Right, let me just quickly post the link. And yeah, keep your comments coming, guys, in the chat, and I'll get to them soon enough. Let me quickly do this. As they're currently doing the driver interviews, so the podium celebrations will begin in a moment here at Silverstone. As annoyingly, because obviously it started as a race preview on my oh no, I forgot to post a link, for fuck's sake, on that tweet. Let me do that again. But yeah, it has been a very long day. I started streaming 5.5 hours ago, and I've still got probably another hour and a half left. So
you can't be missing Timmy, mate.
I probably will. Yeah. Hold on a minute. So fucking, my head is spun around completely in a minute.
Yeah, my head's going at 200 miles an hour as well. What the hell did we just watch? That restart was absurd. But it's almost like on a normal track, you have, fast flowing, good racing.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, who would have thought? Not me.
Yeah, not these stop-start race tracks, street tracks, sorry. And right. Hold on. So, right, now that is posted, and now we can get into the race reaction itself. So, in chat, guys, yeah, keep your comments coming, and let me know what you thought of the race, the driver performances, team performances, the race overall. Just let me know in chat. And I think we'll just get straight on to this race reaction. We'll start in order of the championship. So we'll start with Red Bull Racing, who really should have won that Grand Prix today. Max Verstappen, obviously, got into the lead, eventually passing Sainz after his mistake. Then got a puncture and then sustained damage to his floor and ended up still finishing P7, but I do feel as though that might change before the evening descends onto Silverstone. So yeah, not a good race at all for Verstappen, and a race win definitely lost here at Silverstone. For Sergio Perez, though, despite the front wing damage that he got from Charles Leclerc bashing him at turn 4, a great drive since then to get up all the way up to 4th place. And of course, the safety car helped him out a lot. Got onto the soft compound tyre, and then produced a fantastic drive to get past Leclerc and Hamilton and get up to 2nd place. A great drive for him and still a decent result considering how bad and eventful their day was, but it was still an opportunity lost with Verstappen finishing down in 7th place. Nib for Red Bull, yeah, should have won the race today, but with Leclerc finishing 4th, I don't think they'll be anywhere near as bothered as they would have been if Leclerc had won the race. But just an unusual off day for the Red Bull team today, wasn't it?
I mean, yeah, but not really. Of course, but I think Max probably wins that Grand Prix, or he at least finishes on the podium if he doesn't run over the AlphaTauri's debris. But Wait, I can't even remember what happened to Perez.
He got hit by Leclerc, and that what caused the front wing
That's
damage.
right.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. I mean, they just got a bit unlucky, didn't they? Really today, Red Bull. I mean, Perez has ended up doing a very good recovery drive. I mean, I didn't even think about that in Drive of the Day. How about Perez and Leclerc joint Drive of the Day? Can we do that, or is that cheating?
Probably. Just like when Mazepin
and-
wins it.
Oh yeah. I mean, Christ, my mind isn't even working. Medlin tweeted that Verstappen isn't getting a penalty,
Right.
which I'm a bit surprised about, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't see how that's clear pushing someone off the track, but okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we brought in these new rules to make it consistent, and it's just not consistent whatsoever. But yeah, I mean, they got just quite a bit unlucky. I'm sure they'll be very happy with Perez still finishing second, not losing as many points as the drivers and watching. As I said, the drivers, Perez and Sainz are watching the replay of Zhou Guanyu. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they didn't quite enjoy watching that, did they?
No.
Yeah, I mean, not very pleasant to watch again, but I mean, it's not. At least it wasn't like last year. Well, when Grosjean had his crash, and they were just continuously showing it over and over and over and over and over again. I mean, because I remember the drivers spoke about it, saying they weren't a big fan of it. But yeah, Red Bull just got a bit unlucky today, but could have been a lot worse, especially if Leclerc had won or if it was a Ferrari 1-2, like it definitely should have been. But Ferrari, of course, they've made a mistake. But what's up next? Paul Ricard? I mean, that should suit Red Bull with the car that they've got this year.
It's Red Bull Ring and then Paul Ricard.
Oh, Red Bull Ring. Oh, well.
We know who's winning that.
I think even better for Red Bull than Paul Ricard.
Yeah. I mean, Max has won, how many? Is it 3 now? No, it's 4 because he won the 2 Austrian races last year. So, yeah, he's won 4 times there. So I'm pretty sure we know who's going to win at the Red Bull Ring. So, yeah, rare off day. But I'm sure Red Bull will be back at it today. And as usual, when Red Bull have a problem, Ferrari don't capitalise on it. And we'll go on to them now. And, yeah, Ferrari, yeah, great for the win, you know, getting that, and great for Carlos Sainz. I am very happy for the guy because given how well he is driven in his career most of the time and how hard he's worked, he absolutely does deserve it. He's been a fantastic Formula One driver, had a great weekend, and has been, despite that mistake that was very poor from him, he was at the end of the day, the most consistent for the weekend out of, Leclerc, Verstappen, and himself. So, yeah, great drive. Obviously, he was lucky in winning the race. Let's not pretend otherwise. If Charles Leclerc had pitted for soft tyres, then Leclerc would have won the race quite comfortably, and Ferrari would have got a pretty comfortable 1-2 here at Silverstone. But, yeah, great for Sainz, and I am very, very happy for him. For Charles Leclerc, though, one eventful race, 2 very poor starts on both starts of the race. Bashed into Perez, lost a piece of his front wing, the right-hand side of his front wing end plate, and then was held up behind Verstappen and Sainz. Then once Verstappen got past Sainz, then Leclerc was being held up by Sainz. Then both Ferraris passed Verstappen because Verstappen's puncture. And then Leclerc, for a very long time, was held up by Carlos Sainz. I still do not understand for the life of me why they kept Leclerc behind Sainz for so long, for like 15 laps, when it was pretty clear to everyone that Leclerc was the quicker driver at all stages of the Grand Prix, except for the very end, because obviously of the tyre disadvantage that Charles Leclerc had. And then, obviously, when the safety car came out, Leclerc could have pitted. Not his fault, though. It is Ferrari's fault. Why did they not pit Charles Leclerc? That is very poor communication on their behalf to not get Leclerc in the pits. Leclerc was, I think, on the exit of Stowe. So he did have at least 2 or 3 seconds to make that crossover on the entry into the pit lane. So, yeah, Ferrari, again, just brain dead strategy decisions there. And that is why Charles Leclerc has not won the Grand Prix today and finished in 4th. Still fantastic defensive driving and fantastic drive just to finish in 4th place. And that overtake on Lewis Hamilton around the outside of Copse Corner is one of the best overtakes of all time. So, despite his team yet again screwing him over, he again put in an amazing performance to Charles Leclerc, like he has done almost all this season. But again, like I said, he has been screwed over by his team. Such a shame, but that's the consequences of driving for Ferrari, and a race win that Leclerc should have had yet again blown. And as well, Leclerc, again, not on the podium. So that's now 5 races in a row where Charles Leclerc has not finished on the podium. And Nib, I'll ask you, obviously because you're at the Australian Grand Prix, the last Grand Prix he won at, which must make you feel, not old, but must make Ferrari fans feel old, considering that feels that Grand Prix a long time ago. How amazing is it that Leclerc's not on a podium in 5 consecutive races? And how amazing. He's been screwed over just so incredibly, hasn't he, by Ferrari here?
It seems like every race, it's either a strategy call or there's something wrong with the car. It's ridiculous. And yeah, I mean, after Melbourne, I mean, the dominance of that display, even before Max's retirement, I mean, you'd think at that stage that Leclerc would have been walking away with the championship, but how things have changed. And that was nearly 3.5 months ago now, isn't it?
Just under 3 months ago. I think next weekend will be about 3 months, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, bloody hell, such a long time. Who knows? I might go down to Albert Park for my morning walk soon, and I say soon, in like about 4 or 5 hours, and just reminisce.
Yeah,
reminisce of the good times for Ferrari fans. I mean, especially my mate who was watching the race after Sainz went off. He turned the race off, so he was just sending he was sending. No, this is how passionate of a Ferrari fan he is. Like he gets so angry. Like if they cock up, so he's a pretty angry guy, and yeah, he was just sending like snooze fests, like emojis into the chat, and like this was like maybe about 2 laps after Max had his puncture, so that was quite funny. But yeah, I mean, Sainz wins. I mean, Sainz just did what he needed to do to get the victory. I mean, his pace was terrible. I mean, for 15 laps, Chazza, they for some reason kept Sainz ahead of Leclerc when Leclerc was so much faster, and we saw it as soon as Leclerc broke the DRS of Sainz. Once he'd finally been allowed to get past, he flew away. I think he would have won the race without a safety car, Leclerc, today, quite comfortably. And if Ferrari, if for some magic reason, they didn't pit him, and yeah, he unfortunately has been screwed again.
Yeah, I was actually thinking whilst you were talking. Since Melbourne, Leclerc's only had 1 podium since then. 1 out of what, 7 races? After Melbourne, you would not have thought that, would you? You'd think that was impossible. No. 1 podium in 7 races. That's like, he had more podiums in 7 races last year in the first half of the season. And the Ferrari car was not that good last year.
In that donkey of a car, you could say.
Well, as well, the 2020 car, he had like 2 podiums in the first 7 races that year. So it's just like, what more can I say about this team? Yes, they have won the Grand Prix, but just come on. Honestly, they barely won the Grand Prix. They should have easily won this race after Max Verstappen had his puncture. It should have been like it was for Red Bull in Baku, an easy 1-2, comfortable win, and, confidence back. But no, obviously something must go wrong at Ferrari, and usually it does. Right, we'll get into Mercedes, and then I think I'll let you get off in a moment. We'll just quickly get into them. So, obviously, George Russell out on the first corner. Nothing really he could do, just too many cars in the same part of the track. Lewis Hamilton, though, what a performance by him. And actually ended up, I think, with a result that he'd be disappointed by. I think he probably thinks he could have won the race today. Does Lewis. He definitely had the pace at many different stages of the Grand Prix. Are you watching the Sky F1 broadcast, by the way?
No, I've turned it off. I'm watching
There's
the tennis.
a replay of Binotto wagging his finger in Leclerc's face there whilst talking to him, so I have no idea what they're talking about.
I think maybe because Leclerc didn't go. I'm only speculating at this stage. If he didn't go congratulate Sainz, maybe. I mean, and on the on the in lap, we certainly saw him zooming around. He didn't wave to Carlos. He just drove straight past.
Just drove straight back to the pits. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully he doesn't do what Jean Alesi did once, where he, I think, went 250 mile an hour on the motorway in Italy back home after losing a Italian Grand Prix right at the end of a race. Hopefully he doesn't do anything crazy like that. But yeah, Lewis Hamilton arguably could have won the race today. Great performance, great pace, and definitely there is a lot to be happy about if you're a Mercedes fan. The pace is definitely better. And when we come to these type of tracks, high-speed tracks with fast corners, I think definitely Mercedes are going to be closer to Ferrari and Red Bull. And they do also have pretty good race pace to Mercedes, as we have seen so far this year, but definitely this weekend and in this Grand Prix today, their race pace was pretty good. But yeah, third it is. Maybe could have been second. Maybe could have been first, but third it is. At least they got a podium. Did Mercedes. Nib, could Mercedes have won today with Lewis Hamilton? Had things gone more his way? What could have gone his way that could have allowed him to win?
They could have not done a stinky pit stop. What was it, a 4.3 or 4.6 or something like that?
4.3.
Yeah, a really bad pit stop put him further behind Sainz. But I mean, I think with Leclerc's pace, I don't think he probably would have won today. I think he was just a little bit too far behind. But I mean, really encouraging signs for Mercedes today. Their pace was really, really good. I mean, Hamilton was relentless on those medium tires. He really was. So a very, very impressive drive by Hamilton. And just to quickly touch on George, I mean, yeah, just unfortunate, really. I mean, he did move over. From his point of view, I'm pretty sure he did check his mirrors, but he just didn't see Gasly there. And it's not Gasly's fault for putting his car there. He's entitled to do so. You got to trust the drivers you're around. It's not Grosjean in 2012. So yeah, a pretty unfortunate that crash, and George went straight over to check how Zhou was doing. He's doing okay, thankfully, and yeah, pretty unfortunate, but certainly perhaps not the best result that Mercedes could have got, even though Hamilton's ended up on the podium. Certainly a weekend to build on for Mercedes from now on.
Yeah, it is. And the car is definitely quicker. They look to me to be about 3-4 tenths of a second closer to the front two teams. I mean, they're still lagging behind. There is no doubt about that. They don't have the full package as of yet, but I still think they can get a win out of this Formula One season. It is possible. I'm guessing you don't want to go into McLaren, do you?
No.
So right, I'll let you go then. Cheers for coming on. By the way, I was going to ask, are you staying around after the stream or not? It's 4 a.m. in where you are, so I wouldn't be surprised if you don't.
Yeah, you're nearly close. It's 2:45, but yeah, no, I'm gonna go into bed and watch the tennis.
Yeah, no problem. It's been a long day as well. I mean, the race only ended, 20-30 minutes ago, and it should have ended, or normally about what, maybe an hour, less than that. So yeah, it's been a very, very long day. But yeah, cheers for coming on, mate. Great to have you on, and yeah, will be great to have you for next week's Austrian Grand Prix. Hopefully, even more great close action around a track we know. We'll get some great racing as we usually do.
Yeah, although the races there last year were kind of stinky.
Yeah.
Weren't they? Yeah, they were really bad.
I think one of them wasn't too bad, where we had, I think, Norris on the podium, but
yeah.
But yeah, it wasn't as good as it could have been.
They were bad because Max was just so much more ridiculous. Like, he was just so fast that week, and the Red Bull was ridiculous. But yeah, it's nice to be back on. Of course, the Canadian Grand Prix was on at bonkers hours time, so I couldn't be on. So glad to be back on, and I should be back on again for the Austrian Grand Prix. And yeah, thanks to everyone in chat for coming on and listening to us waffle. Well, Chaz has been waffling now for nearly 6 hours, so
5 hours and 48 minutes, by the way.
Yeah, good job if you've been listening to him waffle for that period of time. I commend you, and well done to Chaz. Your throat, you've held up pretty well, haven't you?
I'm used to it now. By now, the abuse my throat takes. I think it's after Spa where I did like a 4-hour stream. Now I'm just used to it, doing you know such long streaming. But yeah, cheers, mate.
All right, you have a good rest of your day, mate. I'll see you later.
Yeah, see you later. You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Right. So, unplug my headphones quickly because I want to take them off because I need to get new headphones because my headphone cable isn't long enough, so I have to sit in like a crouched position when I stream. And yes, sitting in a crouched position for 6 hours is not recommended. But God, it feels weird to take headphones off now. It feels like I can hear absolutely everything. But right, so we'll quickly get into McLaren, and then I'll come to you guys in the chat. So keep your comments coming, and we still have a bit left of this stream. I'm going to review the rest of the teams, and then I'm going to get into comments that I've missed in the last couple weeks. I'm going to show that on screen and answer them. And then secondly, I'm going to get into my schedule for next weekend's Grand Prix in Austria. So do stick around. Still got another probably 45 minutes, maybe an hour left of the stream. But yeah, I'll quickly get into McLaren. Lando Norris, yeah, good drive for Norris. Probably should have been, if there wasn't a safety car, 4th place for him in the Grand Prix. Don't know why McLaren did not pit him as soon as possible when the safety car came out. I just don't understand. Yeah, don't get it whatsoever, but that's what happened. And he ended up, because of that, finishing in 6th place. So his team did screw him over, and that means Alpine somehow, despite not being as quick as McLaren or the McLaren of Norris in the race, have outscored McLaren in this Grand Prix. And that now cuts the gap down in the Constructors' Championship between them two in the fight for 4th to 6 points. So given the next Grand Prix is a power track, I think Alpine definitely will be closing that gap further, and obviously Fernando Alonso continuing his absolutely brilliant season with a top 5 finish. For Daniel Ricciardo, I have no idea what was wrong with him. He had no pace all Grand Prix. Even on the soft tyre, there was no pace there. So, yeah, back to the drawing board for Daniel Ricciardo, and unfortunately, the next race is a track where he's never done well at. I mean, he did get a podium in 2017, but he's never really consistently had good pace and performance at the Red Bull ring. So, yeah, not great the next Grand Prix for Daniel Ricciardo. But for McLaren, a decent result, but not as good. And, not as good a result, really, as it should have been for them. But, guys, let me know in the live chat what you thought of all the top teams and drivers and their performances in this Grand Prix. And I'll make sure to come to you guys in the chat very soon. And by the way, I'm looking. They're showing on Sky F1, the replay. So the safety car came out when Leclerc was going through Stowe. Could have pitted him. They had at least 10 seconds there to pit him, but decided not to. So no idea what Ferrari are doing. Again, galaxy brain strategy going on at Ferrari. But yeah, let me know, guys, what you thought of the top teams and driver performances in this Grand Prix. And also give me your rating out of 10 for the Grand Prix. And let me know who you thought the driver of the day was. Let me just come to the chat now. Simon says, 5-star race. So weird, but is Sainz's first F1 win? Indeed. Astro Steven says, Mick Schumacher beat his teammate too. First time. Not sure it's the first time. But yeah, what a performance and result for him. Great to see for Mick. Simon, my heart, now I can calm. Yeah, what an end it was there. 9 out of 10, 9.7 out of 10 from Ruxford. Let's see what else we've got here. Lav Gorilla says, I'm even more confident of a Max World Championship win. Mercedes will now also take points from Ferrari as they have today. Yeah, I mean, today is a clear example that even if Max has a problem, Ferrari will still find a way to fuck over Charles Leclerc, which they do with a worrying consistency, I have to say. Because that's now what? The last 5 races, he has been screwed over by his team. Engine failures, pitting at the wrong time, engine penalties, and then today not pitting him when they should have. It's just, when is it gonna end with Ferrari? Are they going? Is Leclerc gonna finish on the podium again? Like, just incredible, absolutely incredible. Simon says Ferrari thought they were playing it safe, but fortune favours the brave. Surely they should have known that people would have took the opportunity to, to go for soft tyres, for the safety car restart. Surely they would have thought that. Did they actually think, oh no, it'll be fine, most people will stay on the hard compound or medium compound tyre? I just don't get it. I do not get it. Why do Ferrari fail at the most simplest things? It's the simple things they fail at. I mean, sometimes, yes, they'll fail at things that are difficult to get right, but it's the simple things they fail to do well. Just complete operational failure. Why no penalty for Perez and Max? I don't know. You'll have to ask the stewards. I'm not sure if Perez should have got a penalty. I haven't seen the incident well enough. Max definitely should have got a penalty. There's no doubt about that. That was a clear pushing another driver off the track. They did Charles dirty, indeed. Let's have a look. See if I can find any other comments here. I have to say, Charles not winning is a great result for Max, as Perpetual Richard. Yeah, I mean, Max, he's going to be disappointed because he probably would have won the race today if it wasn't for that puncture and then damage for him. I mean, maybe he would have won the race even with the puncture if he just not had the damage to his car after the pit stop. Then, yeah, Max was in a fantastic position, but what do you call it? Yeah, he won't be that disappointed. I mean, he's lost, 6 points to Leclerc. And Perez, I mean, is now closed the gap down to, 28 points? So Leclerc's not even second in the championship. So, yeah, I don't think Max will be that concerned. Ferrari better make a better car because their race strategy is very bad, says Mark Torres. Well, yeah, I mean, I've said this plenty of times. That they mess up so much that they need to have a car that is like the Mercedes car in like 2015, 2016, where it's like a second a lap quicker than the rest of the field, to allow for the mistakes they'll make, because at least they'll still win loads of races despite that. That's the only way Ferrari win a championship with this current bunch of clowns, I'm afraid. And if you're a Ferrari fan, then yeah, it does suck to be a Ferrari fan right now, and I don't wish I was one at the moment because of what is being done to the team. Ferrari are a clueless team, or the most clueless team since Brawn and Top left. Sada says, Kaz, between Sainz and Leclerc, clearly Charles was better or faster. In fact, Sainz won because of Leclerc's fight. In the end, he held back the pack. Yeah, that's another thing in terms of not pitting him. That's not even one of the things they got wrong. Just, again, why did they not tell Carlos to let Leclerc through when Leclerc was clearly miles faster? Makes no sense. Absolutely no sense. A top team would have made that move, 2 or 3 laps, say. But, yeah, Ferrari, 15 laps? 20 laps? Whatever it may be. But, yeah, I don't even know what to say at this point. Anyway, I think we'll move on to the rest of the teams. So let's get into Alpine. And Alpine, yeah, good result for them. Fernando Alonso, great drive yet again, finishing in the top 6 of a Grand Prix. Finishing in P5 even. And yeah, Fernando, fantastic drive from him. Did benefit from McLaren's stupidity of not pitting Lando Norris under the safety car, on lap lap 40 when the safety car came out. Very stupid there from McLaren. Did benefit from that a lot. Maybe could have passed Leclerc, but Leclerc just did enough on those hard tyres to keep ahead of the pack behind, which is great for him, but obviously not for Fernando, but still a great result. The biggest shame, though, despite outscoring McLaren today, is Esteban Ocon, because Ocon would have finished in 7th or 8th place. So Alpine would be very close now to McLaren in the championship had it not been for that. So such a shame for Ocon, because he was driving very well in the second Alpine. But Alpine had a very good race. They're really having a very good season, and I've got to be honest, I think they're going to finish in 4th in the championship. They've got the better car. They've got a better driver lineup performance-wise right now. And their car is just consistently quicker than McLaren. Yes, Norris was very quick this weekend, but that's not been the case through the whole season. It's just been at certain races during 2022. So, yeah, I think Alpine, they're very much on target here and hopefully will continue to have this great season they are having. For Alfa Romeo, a shame. But then obviously Zhou Guanyu, what an absolutely colossal crash he had at turn 1. Thankfully, he is okay. And it's a shame for him because, started in the top 10, and with how crazy the race was, you never know what would have happened. Maybe he could have finished in the top 6, top 7, if he was, in the Grand Prix itself. But, yeah, wasn't able to do the Grand Prix, really. Thankfully, those okay. Conscious, feeling fine, no fractures, so he should be okay, and has been declared fit, I think, from now on. So, yeah, thankfully, Zhou is all okay. Valtteri Bottas, though, was on probably for an 8th or a 9th in this Grand Prix, but then had a reliability problem yet again. The Ferrari power unit proving to be not very reliable at all. A shame for Valtteri Bottas and a shame for Alfa Romeo, because there were definitely some decent points on offer for them in this Grand Prix. But the main thing with Alfa Romeo is that Zhou is okay, because that was a terrifying crash and almost went into the crowd, did Zhou. Thankfully, he did not. And next up for Haas F1, what a day for them. 5 points they scored today. Schumacher in 8th and Kevin Magnussen 10th. We'll start with this man on screen, Mick Schumacher. What a drive from him. I still don't know how Haas made so much progress up the field. Obviously, the retirements during the race definitely helped. But, yeah, the Haas team in the race had pretty good race pace. So, good job by them and great job by Mick Schumacher. Probably should have finished in 7th place if it wasn't for Max Verstappen pushing him off the track. And Verstappen really should get a penalty for that. But he's not going to. It's already been confirmed that he's not going to get a penalty for that, which is sad. But for Haas F1, they're back up to 8th in the Constructors' Championship. And yeah, Mick Schumacher, shout out for him. His first points finish in Formula 1. And hopefully this is now the start of Mick Schumacher and his rise in Formula 1. Next Grand Prix at the Red Bull Ring. He's done pretty well there in the past with wins, I think, in F3 and possibly F2. And obviously raced there quite a bit. So hopefully next weekend he will be competitive, and I think he will. And certainly Kevin Magnussen will, as he's always been very quick at the Red Bull Ring. And yeah, great day for Haas, despite such a poor grid position. 17th and 19th they were on the grid. So great day for Haas, and a great day especially. And again, big shout out to Mick Schumacher. AlphaTauri, wow, did they blow a good opportunity today. They were 7th and 8th, I think they were, because of, people dropping out and some retirements and, getting lucky at the start of the Grand Prix to find themselves up the order. So, AlphaTauri were in a great position, but then Yuki Tsunoda committed a very dumb mistake and went straight into Pierre Gasly at turn 3, causing a synchronized spinning to happen at turn 3, and that's what ended any hope of possible points. Obviously, Pierre Gasly retired from the race, and Yuki Tsunoda finished last of all. And yeah, that is such a shame for Tsunoda that he did what he did, because AlphaTauri probably would have scored at least a couple points today, given what happened in this Grand Prix. So yeah, very stupid there from Tsunoda. Hopefully nothing more like that going forward. Aston Martin next up. Great drive by Sebastian Vettel. Sebastian Vettel, by the way, guys, pitted on lap 5, I think it was, and went to the very end on a set of medium tyres and finished in 9th place. He was definitely one of the drivers of the day today. Great performance by Sebastian, and he thoroughly deserved his points finish today. So great job by him. Shame for Lance Stroll that he couldn't nick a point in the end, but yeah, still a decent day for Aston Martin. They have been overtaken by Haas in the championship, but I'm sure they'll get that back again. Still a good result, though, 9th and 11th, considering they started 18th and 20th on the grid. Yeah, great job there by Aston Martin. And hopefully at the next Grand Prix, they'll be a lot better in qualifying, because they've got good race pace. They just don't seem to have, a lot of the time, decent qualifying pace. So, yeah, hopefully can do better on that front. And finally, Williams, Alex Albon has been taken to hospital, but I don't think he's in danger or anything like that. I think he's okay. So thankfully he is. Nicholas Latifi, though, shout out to him. What a weekend he's had, and what a Grand Prix he did. At one point, he was trying to overtake Max Verstappen for 8th place. That is how great Latifi was today. Great performance by him. And even if he, leaves the grid at the end of this season, he can be proud of what he did today and this weekend. He can be very proud of what he did. So yeah, great job there by Latifi. But unfortunately, no points for Williams, and they remain last in the Constructors' Championship. So let me just get the these back up. And I'll quickly read out the championship standings. So, Max Verstappen leading on 181 points now. Perez second on 147. Leclerc third on 138. Sainz finally goes up to 4th in the championship on 127. He's only 11 points behind Leclerc. Shows you just how bad Leclerc's last few races have been. Russell is 5th, Hamilton 6th, Norris 7th, Bottas 8th, Ocon 9th, and Alonso in 10th. And then in the Constructors' Championship, Red Bull, the gap has been closed to them in the championship, but they've still got a very healthy lead of 63 points in the Constructors' Championship. Mercedes are 3rd, 61 points behind Ferrari. McLaren 4th, only 6 points ahead of Alpine in 5th. Alfa Romeo 6th, AlphaTauri 7th. Haas now back up to 8th on 20 points. Aston Martin 9th on 18. And Williams last on 3 World Championship points. Now, I'm going to read some more comments and then we'll get to the final couple things here on the stream. Jesse Roberts, Ferrari needs to fire Ferrari. Indeed. Gabrielle says Ferrari can't stop making dumb decisions. Changed Leclerc's tyres already. This should have been an easy 1-2 after the safety car. Very poor race management. That is the story of Ferrari for the last 15 years, unfortunately. Jay Keane says superb race. Nice to see Schumacher get a few points. Should have had a good go at Verstappen, though, to show his fighting ability. He missed his moment. I think the reason he didn't have a proper good go is because he didn't want to have a crash and end up losing the points, paying position. So I think that was sensible there for Mick. And next time, he can have a go if he ever gets the opportunity again. I think it's over for Leclerc in the championship. Yeah, definitely. It was over after the Canadian Grand Prix, to be honest. Let's find some other comments here. Max is dirty, says Jesse. And Christopher John says Leclerc's tyre decision was wrong, but Hamilton could have gone to the end easily. No, absolutely not. I mean, if Lewis Hamilton had decided to stay out, the same thing would have happened to Hamilton that happened to Leclerc. He would have ended up off the podium. So what needed to happen is Leclerc needed to pit, and Hamilton, Sainz, Hamilton, everyone pitted, I think, except for Vettel, Magnussen, Leclerc. I mean, Vettel and Magnussen, I don't think they really should have pitted because, if they had, I think they would have fallen too far behind, really, to get the points they actually got. But Leclerc had to win the race, but obviously did not. Vinster says, I'll bet Leclerc shot himself in the foot when asked what he wanted to do. He opted to stay out. What? Did they... Hold on, Vinster. Hold on. Please answer me this, Vinster. Did they ask Leclerc what he wanted to do when the safety car came out? Please don't say yes. Because that is absolute brain dead stuff, if that is true. But I fear, given that it's Ferrari, that might be true. So I'll wait for Vinster to respond to that. But if that is true, then oh my Jesus Christ, that might be one of the dumbest things I've ever heard with Ferrari. Right. Just getting my comment section ready because obviously I'm going to respond to comments in chat. I was insinuating that. Oh, right. So Ferrari decided to stay out. Thank God. Thank God for Ferrari, because I would have gone absolutely in on them if that had actually happened. So, yeah. Anyway, I'm going to quickly now... Thanks for your comments, guys, and keep them coming, because I'm still going to be on for a bit more. I'm going to quickly cut to this. Let me just check that you can see it. Yes, you can. These are my comments. I'm going to go back through and answer some of these from the final couple of weeks, or the last couple of weeks. I like to do this now at every Grand Prix, and make sure, by the way, if I ever do miss your comment ever in the chat, just post it in the comment section, and I'll get to it by doing this at the end of a Grand Prix. Lendy, this was a funny comment. That's a lot of posting. When will you have time to watch the race? That was funny, but at least he thanked me for being a busy bee. Here's Lab Gorilla saying, has anyone considered that Ferrari are not in F1 to win at all? Just run cars around the track looking good for a short while as a glorified advert? No, I think they want to win. I just think they're very poor at doing it. Brabham, poor chatter. That's one hell of a Sunday marathon. Well, it's almost completed, and I feel actually not too bad. I haven't eaten today, though, so can't wait for that. Also, this video, you can see here why Max Verstappen and Red Bull are set to dominate F1, Formula 1. When this stream finishes, make sure to go and watch that, because that is a video uploaded on Monday and had plenty of good interaction on that video. So yeah, it would be great for you guys to go and watch that. And here are some comments in regards to that. If Max and Hamilton / Leclerc have a championship winning car, I see Max winning it, except for circumstances having big influence. Frank says Max does have everything to that. On top of everything else, his mental focus is going to be hard to beat. I agree, next year is Lewis's real shot at an 8th championship, but maybe his hardest yet. That is true. In the video, I did predict that I think Lewis Hamilton will win the championship next year and win his 8th title. This comment from Stephen, I'm not going to read out entirely, but he wholeheartedly agrees. And then, you know, puts his thoughts there, which you can read just there if you want. Sim Racer Joe says, I don't think Hamilton will win next year. Russell will take away too many points from him. Possible, but I think Lewis proved today and in Canada that he's still at his very high level. Rude says, I don't agree with your prediction. Lewis won't get any quicker as he was in 2021 and Max is still improving. I don't think that Max is necessarily improving. I think Max is pretty much at the best he's going to be at, and it's a scarily good level. Max now does what Lewis used to do, for instance, when Ferrari was cheating. Win when your car isn't the quickest. Lewis isn't going to win as long as Max has a competitive car. I disagree with that. I think Lewis is still very, very good. Furthermore, Lewis has a strong teammate who is entering the prime of his career, and it isn't going to move aside like Bottas did. Leclerc is stuck at Ferrari and isn't going to win a championship there as Ferrari screws up, but where is he going to go? Not to Mercedes, as they already have Russell and have learned from Hamilton and Rosberg, which I completely disagree with that, because, I mean, they've got Hamilton and Russell in the car, 2 number 1 drivers, so that's, yeah, that doesn't make any sense. But thanks for commenting. Sparky Pete says, hey, you bring up your win tunnel time and RFD gets reset to the end of the season. Mercedes will put that time into next year. 10% more time for Mercedes probably till next year. Game over 2023. And also says Mercedes, he agrees with my prediction, I think, or says it isn't bad. Mercedes were very low drag design and high downforce car. If they get it right, Lewis will have 8 and George will have at least 2 or 3. Championships, I think he is talking about there. This is a Lewis channel, of course. Let's see if there's any other comments of interest here. Richard Gore, Max started driving F1 at 17, very talented, developing much earlier than any other driver. Now he's quite matured. Best team, best pit crew. Would be cool if Hamilton won the championship. Josiah says, easy answer, because Ferrari are incompetent and the only other driver apart from Leclerc who stopped Max drives a kangaroo simulator for a car. This is on an old video. Alonso, Vettel, who is better? Alonso should have won more, but his bad attitude and terrible decision making cost him multiple seasons. That is true. And I think that is pretty much, yeah, that's pretty much it for the comments. But like I said, if you guys ever have any comments in the chat that go unnoticed by me, then just post them in the comment section and I will get to them at some point. But yeah, there you go. And right, so the final thing I'll get into here before I come off is my schedule for the next week. So obviously next weekend is the 2022 Austrian Grand Prix and we have the sprint race returning as well. So it's going to be a bit of a wacky weekend. I still don't like the sprint race, but, you know, that's what's going to be happening next weekend. So my plan is this. So tomorrow, I won't be able to go live, but I will upload a video analysing a couple of the key, you know, bits of this Grand Prix, namely how Ferrari screwed over Charles Leclerc. So, yeah, I'm going to probably record, edit that video, and upload it as a recorded video, and that video will come out, a review of, say, what happened with Leclerc in this Grand Prix at 6 p.m. UK time tomorrow. Make sure to, you know, check that out. Also, I do have a video that I've got scheduled for after the Austrian Grand Prix on July the 14th. A video about why Charles Leclerc should or must leave Ferrari at the end of 2024. This race is just beautiful evidence for my video. Obviously, it won't include what's happened in this race or what happened in Austria for the evidence as to why. But yeah, just further evidence that does help that video in terms of the topic for it. But yeah, that's after the Austrian Grand Prix. Between now and then, like I said, video tomorrow at 6 p.m. UK time. And then there won't be anything on Tuesday or Wednesday. And then Thursday at 6 p.m. UK time, I'll be going live for my 2022 Austrian Grand Prix preview. So make sure to come along to that. That's my next live stream. Then on Friday, I will be live at 3:30 p.m. UK time for qualifying for the Austrian Grand Prix. Probably all the way until 5 p.m., 5:30 p.m. UK time, something like that. And then I will do these super streams next Saturday and Sunday as well. So I'm not going to cover practice 2, which is 11:30 a.m. UK time starting on Saturday morning. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go live on Saturday at 12:30 p.m. UK time for a sprint race preview. Then the sprint race starts at 3:30 p.m. UK time. So I will be live from 12:30 on Saturday p.m. UK time until, say, 4:30 p.m. UK time. And then the race starts at 2 p.m. UK time on next Sunday. So I'll be live 2 hours beforehand at 12 p.m. UK time to preview the race. Then we'll get into the watch-along. Obviously, watch along and commentate on the race, and then we'll do the reaction as well. So next Sunday, I'll probably, if I can speak English, be live from 12 p.m. till 5:30 p.m. UK time. So make sure, guys, to join me for all of that next weekend at the Austrian Grand Prix. Like I said, that Leclerc Ferrari video is coming out after the Austrian Grand Prix. So plenty of content heading your way on the channel. Thank you guys for being along. If you have been along watching this stream for the entire way, thank you for being here the entire time. That is true dedication. But if anyone has joined at any point, then yeah, it'd be great to have you here for the stream. And that is it, obviously, for the 2022 British Grand Prix. Hopefully you guys have a good week. And yeah, like I said, I will be uploading that video about Leclerc's disastrous race and how he was cost victory by Ferrari here at Silverstone. I'll be uploading that tomorrow at 6 p.m. UK time. And until then, and until my next stream on Thursday at 6 p.m. UK time, and until the next Grand Prix next weekend at the Red Bull Ring for the 2022 Austrian Grand Prix, guys, it has been me, Chazza HD. Goodbye.